Good morning, everyone, and welcome to CreatorCon LinkedIn Edition. I'm Shubham Thakur, the founder and CEO of Organized Chaos, which is India's first Gen Z centric knowledge sharing platform. So, we are thrilled to have you here today, ready to embark on an exciting journey of networking and creativity. This event is all about bringing together the best mind in the industry, and we are honored to have each and every one of you join us today. Over the next few hours, get ready to delve into the fascinating world of LinkedIn with our exceptional lineup of speakers. They will be sharing their insights, experience, and valuable tips to help you navigate and excel in this dynamic professional network. Whether you are a seasoned professional or just starting your journey, there's something for everyone at CreatorCon LinkedIn Edition. This opportunity will expand your network, gain new perspective, and foster meaningful connection that would shape your career. So we encourage you to actively participate, ask questions, and make the most out of this event. And let's celebrate an atmosphere of learning and growth and collaboration. And together, let's make this event an enriching and memorable experience for everyone involved. Thank you so much for joining in. And now I would like to call upon our special guest and a keynote speaker, Dr. Swati Lodha, who is the director of Mumbai Institute of Management. She will be joining us very soon. Stay tuned. Welcome, ma'am. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Shubham. Thank you so much for having me. And can we begin, or you want to say
Sure.
something? Yeah.
I'm actually, people are really excited to hear from you. Being a
Mhm.
academician and a business person in this particular industry, people are really excited to have your insights. So now I'll leave the stage for you. Please, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Shubham. Thank you so much. So, first of all, good morning to everyone present here. And Shubham has been saying that it is a creator con for Gen Z, and I don't know what am I doing here because I don't think I belong to Gen Z per se. Anyway, since I've been told to go for a keynote speech. First of all, thank you, Shubham, and I like the word, the name of the organization, Organized Chaos, with a Z in between. Yeah. So that is what perhaps this is for Gen Z. So this is Organized Chaos with a Z, and I like the name because whenever I get anything which comes from a AI text generator these days, it seems to me like an organized chaos, because whenever you use all these text generators without using your brain, it turns into organized chaos most of the time. And I don't belong to Gen Z, but let me tell you, since we are talking about LinkedIn today, I started using LinkedIn a little early in the day. That is somewhere around 2009, because I was pretty late in joining the social platform called Facebook. And since I joined that late, I thought that I should not do the same mistake again and let me join this new upcoming platform soon. And when I joined LinkedIn, I realized that for almost last 1 or 2 years, I'd been using Facebook as LinkedIn, because that is how I wanted to use Facebook. And when I saw LinkedIn, I realized that, okay, this is the gap which existed, and this is how I wanted to share things with my professional network. And so LinkedIn was what I was looking for, and I started using it in 2009. The people who are here today and listening to me at the moment, most of you might belong to Gen Z, and you might be wondering, when was 2009? So, guys, yes, LinkedIn started that early, and it became popular later. But yes, it has been around since then. And when it started off, they had a beautiful feature called LinkedIn Pulse. I don't know how many of you have used it or you've heard about it, but yes, Pulse helped us write some amazing articles. There was no word limit, and you could write good stuff there. So I remember writing a lot of articles on Pulse in 2011 12 going forward. And yes, LinkedIn changed a lot of our professional connecting habits. It changed us in a lot of ways. And so I've been a fan of LinkedIn since I started using it profusely, consistently, regularly, somewhere in 2014. That was the time when I started using it absolutely regularly. And the disclaimer is, I'm not a LinkedIn influencer. I don't use it for any kind of marketing or I would say branding purposes. I use it for putting out there whatever I know. So it is genuinely a knowledge sharing platform for an educationist like me. I do run some social entrepreneurship, ventures, and there also when I use LinkedIn, I use it more for connecting with people, and that is how it has always been. And I remember that when just a couple of days ago, there was a gentleman who's a professor, a visiting professor at our institute, and he must be 75 plus. And he came to me and he said that, I want to send you a LinkedIn recommendation invite. So I said, he's worked in Hindustan Liver for all his life. And so I was like, what do you need a recommendation for? And he said that, I go to Canada every summer because my daughter lives there. And when I spend time there, I want to teach in some universities there. And so this time I met some of the people in Canada, and they asked me that, we want to see your LinkedIn profile, and we want to see if someone has recommended you for your teaching skills on LinkedIn. If that is there, then we might invite you next year to take some sessions there. So he sent me a recommendation, and I saw it and I wanted to write a recommendation. But then 48 hours passed away, and he sent me a reminder for the same, that please do it quickly because I need this recommendation. And so that made me understand that, okay, LinkedIn is so popular and people want it, because I thought maybe it is more popular in India. I have seen all of us using it more like everywhere. We spend so much of our time on LinkedIn these days, and we establish connections, we talk to people. Many a times we are not carrying visiting cards anymore, because we think that we'll connect on LinkedIn and we'll take it from there. So that's how it works for us. But in Europe and US also, I've met so many people. When I tell them that, okay, I want to use LinkedIn, they're like, yeah, okay, but not that they're that active on LinkedIn. But yes, in India, we all feel that it's a great platform, and we use it very often. And I vouch for how easily we know about what others, our peers, are doing, what other people are doing. We get inspired by them, we learn so much from them. So it's a great space to be in. And the only social media platform that I use is LinkedIn. Of course, my assistant posts some of the things that I post on LinkedIn on other platforms too. But honestly speaking, I don't use those platforms anymore. Maybe for last 5 years, I've not used other platforms. What I use is, of course, LinkedIn. And Shubham told me that this is a comprehensive exploration of the multifaceted world of LinkedIn. That's what it is like. And so I'm just going to share some of my insights, my experiences, and maybe my 2 cents on how it can help others. Because today, the whole day, there is a lineup of a lot of people who are going to be talking to you about using different aspects of LinkedIn. And you have amazing LinkedIn influencers the whole day. I'm not even an influencer. So I'm just going to share how I have been using it, and what I think works the best on LinkedIn. So the biggest thing that works for me is that whenever you share something, please share it authentically. That is, don't spend so much time preparing, designing, creating a post. And also, please do not obsess over doing a post regularly. That is, consistent posting is very important, whether we have something important to say or not. But we need to say something, because I've not posted anything for 3 4 days. No, that's not how it works. It is more important that when you want to say something, you create a post quickly and just put it out there. And it is more in a real response situation, where we just say what we want to say. Because these are all people who are working like us, who have their own struggles. We all have our own struggles, our own fears, our own fantasies every day. And so we work accordingly. And so it works like that, right? So I completely believe that authenticity is the key for any kind of creator. So, as a creator, we should be focusing on that. We should be writing what we want to write in a authentic tone, whatever our voice is. So, we should be focusing on our voice and use it like that. So, I generally do not edit anything unless my daughter calls me and tells me that there is a, you've not spaced it properly, or your 2 or 3 hashtags are not right, or why have you mentioned so many of the hashtags. And so when the Gen Z calls me out on something that I've done, and they find it very funny or awkward, so then I might go and edit something. Otherwise, I generally write things the way I want to, and I just finish it like that. Apart from that, another thing that I want to focus on today is uh, this is my you can say it's my pet peeve. It happens with me all the time that there are so many people who come on what you've written. Like, they will come on your feed, they will read, they will see what you are posting, and they will put a like, or maybe they will comment. But my problem is, most of the people do not actually read what we are writing. Most of us do not have time to read. We do not have the time, we do not have the inclination, we do not have the patience to read what the other person is saying. And when we call it a knowledge sharing platform, I think more important is not to just glance through what is there, but then spend some time and read something which is, which makes sense, which is meaningful for us. So if you actually want to use the platform, the right thing is to find the people whom you want to learn from, and then actually read what they are posting. merely liking a post is not enough. So my suggestion or my focus would be that we need to spend actually some time on reading what is there out on LinkedIn. Another thing that catches my attention today is, you know, I call it some kind of data desperation. We all are so desperate to have growing numbers in whatever we are doing. There has to be a week on week growth in the number of followers you have, in the number of likes you have. So the analytics need to grow week on week. That is how the expectations from organizations are. That is how expectations from uh, peer group is, or from people is, and that is what we expect from ourselves, that there has to be a continuous graph that goes up. And I have a little problem with that, because this kind of data desperation stresses us out for no reason. We waste our time looking at these analytics, which are not important week on week. We do not need to focus on an actual growth every week. We might engage with everyone on the platform, and there would be a growth increase in if we are saying something which is meaningful, which is impactful. And the growth might come in some tranches, it might come in some spurts, or it might not come. But then if we are consistently putting something meaningful, we will find our voice as well as our audience gradually. So this data desperation of getting uh, incremental increase every week, every month, is not how it should work. And even the organizations, if they feel that there has to be a growth like that, maybe in digital marketing it might be very important for everybody, but I don't think it is possible. And then LinkedIn is a knowledge sharing platform, right? I understand that we do a lot of marketing, we do a lot of personal branding, we get a lot of there's a customer acquisition that happens through LinkedIn for a lot of businesses, and we all want to become influencers. So of course, most of the time we want that there should be more people following us. It gives some kind of kick sometimes, but I still don't agree that there has to be a constant focus on this increase. And if we start focusing, I think the basic reason why Reid Hoffman must have started LinkedIn, it gets lost somewhere. I'm a great fan of Reid Hoffman, by the way. Of course, he sold LinkedIn to Microsoft in 2016, but I still, I listen to his podcasts. They're amazing. He's a great creator. And so his creating ideas, guys, you must all be, focusing on or listening to him will help. His podcast, Masters of Scale, is an amazing place to start. And I swear by that podcast. I listen to it so often. uh, Another thing that I would like to talk about is there are a lot of LinkedIn skills badges that come out. There are LinkedIn learning resources which are there. There are some short programs which are there, and so they are wonderful. And I've used some of the LinkedIn learning solutions myself, and I realized that the content is very good. But I think that we need to find out the perfect alignment. What aligns best for us, what works best for us, let's try and focus on that. If we need maybe a premium subscription, why should we going to buy a sales navigator for that? So we need to know that what exactly works for us, what is the right fit. Do I need a LinkedIn skills badge in a particular domain? Do I want to do a particular LinkedIn learning course? Or is it important for me to go for this subscription? Or I can only come here and learn without spending. So you need to find out the correct fit. That is what is important. uh, the final thing that I want to say, of course, I know you gave me 20 minutes. I want to finish it at 15, because if there is a question or if there's something, I would be happy to answer that. And otherwise, 15 minutes is enough for Gen Z, I believe. So the final thing that I want to say here is that connect with people on LinkedIn. Don't add connections. The Gen Z, since they want to gather some connections, since they want that our LinkedIn should grow quickly. So a lot of time I receive so many invitations, and I wonder that is it do I know the person, or how is this person going to gain something out of what I am writing about? So I wonder that many a times, and I always feel that just adding connections for the sake of increasing the number doesn't make much sense. And we say all the time that real friendship works. These social media platforms do not work. That's true to some extent, but yes, in the professional arena, many of the times the community that we have on LinkedIn, it really works well. I have made amazing connections on LinkedIn. We've stayed in touch. If we meet once in a conclave, a conference, at some event, and then we connect, and I actually don't carry a visiting card anymore, like so many of us these days, because the only thing we say is, yeah, either we share the LinkedIn profile immediately on a QR code, or maybe we just send a personalized invite, and we stay in touch ever since. I do not have phone numbers of a lot of my friends, because we talk on LinkedIn all the time, so that happens. But it is important to connect. It is important to use the connections for learning. It is important to be a giver. It is important that we share mutually things which work for us. But adding connections is not something which I'm a great fan of. So this is something that I would want to know, and I'm really excited to hear from other speakers today who would have more gyan to give when it comes to other aspects of LinkedIn. So this is all from my side. Thank you, Shubham, for having me here, and giving me the impression that I still can represent Gen Z, or can talk to them and share some good things. So thank you so much for having me. And if there is any other thing that you want me to talk about, or if there are any questions, I would be happy to take them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful insight, and specifically the way you have, explained how you used to use LinkedIn and the perspective now Gen Z is having. And
Yeah.
the keynote speech was like literally relevant for all the audience which are watching right now. So thank you so much for that. And again, ma'am, I'm so thankful and so grateful to have you on my platform. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Shubham.
Thank you.
All the very best to you going
Thank you
forward,
so much,
and
ma'am.
we look forward to connecting more like this. And
Yeah,
it's a
sure, ma'am.
great conference today, because I see amazing speakers out there. So great
Yes.
work. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much, ma'am. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
मामा vegetarian phone aja.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to yet another panel discussion for CreatorCon LinkedIn edition. And we are starting with our inaugural panel, and we are so excited to have all our experts on board. And today they are going to talk about on the navigating the current as well as the future landscape of LinkedIn. And I would really request and welcome our session lead, Mr. Rahul Sethi, founder and CEO of Metaverse 911. Welcome, sir.
Incredible, very good, wonderful. Vikas, Khalid, Kushal, thank you very much for your time, for accepting to be a panel here. It's been a long cherished dream of Shubham. He's been working on
Yes.
this almost for the last, I think, couple of months already, more than that. And
Yeah.
it's my pleasure, my delight to host this session for you guys and hear from these, a true content influencers. I just won't call them a LinkedIn influencers. I think they're more content driven content driven individuals and absolutely delighted to sort of also listen to your thoughts. And before we get started, for the audience, let's have a quick introduction. We start with Vikas first.
Hey, thank you so much, Rahul, for that, and glad to kick this off. Pleasure being here, part of this amazing panel that Shubham has put together. Well, a little bit about myself. I am a career HR professional now with over 20 years of experience. I've been working across industries like ITES, hospitality, education, and now most recently in the world of PR. Apart from that, I do enjoy creating on the side, and possibly that's the reason that I've been invited to this flagship event today. I blog and share under my HR in my Heart umbrella, which again is focused on trying to help career professionals build strong, fulfilling careers in the corporate world, and at the same time attend to their own personal development as well. So that's short bite about me.
Wow, incredible. I've been following you, Vikas.
Likewise, I think again admire all that content that you put out. Thanks so much.
So Khalid and me had a very, very interesting conversation at the backstage just before we logged into this panel here. And Khalid, your story is highly inspiring to, I think, people who will understand what you're serving to. I think we'll start with you with your personal introduction and also want to know what KWCG is all about. That's very interesting. Khalid, can you just unmute yourself, please?
I'm really sorry about that. Didn't realize. Thank you so much,
Please.
Rahul. Thank you so much, Vikas, for the warm welcome and introduction. So my name is Khalid Vani, and my company is called KWCG. And the full form is Khalid Vani Consulting Group. And as earlier we were having a discussion with Rahul, how did I end up coming up with the name? Since I'm into marketing, and marketing is all about selling, and selling has to happen as per the standards in the first 3 seconds or first 5 seconds, which we call the elevator pitch, right? So the reason why I came up with KWCG was because I wanted it to sound pretty much like KPMG. So we do pretty much what KPMG does, but for people who cannot afford the services at such high level. So it is for all the SMEs, all the individuals, and all the startups across our country who want similar kind of services, but at a more affordable price and pretty much at par level quality. And I am also active in the investment ecosystem since I'm also a part of an angel network in Delhi and Bombay. So I've been very much active across IITs, IIMs, and state level colleges where I've been giving sessions, and I have been nurturing talents in terms of mentoring them to understand how to go about running a startup of their own. And so here we are today to share the same, but in regards to LinkedIn, as to how individuals can put in the amount of work which we have. I think I put in almost 10 years into LinkedIn to be able to be where I am today in terms of having that healthy network. So, yes, looking forward to sharing my thoughts. And thank you so much, Rahul, for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very inspiring, very, very inspiring. Kushal, we want to know more about you.
Sure. Firstly, thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm absolutely honored to be part of such an esteemed panel. Quickly about me, I am Kushal. I am a qualified chartered accountant in November 2019. Fortunately, got all India ranks in all the three levels of CA, all India rank 6, then 5 and 5 again. Started working at Aditya Birla Group in June 2020, worked there for a couple of years. I was in corporate finance, then I was in corporate economics, and final stint was with Aditya Birla Ventures, which is a VC fund, where I used to look at fintech and edtech sectors closely. Apart from that, I've also cleared all levels of CFA and ECCA, which are courses of US and UK in the field of finance, and luckily got World Rank 3 and India Rank 2 in ACCA as well. And I'm also a part-time content creator on social media with 500,000 followers across YouTube, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Primarily, I talk about education and careers in finance, and I was also recently awarded as LinkedIn Top Voice in 2022. I'm also an author of two best-selling books on Amazon. One is called Acing CA on my CA journey. Other one is called Unlocking Unicorn Secrets on Entrepreneurship with Penguin India. And recently, I've started my own edtech company called Kager. We're into finance upskilling. So we provide courses for people who want to upskill in the field of finance. So that's a quick background about me.
Wow, it's a heavy background, my friend. It's a very, very heavy background. Very good. Very, very highly privileged to be here. Um, just a quick introduction about myself for the audience and the panelists here. I have about 23 years experience in the tech. I have had two successful exits, one in services, the company I built out in Johannesburg in South Africa. I lived in South Africa for 7 years before I came back to India in 2012 and then started building SourceGain, which was a procure to pay HR tech sort of a firm and product SaaS with about 37,000 IDs across the world. After the acquisition of my product company for the last 5 years, I'm working in the immersive tech space. Metaverse just came in about a year and a half, two back, but I've been a user or the investor in the metaverse since 2018 with my first virtual plot that I bought over in 2019, early 2019. So yeah, so journey has been very, very rewarding because we come in the industry of something I believe is called awareness first, since people don't know nothing about augmented virtual or mixed reality. So my content that I've created on LinkedIn over the last 4 or 5 years is mainly around immersive tech. I've been a member of LinkedIn since 2005 and extensively used it since how many, 16 years or something. So yeah, in terms of the growth that LinkedIn provides today to the youngsters, it's mind blowing. I see that people are using it not only to gain professional, growth in terms of where they are to how important they become in the company. I also see nowadays people writing about it. So earlier it was content that I'm writing to share. Now people are inspiring others to write content, showcasing what they have achieved with LinkedIn. So Kushal, we'll start with you. Um, as a LinkedIn influencer, what motivated you to invest your time, effort into building your personal brand on this platform? Will be specific to LinkedIn right now. I know you're a highly influential on other platforms too, but we'll stick to the LinkedIn. Over to you, Kushal.
No, sure. Thanks. That's too kind of you, Rahul. So I think talking about LinkedIn, right? One of the reasons I started with my LinkedIn content was because I was a big fan of writing, and I used to write it in my diary, and I used to write it every morning at 6 a.m. Whenever I used to wake up, I used to write for 15-20 minutes, whatever random thoughts that used to come to my mind. And I thought that these are very relatable in the sense that audience and people would also relate to it because I am going through a similar phase. So that's how I started with LinkedIn. I started sharing all my thoughts about my corporate interviews, rejections in a lot of companies, and how did I prepare, how did I go forward in deciding what career path to choose, etc. And I also started sharing my educational notes, in the sense that I had done all these exams of CA, CFA, and I had prepared like handwritten notes of all these subjects, and I scanned them and uploaded in a Google Drive and started sharing on LinkedIn subject by subject. That's how I started. I think this was 2021 when I started, and I never knew that LinkedIn is such a great platform for us to express our thoughts. You never know, you can like build your own brand on LinkedIn as well. So that was the journey of starting LinkedIn. And if you ask me honestly, in terms of how it has benefited me, or maybe how was the journey over the last 2 years, I think it has become quite easier for me to reach out to people when it comes to networking. That is like one major advantage when you build your personal brand. And secondly, once people start recognizing you, I feel that like the ability of you to, let's say, hire people or get hired, if you're looking for a job, that gets amplified, in the sense that if you're looking for a job and if you're active on LinkedIn, automatically you will catch eyes of the recruiters, and they'll reach out to you automatically if in case you're looking for job opportunities, etc. If, let's say, you're a founder of a company, and if you're looking for hiring someone, you'll be able to hire the right talent, and like smart talent would be attracted to your organization because they know that you have built your personal brand on LinkedIn. So I think these are like the major benefits that I have been benefited on my LinkedIn thing. And yeah, I think over the last 2 years, I'm like quite consistent in posting at least 4 posts in 1 week. And that is what I started off with, one post a week, by the way. I used to get a lot of flack initially in my organization. They used to tell me that ये तो दिन भर LinkedIn पे ही लिखता रहता है, ये ऑफिस में काम नहीं करता होगा, etc. But gradually I ensured that ठीक है, लोग तो कहते ही रहेंगे, but you don't need to stop after a point in time. So
कुछ तो
started off
लोग
with every
कहेंगे
Saturday at 6 p.m. Then increase the frequency to 2 days per week, then 3 days per week, and finally now I am at 4 days per week.
कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे लोगों का काम है कहना, छोड़ो बेकार की बातें, हम अपने लिंक्डइन की पोस्ट करते हैं। हम दुनिया को ये बताते हैं that I think for many audience would be also vernacular. Not all people would be very sort of. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure also at the same time. Let's also use some Hindi as well. The common problem, Vikas, in this particular, before I address the question I have for you, but this is really a sort of the way I look at people within the organization, they are not truly sort of propelling or motivating anybody to create a personal brand. I think he touched the right thing, Kushal thing. Listen, जब मैं कुछ बनाता हूँ तो मेरे मैनेजर बोलता है अरे यार तुमको काम दिया करने को, ईमेल करते नहीं और लिंक्डइन पे डाल दिया. Being a people manager, how do you first of all look at it as a problem in the industry? And then I'll ask you a question.
Sure, Rahul. Great question. I think Kushal has touched upon a very relevant and real life scenario that plays out in a lot of organizations even today, where to a large extent content creation is seen as a hobby or seen as something that is eating into the work commitment and work hours. So having said that, I know that the progressive organizations are sort of evolving. Progressive leaders are kind of accepting the new reality. If you look at the new talent which is coming in, the so-called Gen Z cohort, which Kushal is again a part of, it is very clear that their aspirations are not to get bogged down with one track and continue down that same journey for 15, 20 years. There's a very high level of experimentation that they believe and they want. And in all fairness, it's their right? I mean, it's not what the world is like today. So they would want to obviously find something which syncs with their own personal goals, their personal ambitions, and therefore I think the larger and the more sophisticated, more progressive organizations have accepted that reality and are trying to accommodate that. They're trying to shift mindsets. The larger organizations sometimes struggle because then they get into this trap of corporate guidelines and ethics and all of those regulations to be mindful of. But slowly and surely, I think we will get there. There's no doubt in my mind.
And just before I proceed to the next question, Vikas, I would like you to sort of address this session, and your comments are all personal in nature, and that it doesn't recognize or represent an organization.
True.
Right?
Thanks for bringing that in.
Yeah, as a disclaimer, because this is more of an educational awareness series, and that we're not here to sort of speak about on behalf of a company, on behalf of group of people, but also talking in terms of what's generally we want to sort of convey to the world, and at least to these people who are very, very insightful, thoughtful, yet they still are not on these platforms. Maybe with seeing you and talking about the content journey that you had, I think a lot of people today will get inspired. Businesses play a very big role, Khalid, in terms of not just
Yes.
personal is one part. Businesses also need to create content. I was looking at one reel. I'm not very fond of reels, but I do spend sometimes, looking at some motivation sort of reels on Instagram. I saw a reel from Arnold
Hmm.
Schwarzenegger 3 or 4 days back, where he
Hmm.
said that whatever you do today, you must advertise tomorrow. And he was talking about himself that 50 years back or 40 years back, this wasn't important. But today, even Arnold
Correct.
Schwarzenegger as a business has to advertise. My question to you, Khalid, is the key strategies that entrepreneurs should employ on LinkedIn, one part, and
Hmm.
that I want you to also let the audience know in terms of what's the difference between something called a personal brand to how you create a business brand. What would be your
Okay.
advice to the audience?
See, since LinkedIn has totally turned into what it has mirrored all the social media, networks, I wouldn't name those platforms to avoid any kind of a lawsuit. But my point is, initially, LinkedIn started off as a form of a resume, where it was also a platform for people to get a job, but people never really used it as a form of a networking. Now, coming back to the question, how can entrepreneurs, employ themselves on LinkedIn to build their personal brand? Um, See, because LinkedIn is very dedicatedly about the industry. It is no more about putting up your personal selfies, or it's about putting up, that you're traveling to some place and then you would add a motivational quote to it. It's very much dedicated to you as a person. So how do we go about approaching the personal brand? I'll get into the depth of it, but for individuals or entrepreneurs or companies who want to start building it, as you already highlighted, Arnold Schwarzenegger, who said that, you need to sow the seed today to be able to reap the benefits tomorrow. And for all of us sitting here, probably, I mean, for a few, it might not have taken as much as time as much as it has taken me. I've been active on LinkedIn for as long as LinkedIn has been there. And I definitely don't have lakhs of followers. With all due respect to others, I don't mean to be sarcastic. I only have 30,000 plus followers, and these are something that I, about a year ago realized that it has suddenly become a metric to evaluate people's value on LinkedIn. Please do not fall into that trap. Nobody, you should not be valuing yourself with the number of people who follow you. What does matter is, how your profile looks. So it's very important for you to optimize your profile. By optimization, I mean you need to have a right kind of a display picture, which is in a formal attire with a good background. Your cover photograph should have, say, a couple of lines about what you do, so that the person who's glancing, because people these days have a goldfish memory. So it's important for you to grab that attention in the first 3 seconds. Please do not use any, casual clothing photographs. Make sure you're not smiling in an awkward way. You have a good, healthy, professional photograph. You need to have the right kind of communication that you need to communicate through your profile. So coming to the about you, which should sum up your XYZ amount of years in one go. And then you should start sharing, valuable content which is regarding and related to your industry. If it's, for example, marketing related, then I would also prefer joining the groups on LinkedIn which are marketing related, where not only should you just observe the group, you should also engage yourself, through which you are in a way networking. And there you start adding people, because adding any random person wouldn't really make sense to you, because you need to build up a network of
Yeah.
people that are from your industry, so that tomorrow if there's an opportunity available to you, they will reach out to you. And you have to be relevant, as Kushal also said that he was mistaken for always posting on LinkedIn, but today those same people won't be able to point fingers at him, because now they missed the train. So it's very important that you are active on LinkedIn, because it's a part of your portfolio now. Earlier, people would do a background check. Now, people do the background check on LinkedIn. So, how healthy, how hygienic is the right term I would use, your LinkedIn profile is how you would be perceived, to be very honest. And please don't worry about writing complicated English. As long as your grammar is correct, your, sentences are perfect, please don't be too conscious. And I know the current times with the whole AI coming up, a lot of people, a lot of content creators are, taking these shortcuts and cheating. Please don't do that. Even if you want to do that, please do it, but at the end of the day, make sure you just get the guidance from these AI tools, and at the end of the day, write it on your own.
Yeah,
There's no
you're so
harm
right.
in it, but make sure you're, very, please come clean. There's not no harm, but just learn it as a skill. Then please don't get dependent on it. And it's very important for
Exactly.
you to engage consistently. Do you want to ask me something, Rahul?
No, I just completely agree with you. I'm just resonating that I never used AI for creating content, though I take ideas sometimes in terms of whenever I'm putting together some post where, say, I'm having an experience that I want to put, and that experience I want to write about it, know more about it. So I use Chat
Hmm.
GPT, and then there are also other tools which I use to read about it. But
Correct,
then if you
correct.
copy paste the whole thing on LinkedIn, it's sort of, first of all, I don't know about the algorithm that, like you
Your
said, but
credibility is
but
gone, because there
yeah,
are tools that can easily figure out that, it's generated. But at the end of the day, I understand that you need to leverage and you don't have enough time to create so much content every day, which is why my request to people who are tuned in today is please don't think that this is some kind of a competition with the other content creators. Your competition is you at the end of the day, and you need
wow.
to gradually increase your muscle memory, because you Rome wasn't built in a day. So please be easy on yourself, guys. I mean, I come with 20 years of experience. Rahul comes with 24. I'm sure Vikas and Kushal also have their own respective stories to tell. So we took our own sweet time, and so should you. So please don't think that every day you need to post 2 articles, you need to review a book in a week. Don't go by with all these stupid Instagram reels. I also don't agree, Rahul, with them, because they're all trying to just, mislead you, trying to get their likes. And please don't quantify yourself. Your quantity is your quality of the content that you write. And
Absolutely.
all the big
Well said.
leaders, like us, we will glance through your profile and we will immediately pick up on the fake thing, because you are human beings. You cannot churn out so much of content every day, which is why Kushal said that, he is stuck to now 3 to 4 contents or articles slash engagements in a week, because he has other works to attend to. So I think that sums up my answer. But I'll also come up with a few basic things, since LinkedIn has copied other social media. So you should start using hashtags on your article, so that when somebody is trying to look for that post or related to that topic, they can easily come on your profile. And if you have started getting achievements, start highlighting your achievements on your profile. Even though I don't personally prefer giving recommendations or taking recommendations, because those testimonials don't really hold any importance anymore today. But since just to jumpstart, just to help you jumpstart with your fresh profile, you can start requesting people. Please don't pester people in terms of sending happy birthdays, good morning messages, sending those cold pitches of, templates, where you don't even know how to hold a conversation. Please
Yeah.
stop doing that. That's very,
Yeah, no, definitely.
yeah, please.
Whatever you're saying, I think I want to pick up that string of the cold message anyway, in detail with you,
Yeah.
and in terms of what content should we go and post it out, what to show, what should be the content strategy. So maybe we start with Kushal. Okay, we'll pick it up from where Khalid is leaving. All right. So Kushal, here is what I'm thinking.
Please.
I want you to sort of speak about is the insights in terms of in terms of the content, and how do you create engagement on your content. What are those things that you use? What are the golden rules that you like to go and convey to the world today?
Sure. That's an interesting question. Actually, I have done a lot of research as far as engagement on LinkedIn is concerned and what usually works, what doesn't. So I've realized one thing, that LinkedIn algorithm has moved in a manner where posts with photographs are working quite well as compared to just text post, because relatability from the audience's perspective increases a lot if you're attaching a relatable photo. That is number one. I have done my own study, by the way. So I posted 30 posts without a photograph. I posted 30 LinkedIn posts with a photograph. And I just checked the statistics in terms of the mean impressions in all the 30 posts with and without photograph, and realized that the posts with photos were getting 20% more reach as compared to posts without photos if you're adding some relatable photo. That is number one. The second is that external links, right? Like a lot of people sell something, or a lot of people try to like tell people that okay, you should visit this website if you want to purchase this product, etc. Now LinkedIn doesn't want
Hmm.
their audience to, let's say, move from LinkedIn to XYZ website. And that's why if you're writing that
Correct.
external link in the post itself, it will drop your reach by 20 to 25 percentage, as per like the study which I have read by Houston Golden, who is like one of the LinkedIn authors of LinkedIn Bible as well. And in that study, in fact, I did that study for my also, like my own post. I wrote 15 posts where the link was in the post, and 15 posts where the link was in the comment section. And the post where the link was in the post itself, that got 15 to 20% lesser impressions as compared to post like link being in the comment section. That is second. The third thing is about the frequency part. Like, although there is no rule that what time of post or at what time you should post on LinkedIn as such, I did a
Timing, yeah.
simple poll with my audience. I told them that okay, what time are you most active on the platform? And I did a poll where I just mentioned like 12 p.m., 3 p.m., 6 p.m., 9 p.m. And I got the most number of votes for 6 p.m. And therefore, I decided that every alternate day or 4 days a week, I'll post at 6 p.m. sharp. There are a lot of research, and there are a lot of other companies also which state that okay, Monday to Wednesday you should post in the morning, Thursday to Friday, Saturday you should post in the evening, etc. But I feel whenever your audience is more active, that is the time you should post, rather than just thinking about and
Wow,
going with any study that is done. That's the
that's
third insight.
perfect.
And
Okay.
the fourth and the last one, which I'd like to mention, is that the photos one, which I mentioned, right? So there's this concept of impressions on LinkedIn. Every post has certain number of impressions. Everyone knows that. Now, the way this impression is calculated is that if the post is covering more than 50% of your mobile screen or laptop screen for more than 3 seconds, then LinkedIn counts that as one impression. So basically, the first two lines, which is there, it should be so hooked, or maybe it should be so appealing that people should click on that see more. And once they click on the see more, and if they are there for 3 or more seconds, then that gets counted as one impression. So usually what I try to do is that the first two lines should be so appealing, or the first two lines should be so out of the box, that it will just encourage the audience to click on the see more to see कि okay, इसने लिखा क्या है पूरा, मतलब ये दो लाइन में इतना ये लिख दिया तो बाकी का भी मेरे को पढ़ने में इंटरेस्ट आ रहा है. So basically the audience, if they're spending more than three sorry, if they're spending more than 3 seconds, then that gets counted as one impression. So that's why I just try to ensure that I'm using the first two lines as something which is catchy, or something which will hook the audience, hook the readers, and then automatically like the post would be relatable to that way. So I think these are 4 or 5 insights which I have realized, and this is something which
That's
I'm using.
no, that's incredible. I think whoever is listening to these, in fact, I learned this from you, Kushal, today, of how impressions are being counted. I thought that every time when I get 3,000 or 50 or 5,000 or sometimes more, the impressions I get, I thought that those are my impressions, that people have sort of maybe looked at it, maybe they stopped at that particular thing. But I agree with you that it does play a very big role in terms of how you create some sort of a hook. There is a there is this thing I want to discuss more with Vikas. I want to ask you one. I'm very intrigued about content. When you said HR in my heart, so that's one. Okay, so I want to know, people, being a people's head, in such a large organization, um, what goes into creating content that resonates with your audience, since people are looking at you more from a job perspective. You're a person that gets people jobs. Okay, so when you think of it, okay, you're creating content which is thought leadership, but the audience is looking at you as more of a job person. How do you make the balance, and what's been sort of your journey so far in that context?
Sure. A great question, Rahul. In fact, that's often a dilemma I struggle with, because you're right to some extent. While I talk about HR and how uh, people on the platform can actually enhance themselves and grow themselves, there is always a lot of connection requests, or people reach out to me for jobs directly. And as much as I may want to, the reality is I cannot give direct employment to each and every one of them, right? So I've made my peace with the fact that at the end of the day, if I'm able to help people grow themselves, develop themselves, and enable them to maybe land their opportunity of their own liking or dream somewhere else, I have somewhere done my job as a HR creator, influencer, whatever you call me. Uh, Also, to kind of share an insight, because the very reason you mentioned HR in my heart, the time when I started getting active on the platform in terms of actually creating it about 3 years ago, I had noticed that there was a very strong trend of creating hashtags around Vikas speaks, or Vikas thought leader, or Vikas writes, and very individual centric, to so to speak. And my thought was really to try and make it more inclusive, to the extent that I'm perfectly okay if someone else wants to use this hashtag, as long as it carries the same thought process, message of making sure our community members can kind of grow together, and not make the same kind of mistakes in the corporate world that some of us with the 20-year plus have made. And I'm sure each one of us has had their share of bloopers on that account. So the whole idea was to try and create conversations around development, around growth, and enable people to latch on to whatever works for them, and grow from there. And eventually, when some of this resonated, to answer what or take forward what Kushal and Khalid have also shared. Fact is that the more genuine you are, the more you talk about the benefit of the others, the more likely you are to be able to create an impact and grow as an influencer. I see a lot of people also get into the trap of, I've done this and I've achieved that, and I've been invited to this event, and so on and so forth. But ultimately, that's not going to pull in, let's say, credibility. It's not going to pull in any recognitions to the fact as well, because again, not naming the other platforms, I don't think LinkedIn is that. Let's be honest. It's more about, as
Vikas,
the platform itself
do you
creates, opportunities. Sorry, Khan.
do you mind if I ask you something? Since a lot of people have started putting up statuses, and they say that please amplify this, who are asking for a job by putting it on a status, यार. मतलब आप एहसान कर रहे हो कि आप जॉब ढूंढ रहे हो, और मतलब लोग आपके उसमें कमेंट करके डाले. सो can you please shed some genuine, hardcore, realistic approach to these people who think by putting up a status ki I'm looking for a job, please amplify by commenting on this. If you're not showing seriousness towards coming to people like us to ask for a job, but you expect us to come to you, please, because I really want you to, humbly request you to please give them a reality check. Yaar.
See,
If
I'll
it
tell you something,
wasn't
Khalid.
easy
I
for us,
mean,
how can it be easy for them?
yes, but I think also to a fact that I know in the Indian ecosystem, the culture that we come from, it's not easy to put a status out there saying that I'm unemployed, or I'm struggling and I need help. So I would, in fact, give a benefit of doubt to such an individual who's actually taking the lead, coming forward and saying, okay, it's almost a last resort for a lot of people in the Indian culture, is my understanding. So I think
Understood.
LinkedIn kind
From
of
humility
facilitated
point of
that,
view, it's a
that
good thing,
open to
right,
work.
sir?
Yeah. So the open to work feature, for example, is helpful in a sense, because now it enables people to stand out and say, okay, I need employment. But yes, of course, to amplify,
Understood,
I
sir.
mean, again, I would think it's a little desperate move. But again, giving benefit of doubt to the individual, I think maybe they're in that situation where they need that extra push. So if we can help, why not?
So, Vikas, sir, that's very kind of you. It's like this. A lot of, with all due respect, unemployed people like to call themselves to be the entrepreneur or the CEO of an unregistered company that they go and print out the cards for. So, I believe in tough love at the end of the day. I'm very aggressive when it comes to this. I will not cherry pick my words. And I know in your industry as an HR, you have to have a lot of retention with the employees. So you have to choose your words very wisely. But I feel, to such people who are listening right now, please feel free, of course, put an open to network or open to hiring or open to finding a job. But at the same time, don't just leave it at, sending a cold DM to people where you're telling them, listen, please hire me. And that's about it. Or, or at least have some basic courtesy. Try to build up a conversation with people. If we see that you're putting your empathy into it, we will be more than happy to, if not hire you, at least direct you towards being hired by someone. So I feel, Vikas, please just put in a word to those people that they should also start being more realistic rather than very soft, because the current Gen Z, the whole woke culture is now infecting LinkedIn also. I'm really sorry to say that, people are getting hurt. People are now overreacting to reality based messages. We are very data driven, as Kushal pinpointed, right? This has nothing to do with emotions. LinkedIn is more about dhanda and business, right? And there we're very aggressive. So if somebody feels bad, please don't be on the platform. So please, Vikas, take the lead. I'm sorry I barged in.
No, no, not at
No,
all,
no,
Khalid. In fact,
it's a yeah.
I wouldn't disagree with you in terms of that yes, one has to have a strategic approach to reaching out for help, or sending in a message, because obviously people like us probably get hundreds of such requests every day, and if you want to stand out from the crowd, you've got to craft a message, craft a story which actually gets you those eyeballs. I mean, plain DMs are just not going to work anymore. I'll pass it back to Rahul. I think he also has a few thoughts and
Yeah.
more questions lined up for us.
No, no. There is a lot of tools nowadays which are automation tools. I want to also address, that part also.
They're
Most
spamming
recently, I had
people.
yeah, most recently I had Khalid bhai. I had a very good experience sitting with one of our clients, and in the gentleman sitting right next to me is a sales manager, pretty mid level, if not senior, and he's got these 2 3 tools, and he's connected them with some LinkedIn accounts. Now he's just throwing up using drip campaigns, just throwing up messages all over the world. So I asked him a question. I said, "Do you know what you're writing to whom? Have you done any analysis? I mean, forget hyper personalization. At least personalize it." So Vikas, what he said is exactly what's happening. Businesses are utilizing LinkedIn thinking that they will write a mail to somebody and say, "Give me business." Job seekers are writing to people such as, Vikas and other HR and talent acquisition teams saying, "Hey, I'm available, give me a job." What's not happening is that the whole idea of social media, and you three are the pioneers in that, is about creating inbound attention. Don't think of writing to somebody to just get attention. Think of it with respect to inbound attention. Let people see you and say and give you attention. I think which is very, very extremely applicable in all three of you. So the advice to these people, whether young, junior, senior, or desperate, is that there is no shortcut to success. Go watch a movie. Okay, there's no shortcut to success at all. You got to work hard.
So
You got to
Rahul,
go
sir,
create a plan.
now Rahul, so now LinkedIn has also introduced other inbox, as Kushal tells, discuss that their algorithm now has artificial intelligence. It's by default throwing those messages into that other inbox. So it is also cutting down on that, spam for us automatically. And, I don't want LinkedIn to now turn into those extreme levels of dirty email marketing. Unfortunately, that is what it is going to come down to. But I hope today's discussion, will at least start that wave. I mean, since all four of us are actually trying to sanitize it by keeping it very hygienically clean in terms of keeping it, clean. So I feel, we are trying to make sure, that unhygienic side of the content, and blasting emails and using these tools, um, is not going to ruin LinkedIn for us, because LinkedIn is the last resort for all of us. Since
Kushal,
I
I want you
personally
to
hate
come in.
Instagram, Facebook.
Kushal, I want you to come in here and discuss with the audience about the role of networking and meaningful connections on LinkedIn. Okay, I
Yeah,
mean because that's one area which is also very important. So
yeah.
over to you, Kushal. Yeah,
Absolutely. That's a brilliant question, Rahul, honestly. I think
thank
that LinkedIn has really, really helped me in order to build a very, very good network. And it has helped me immensely as far as reaching out to people is concerned. So I'm just unhappy or maybe disappointed with the fact that you can reach out to 100 people maximum in 1 week. And almost every week, my limit of reaching out to 100 people gets exhausted because I try to reach out to like n number of people for n number of different reasons. One key rule of networking which I have followed ultimately in the last couple of years or so is that be as shameless as possible when you reach out to someone, but don't be desperate when you follow up multiple times. That's the rule which I usually follow. So let's say I am reaching out to someone and I want to talk about their MBA B school experience. They are like people from Stanford, Harvard, and Wharton, and trying to understand what exactly is different in Harvard versus, let's say, an IIM Ahmedabad. So I'll reach out to 20-25 folks from Harvard, and I'll try to ensure that at least out of those 25, I'll get a response from 5 or 4, and I'll end up getting on a call with one or
Age?
two of them, which will solve my justice. So that is something which I have been doing as far as networking is concerned. When you send connection request to anyone on LinkedIn, there is an add a note section, and then there is a send button which you send while sending a connection request. Whenever, irrespective of whatever whoever the person is, I will always mention in the add a note section like 2 lines about me and 1 line in terms of why I want to connect with them. So for example, let's say I wanted to reach out to people doing their MBA from Harvard. So, hi XYZ, I am Kushal, founder of Kiger, an edtech platform and finance upskilling. I'm a part-time content creator with 500K followers. I'm looking to understand your experience at Harvard. Please let me know if we can connect. So, it's a character limit also is there of 300 characters, and you have to ensure you're like writing in that character limit. So, I try to have a fixed format. So, the chances of your acceptance being chances of your message being accepted is more because they also get to see your profile. They also see, okay, this guy has made some effort, so at least let's try to see his profile, and if the profile is worthy, let's try to have a call or conversation with that person. So that has worked out really well for me. You won't believe that I have literally got my first B2B clients via this method when I had reached out to, let's say, HR and L&D heads of multinational companies for corporate trainings, and that was the way I networked on LinkedIn. And apart from that, I also have this one rule when it comes to networking, is that when you follow up, right, you have to ensure that you're following up 2 or 3 times after a week. Like every week I follow up, and then after a point in time I don't follow. I mean, I stop doing that because I know that the other person either is not getting time to reply or is not interested to have a conversation with me. So maximum 2 or 3 follow-ups, and after that you just stop, and you don't be as desperate that every day you are just telling, okay, please get on a call, please get on a call. You also need to understand that other people are equally occupied in their lives. So that is something which I have followed, and that is how LinkedIn has immensely helped me. I don't crib और आई डोंट कंप्लेन दैट 25 में से 20 पीपल ने मना कर दिया. आई एम हैप्पी दैट 2 लोगों ने कॉल पे आके बात किया. आई एम हैप्पी विद दोज 2 पीपल एंड नॉट सैड कि 23 लोगों ने मुझे लाइक कुछ भाव नहीं दिया. So that is
That's
something
very
which I work with.
That is very nice. Incredible. You're such a natural speaker. When I listen to you,
Yeah.
isn't it because Khalid? Very natural speaker.
I
He's a
totally agree. I'm so inspired
whatever you
by,
say. Yeah.
hearing him at such a young age. He's doing so well. I'm so happy for you, Kushal. I genuinely get, inspired and motivated by young talent like you. And I really wish, there are more people coming up. And I'm sure they are there. We probably haven't met them yet. But yes, so nice to hear you. Yeah, so nice to hear you. Very happy with your knowledge.
Means
And
a lot.
Appreciate
a
for
lot of
that.
people a lot of people on LinkedIn right now live want to also ask them one. They are being addressed. The questions are being addressed by the other team, but I'm sure. Thank you very much for people who are asking questions, both on the DM and on the other side of the chat. Thank you so much for all the attention that you're giving to us, and I think that's what your time, your attention, and to attention to what we're talking is more important for us. Thanks a lot to the audience on the other side. Of course, I have this one point that I would like to specifically ask Vikas. I know, Kushal, you are a top voice. Vikas, you're a top voice. What does it take for one to become a top voice? One, I think this a lot of people would be very, very keen to understand, to know what it takes. Number one, what is the process, and how has been your experience? Over to you, Vikas.
Sure, Rahul. I wish I knew the answer to that one. I call it the mystery box because earlier this year, when I got my top voice recognition, yeah, I was pretty taken aback. Happened out of the blue, came as a shocker, and I was surprised because I just had about 10-15,000 followers at that point, and I was like surprised. I said my assumption was that top voices would have lakhs and lakhs of followers, and therefore I just did a little dipstick check on the platform in terms of the other top voices, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that they had follower counts of ranging from anywhere between 4-5 thousand to 6-7-8 lakhs. So one thing very clear in my mind was that it's not a followership game, right? And that kind of reinforced that message to me, which I'm glad about, because if I share one personal angle about my own creator journey, I've had a very I would say slow paced follower growth, community growth in a sense over the last 3 4 years. It's not been earth shattering. I've seen you know young creators in maybe 6 to 7 months manage to get the same kind of network strength and so on. So at times, I'll be very honest, at a personal level it does hurt. After all, we're human. But when I come back and really think about it, I think it's more important about creating impact, and you can do that with 3,000 people. You could create that with 3 lakh people. And I think that's what the great folks or the algorithms within LinkedIn are trying to do, to kind of find out what is it that can be tagged as a top voice. Is there some value addition happening to the community, to the platform? And just to take another few seconds, I think the approach I followed, and maybe that's what's led to this, I would say, is something that I firmly believe in. I followed what I call the eats model when it comes to sharing content. It's something that I've kind of picked up over time, and I've created this acronym on my own. So E stands for educating, A stands for asking, okay, T stands for telling, and S stands for supporting. Now, if you are able to do a combination of all this in your sharing and be genuine about it, again, reiterating the fact that it's not about me and having achieved XYZ or having got the top voice tag at all. It's more about giving to the community. And now, thankfully, after 20 plus years of having really gone and struggled out in the field, climbed up the ranks, one has a lot of internal content, if you may, to be able to share material along the eats model, like I call it. So that's what's worked. I think if that can be something that can help the community who's watching, listening in today, I think it'll be great.
Is that the title of the next book?
I should trademark it then right away.
I think
Yeah,
it's a,
you
it's a
should
great
Food
definitely.
for
trademark.
thought.
It is a great trademark, I must say. Okay, great trademark, and
Thank you.
incredible. And just a closing remarks with what Vikas said in terms of the eats model. Would maybe first have 1 minute from you, Khalid, because we are now anyways out of the time. 1 minute for you. What's your that one
Yeah.
model that you would advise to people in a minute?
So I think pretty much, I will not reproduce anything, but all four of us have covered all the important topics. But to keep it very simple, be very realistic and honest. Don't try and take shortcuts with these AI tools, please. And don't think that the audience is a fool who you think, by putting pretty photos of yourself and you can copy paste the content or recycling the content. Don't do that. Please don't do that. LinkedIn is evolving every day. Their algorithm is changing for the same reason, so that it does not turn into the Instagram of the world. So please, it's not too late. Start your journey today. And please don't be desperate. Hang in there, put in good quality content. Please feel free to approach us. And my humble request is, please also take up the LinkedIn Premium. At least start with a smaller package, because it's definitely going to help you out. Initially you might not know what to do. Start, I won't say copying someone like us. Start getting a bit of an inspiration. Start understanding how we have made our profiles. Start looking like that. So it's definitely going to help the freshers out there. So yes, that these are my 2 cents. And yeah, please keep it clean, please keep it healthy, and please don't cheat. Because if you're going to
Wow.
cheat on LinkedIn, you're cheating yourself for life, man. ये तो फिर भी ऑनलाइन
Wow.
प्लेटफॉर्म है, जिंदगी के रास्ते में क्या करोगे फिर?
Wonderful. Kushal, your 2 cents in 1 minute.
Sure. So I completely agree with Khalid. Be as authentic as possible, be as genuine as possible. Don't have this burden or don't have this pressure of posting, let's say, 4 times a week, 2 times a week. If let's say you're facing some creative block and you're not getting any thoughts as such, it's okay to take a break. It's not necessary that you have to burden yourself. कि यार ये दो लिखना ही है, मतलब ये हफ्ते में 3 लिखने ही, etc. Just be yourself, be you, be organic, and automatically, like, if people start relating to your content, if you start writing which is like liked by a lot of people, automatically LinkedIn algorithm is going to boost your post, and automatically, like, more people will end up following you. So just be yourself, be authentic. That is my only piece of advice if you want to grow as a LinkedIn content creator. And ultimately, like, this is definitely going to help you build your personal brand. and it's a very easy platform in the sense that you just have to write something and post a photo if needed. So the thing is that unlike an Instagram or a YouTube where it's a video content, you have to like make an effort in order to speak in front of a camera, which is more difficult than writing up text. So it's an easy platform to grow, so just be authentic and be yourself.
Fantastic, fantastic, gentlemen. I am today having this lovely creative breakfast on StreamYard on LinkedIn. I'm very delighted. Thank you very much for all your time, and for the audience who has been extremely patient listening to us, giving attention to all the things that we spoke. I want to personally thank Shubham for organizing this at Organized Chaos. And yeah, over to you, Shubham.
Yeah. So, firstly, thank you so much, Rahul sir, for moderating this session and so well, and sharing your insights. And I really like to thank Khalid sir for supporting me since the start, and Vikas sir for just. I'm just so honored to have you on my platform. And Kushal, thank you so much, and thank you so much, audience, for tuning in and asking wonderful questions, as well as being very engaging. So, thank you so much, and we will just meet again with another fireside chat with Mr. Ankit Agrawal, who's the CEO of Unstop. Stay tuned. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, sir. Sir Shubham here. I hope you can hear me. Yeah.
Yes, Shubham, I can hear you.
Yeah. So we will be starting very soon, within 5 minutes. And till then, I hope you have gone through whatever the brief I have shared. So I'll just take it forward from then.
The only thing is that the image that I see
Yeah.
on my screen,
Oh my God,
below
that's.
my image, yeah,
Oh, I'm so sorry,
that's
sir. I'm so
Shivam
sorry.
Thakur.
Oh, sorry,
No,
so sorry, sir. That's a huge blunder. Yeah.
no, okay.
Yeah. So I hope we are live and we can start on that on the same note. So first of all, audience, welcome back to the another fireside session, and I'm so honored to have Mr. Ankit Agrawal, founder and CEO of Unstop, to this wonderful fireside chat. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you, Shivam, for inviting me, and pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. And we've been watching you since the Shark Tank episode has been live, and since then we are just following your footsteps. As well as I have personally seen you in many events, and I have worked with you, but you might be not aware about that. So today we are here to talk about on the topic like competition and entrepreneurship, right? Nurturing the tomorrow's innovators, because Unstop basically what they are doing. I hope everyone is aware about that, but I really request Mr. Ankit to please explain the same and give a brief about it and about yourself as well.
Sure. Thank you. About me, I mean, a typical engineer plus an MBA guy. What can I say more?
Yeah.
I started my career journey with Sapient and as a consultant at Deloitte Consulting. For Unstop, I think we are the largest talent discovery and engagement platform. The idea about Unstop is that how do we connect students, colleges, and employers on the same platform so that
Yeah.
we are enabling employers to democratize their engagements in hiring,
Okay.
irrespective of students, college, city, or marks. So, if, for example, a company wants to hire maybe 100 grads or 1,000 grads, they should be able to do that based on the merit of the student rather than the background of the students, which in many cases is either the institute's name or the marks or the others, right? And on the other side, what we are also trying to do for students is that we are uh, giving them a digital playground to explore their interest in which industry, which company, which role they will thrive. And they will only be able to do that once they start engaging with many companies across industries and various profiles on Unstop so that they get to know what not to do and what to do as soon as they land a job.
Yes, sir. So that is particularly really amazing, and the story you are having and the kind of impact you are trying to create, and the concept is really unique in itself. So being a CEO, and after all, I have particularly seen your LinkedIn profile and did a bit of a research, and there I see that you've been working from really long. Okay, there was the company was Dare to Complete formally. So, sir, my first question goes to you. Like, what are the some of the major challenges you have faced as a founder and the CEO, and how you have managed to, navigate them to steer your company and unstop towards the success and the growth?
I think the main challenge that any founder or a CEO faces is the team. I'll
Okay.
tell you why that challenge and how that challenge is really, really important. You cannot grow without a team, right? As a
Yes,
founder,
absolutely.
I can't do everything uh, that a company needs to do, right? Whether it's marketing, sales, technology, I may need to have some understanding of all those functions, but day-to-day operation needs to be managed by team. So the first and the foremost challenge is the founding team itself, and
Yeah.
which every founder faces this kind of a challenge. I think for me, there are two critical aspects of selecting a team member. One would be that does that team member take an ownership? Because in the
Yeah.
founding team, taking ownership of that task is very, very critical.
Yeah.
Because if I've told that, hey, these are the 10 tasks that needs to be done, then and if I allocate those tasks to those team members, they need to be done no matter what. So I need to have that trust in that person and to give him that ownership and maybe freedom to get that task done
Yeah.
by any means possible, right? I think that's the basic challenge that we have faced, and I'm sure all the founders face. Now, how to get around this? I think the solution is mixed. Many a times it might be hit and trial.
Yeah.
Sometimes it might be that you get just lucky. In your first
Yeah.
attempt, you get a good team member who is able to do everything that you asked for, right? But
Mhm.
essentially, as a founder, you also need to learn few aspects in those teams or in those tasks which you don't really know about. So let's say if you want to do a PR, or if you
Yeah.
want to do or develop a website, right? So I know you would hire techie, but just to ensure that that techie is not taking you for a ride, you at least need to know only the basics, right? How a website
Yeah.
is developed, how much time it takes, what technologies are there, right? And you can Google, right? Similarly, for a PR, what should we do if we want to release a PR, correct? What it takes to get the right PR landed nicely. And when I say PR, I mean, I've not done it personally. I'm just giving you an example, right? But I'm a
Yeah.
techie. I know for a fact that how the tech is done, right? The
Yeah.
marketing is done. So I think from that perspective, you need to first check, and the best thing is that you can do in the team members is check their background, one, whether they have done it or not. And then there are two things that are very, very critical: aptitude and attitude. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And in these two zones, I would say attitude is the most critical for me. That's a non-negotiable.
Okay.
Aptitude, there are two parts to the aptitude, right? Obviously, the person should be able to calculate 2 plus 2 is 4, right?
Absolutely,
That's the
sir.
basics, correct? But if I give them, let's say, a complex, maybe a description 2 plus 2 divided by 2 into 2 into 5 and all of that, right?
Yeah.
I don't expect that person to get that answer in a minute, though that might be a nice to have, right?
Hmm.
So I'm just saying that the first thing that I track and easily all the founders is the attitude. Whether the person has the hustling nature, can we trust them? Can we give them ownership? Can we give them freedom? And can they work or not? And you will make mistakes in your first few hires. You cannot
Okay.
get it right. It's very, very simple. If you don't have experience of selecting in the first few hires, maybe 10, 20, 25, you will make mistakes. But dive into as to what are those mistakes that you're hiring. I'll tell you at Unstock, and this is very, very recent. When we go on a hiring spree, there is always a dilemma that whether you want to hire uh, a mind or two hands,
Mm,
or
absolutely.
mind and two hands, right?
Yeah.
Now, many a times what happens is when you get into a mode where you have a lot of work, you try to do suboptimal thresholds. So let's say your
Hmm.
threshold might be 8 on 10, but you do hire 7 on 10 sometimes,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Hypothetically, correct? That means you have some doubt about that person in your mind. In 90% of the cases, whoever we have hired with that doubt has not been good. So now we
Mm.
know that even if we have a slight doubt for a person, we should not take them because the
Okay.
probability is much, much higher for us to make that mistake. And the game is all about probability. So it will be a learning exercise. You will make mistakes, but during that process, you will learn. But just be clear, are you hiring a mind or two hands or a mind with two hands? You need to be very,
Yeah.
very clear with all these things.
Yeah, so what's the one major challenge, me as a founder, we have just recently started, but which we are facing is that there is a some kind of insecurity, that kind of a, manpower we have hired and the team which we have, and they're like, we have the best team, which I feel. But the insecurity that they might leave us very soon, and if we are able to find that particular person or person like that really soon or not, so how do we figure that out?
So, I mean, for me, it's a gestation period of about 3 to 6 months. Simple,
Okay.
right? So, whenever I hire a person,
Hmm.
okay, and I'm just taking you post hiring, not the pre hiring
Sure.
thing.
Yeah.
In 3 months, you get to know whether both of you are made for each other or not. And it's like a marriage itself, right? Very
Yeah.
frankly. And that's why in all our contracts, there is a probation period of 6 months. It has
Okay.
nothing to do with compensation or the benefits that the person is getting. No. It is just a line which says that, hey, you will have a probation period of 6 months, which is to say that in those 6 months, both of us needs to work together, possibly more than what we do post 6 months, because we need to be very, very comfortable with each other. I'm just saying a
Yeah.
manager or a team player relation, right? They need to know whether they'll be able to add value to the team,
Yeah.
okay? Whether they'll be able to add value to the company, and whether company will be able to add value to their professional and personal growth, right?
Sure.
Because only then they will stick around, correct?
Yeah.
The
Absolutely.
second thing is from the company perspective, in those 3 months, typically you get to know whether this person is that kind of a person that you wanted, right? Whether the person is taking ownership, whether the person is proactive or not, whether the person actually can go in and get the stuff done. Is he a hustler or not, right? And
Yeah.
if these two things are not matching, then you give another 3 months to ensure that can we groom them? We give feedbacks, right? So that hey, you are okay in these three zones, but in these three, which are very, very critical for us, there is a gap. Let's figure out if we can bridge that gap. And in next 3 months, if we are not able to bridge that gap, then I think we are not made for each other. It's better to call it off rather than stick around.
Yeah.
Correct.
Absolutely, sir.
And that's
Yeah.
why a 6 months probation period is very, very critical, which gives an
Mhm.
understanding, and both the parties should know, both
Yeah.
of them, so that both are evaluating their options.
Yeah. So thank you so much for this particular answer, because that was, many founders are looking for. And so considering, the startup ecosystem which we have right now, so what advice would you offer to young entrepreneurs, who are eager to make their mark, but might be apprehensive about the uncertainties associated with the startup journey? Because really, at this start, people are really not sure about, the team as well as the work as well as the market. So, what would you like to advise the emerging entrepreneurs, especially?
I think the first thing that everybody needs to realize that in startups you always work in uncertain environments, and
Okay.
you always work in complex settings. Things won't be clear to you because very frankly they won't be clear to even the founder,
Yeah.
because all the founders and the leadership team always work in either a data driven manner or gut feel. In
Yeah.
majority of the cases it's a combination of both, right?
Yes, sir.
You may be given a task that we need to get this done, maybe 100 million by 2 years. That may
Yeah.
look unachievable. I'm not denying that fact. It may look unachievable, right? But unless and until you break them down into tangible milestones that you
Yeah.
can be rest assured of, right? Only then those uncertainties will become achievable milestones, right?
Yeah.
I think today's post I did this morning was all about, are we limiting ourselves?
Yes, sir.
Because the question is that when we are put into an uncertain environment, we
Yeah.
always limit ourselves because we don't know where to move ahead. Okay, we
Yes,
don't
sir.
know a clear path. And you need to be very, very clear in a startup environment like ours. There will always be time where you will have to trust and be motivated, right? And that's
Yeah.
the another challenge. As a founder, how should I keep them motivated? How can I be that person that even when that's uncertainty, they know and they trust each other that hey, yaar, kuch na kuch to kar hi lenge. Let's move forward. Correct.
Yeah.
Let's
Absolutely.
move ahead and get the stuff done, and I'm sure we'll be able to reach that mark, which is the target. And I think
Mhm.
that's why I believe that we just don't have to limit ourselves,
Absolutely.
because the first person to reach the target takes a hell lot of a time because they are just trying to figure out things. The second person will may do that in half the time or one third or maybe one fourth of the time, because by that time a path has been laid out by the person who reached there first.
Yeah. Yes,
So
sir.
I think there will be times, and both the founding team, the company as well as the employees both need to know this.
Yeah. Okay. And so, like, this is really insightful, first of all, because many people are, facing the challenges like myself starting. So as this is a LinkedIn conference, Creator Con, specifically for LinkedIn landscape. So my next questions is for you regarding how do you perceive the role of competition in fostering an entrepreneurial mindset, so among students, and how they can leverage this platform like LinkedIn to amplify their impact, and to reach massive and gain a huge network, or actually a fruitful one. Yeah.
So when you say competitions, like our engagements, right? Hackathon,
Yes,
case
exactly,
studies,
sir.
and all of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me divide that into, I believe this is not one question, but two questions. One is
Yeah.
how competitions are helping developing the entrepreneurial mindset. And the
Yeah.
second is how do you leverage LinkedIn as a platform, right?
Yes.
So we will come to the second part later. But the
Yeah.
first part, okay, so all the big companies today,
Mhm.
okay, are run by non-founder CEOs. You take example of Apple,
Yeah.
Microsoft,
Yeah.
correct? All of them, correct, are run, and there are many others, right? All big guys now are run by professional CEOs, not the founder CEOs. And if you see their growth during the time of the founder or the promoter versus now, the commonality, right,
Yes.
is entrepreneurial mindset, not an entrepreneur. Founder
Mm.
is an entrepreneur. The
Yeah.
CEO, professional CEO, is not an entrepreneur, but that person has an entrepreneurial mindset. So my sense is very, very simple that if you want to succeed, whether you're a manager or an entrepreneur or a founder or maybe a CXO, no matter what, right? You need to develop an entrepreneurial mindset. What I spoke earlier about the challenges of the team, the uncertainties, how to
Yes.
navigate them, this is nothing but an entrepreneurial mindset to figure out
Mhm.
things when they are not clear, right?
Absolutely.
To have that vision and to take different vantage points into consideration when you're thinking through one aspect or one problem.
Mhm.
Now, to think through one problem with different vantage points is what competitions help you with. Okay.
Okay.
So let's say when we say competitions, a case study competition or a hackathon, you there might be multiple competitions from, let's say, Flipkart, Amazon, Walmart's, Uber's, Ola's of the world. Right now,
Mhm.
imagine you are in a college, whether you are looking at engineering or maybe an MBA. After competing in these competitions, you will get to know because you're actually looking at a real problem that these companies are facing. Once you look at those
Yeah.
problems, once you try and solve those, you will get to know that, hey, this domain is not for me. Maybe
Mhm.
finance is not for me. Let me look at
Yeah.
marketing. Once you look at marketing, oh my God, this case study blew my mind. Let me get into that, right? Let me get into
Yes.
more of those case studies which are related to marketing. And similarly
Yeah.
for engineering, right? Whether product manager is the best fit for you, or a data science is best fit for you, or just a normal software developer is best fit for you.
Mhm.
You will only be able to get once you are able to get into different competitions, and all of them give you different vantage points which will help you take a more informed decision and to create that entrepreneurial mindset to manage your business. Now, whether you're an entrepreneur managing a business, or a manager managing a business, or a CEO managing a business, doesn't matter. You need to have entrepreneurial mindset.
Yes, sir, absolutely. And sir, even in the while, like when people usually started, I mean, when you started, I particularly saw your journey. So at your time, okay, I don't want to be more sarcastically, but it's just like at like in 2010s, era. So there was social media was not that active as compared to now. There were no AI tools as well. So how like you figured out, and how did you work yourself on the businesses, as well as the particularly the marketing part, and how you outstanded in the particular market. So could you please
I think
shed
it's
some
a
light on
it's a
that?
it's a it's a discovery-led journey, Shubham. Very
Okay.
frankly, as I said, you need to try out 10 different things. Only two of them may work. But the only point was that we need to try 10 different things. And I
Okay.
think that's played a role for
Hmm.
Unstopped as well. The growth that we have seen in last 2 years, right, has been phenomenal. We took that pivot in May 2021. Earlier, we were just an intermediary platform, but now we are an engagement platform. Everything for a particular engagement happens on Unstock. That's the bottom line, right? And we have had our shares of learnings. We have had our shares of things not going well. But what the only thing that I think we have been able to do and still do today is to try out 10 different things. Because if I don't try out 10 different things, I won't get to those two things which are working. So when we opened our platform to all engineering students and MBA students to do their engagements, their internal competitions on Unstock, that gave us that growth. Earlier, we
Okay.
were restrictive. Earlier, we were restricting ourselves that, hey, only we will be posting things. But then why can't we give it to everybody? And if you see all those community or network platforms like a
Yeah.
Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, all of them, the commonality is that there are content curators as well as content information
Customers. Yeah.
absorbers, right? So there will be some who would want to only absorb, there will be some who would want to absorb and create. And
Yeah.
that's what we are trying to do. That what are those technicalities or what are those smaller areas that we should definitely dive into?
Okay. Uh, okay, sir. So that was like, as you said, that, we just have to keep trying every time and not to be, stuck in a box, particularly because the moment, company starts to run and we started to get recognition, that's where the new real invention brings on, right?
Yeah.
So, sir, as I already like ask you a question about that, particularly on LinkedIn platform, how do you see your self as a personal brand, as well as the Unstop, and how the emerging startup like us can outstand in the particular market, particularly on LinkedIn, because being LinkedIn being a professional platform, so they are having a very massive engagement as well. So how can we, outstand that and having all the influencers on board as well? Yeah.
No, I think uh, I may give you controversial views, okay, on this LinkedIn platform. And uh, I mean, I hope all the viewers and readers don't take it
Yeah.
otherwise. Uh, LinkedIn as a platform is phenomenal, no doubt about it. Okay,
Okay.
and now in that content creation mode, there are many people who are looking at creating content, and all those contents are what they really really believe in. It's very simple, right?
Okay.
And
Okay.
for us, I'll tell you for myself, I write and give thoughts that I may have experienced or what I think through,
Mm-hmm.
right? If my marketing team may reach out to me saying that, hey, we've launched this product, please push it on LinkedIn. Many a times I say no to them because I'm not a marketer, right?
Okay. Yeah.
In terms of my LinkedIn profile, see, there are two components, right? One
Yeah.
is me, Ankit Agarwal, as an individual talking about my thoughts on LinkedIn, right? And
Yes.
in that sense, you create that influencer brand, right? And
Yeah.
that will indirectly help the brand unstop. The people
Mm-hmm.
will see the founders as to, and there are many cases, right? If we basically speak about founders, their charisma, it will impact the brand indirectly, right? That's
Yeah.
one element, and I think it is happening beautifully on LinkedIn. Okay. The second aspect is companies maintaining their pages and talking more about content and engaging with their users. Now, the content that they're pushing on LinkedIn, I think the one basic aspect that they're going wrong, and we also did that, was that LinkedIn content cannot be same as your Instagram or a Facebook content or a Twitter
Absolutely, sir.
content. It
Yeah.
cannot be same, right? But many a times people think that, okay, let's create one post, we'll just do adaptations and we'll push it on social media platform. I think that's not how LinkedIn is. LinkedIn might be a bit more intellectually focused, and other
Yeah.
platforms might be more culturally focused, right? And personalized, correct? So I think these two things we need to realize. The third thing, which may become controversial, but I believe once you gain traction as an influencer, right?
Yeah.
The thing that I don't like is that they only post about things that are giving them money.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And that is, I think, somehow doesn't go really well, right? So effectively, they're nothing but a marketing medium, right? And then the whole essence of what they started off, if they started off helping students get into hiring, then they should be doing it, and they should be doing it for all the platforms and everything combined. Once they know that, hey, out of five, these two platforms have the capacity to pay and are engaging with them, they will only push about those two platforms. They'll just ignore the other three platforms. And I'm being very candid here in terms of that is something that possibly doesn't really go well. And what
Yeah.
happens is we've seen those cases as well where those influencers are the ones who abuse the other platforms who are not paying them. That, hey, how can this happen? How can that happen? And the people who are
Yeah.
paying, they won't abuse them. That's normal. I'm just saying that's normal business. But let's be sure as to what we want to do and what we are doing, right?
Yes,
So I
absolutely.
think from the influencers point of view, it is a very phenomenal medium.
Mhm.
Uh, but we need to know what this medium will or should be used for. And as a company as well, it has to be customized in a more intellectual manner. But there are benefits that founders like me are driving, companies like Unstop are driving, and influencers are the right platform. It's just that we just need to see what kind of a content are they pushing in, whether
Yeah.
with or without money. I think I just have that question, nothing else.
Yeah. So thank you so much, sir, for being on this platform and sharing the wonderful insights which we have about the startup as well as LinkedIn being a platform. And we are really grateful to have your presence. Thank you so much for
Thank
joining
you.
us and audience. And I'm very like grateful to have such kind of a huge response from the audience as well as for sir. So thank you so much for joining in, and
Thank
hopefully
you.
we'll work soon. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. See you.
Thank you
Bye.
so much. Thank you. Yeah. Welcome, everyone, and I am really glad. And we are back with another panel discussion on finance and exploring the horizons of the finance aspect in the LinkedIn landscape. And I'm really thankful to invite our session lead, Mr. Devan Bhalla, who is the marketing leader, brand marketing leader, and LinkedIn influencer, Mr. Sandesh Dholakia, analyst, World Bank Group, and LinkedIn top voice for economics, Rashmi Kothari, who is a LinkedIn influencer, and we'll be soon joined by Sahil Chaudhary, who is also a LinkedIn influencer. So I request Mr. Devan to kindly lead this session and please take it forward. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you so much, Shubham. Really excited for the session. I think should we wait for Sahil or should we
Yeah,
kickstart the
yes, we
discussion
should.
here?
We should start. We should start. Yeah.
Sure. So I think without wasting any more time, I'll quickly jump into the topic for the day, and it's primarily around the evolution of the creator economy within the LinkedIn ecosystem, and then obviously its sub threads around monetization, scaling it up, and then
Yeah.
obviously broadening the horizons. So I think we've got like an exemplary panel when in Rashmi, Sahil, and Sandesh, who are all championing the LinkedIn, I would say, platform as content creators and as enablers for their respective communities. So I think we have a couple of questions lined up for each of them. Um, I think
Yeah.
we'll get started. So should we? So Shubham, before I start off with the discussion, uh, should I have like very specific questions aligned to some specific speakers, or is it open for all?
It is totally up to you how you want to proceed.
So what I'll do is maybe we'll keep it open for all, so
Yeah.
that they can each of them can share their own unique perspectives, and at the
Sure.
same time, I think it will also lend a lot of gravitas to the
Yeah.
thought and the thread that we're trying to build here.
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
नहीं यहाँ meeting है अभी. Just give me a Zojan, can you check?
Sure.
You'll have to give me time. I think the room has been. Shubham,
Sure.
just give me like 5 minutes.
Sure. 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 Please. So yeah, Devan is here, and I'm so sorry, audience, for the little bit of glitch. But yeah, we are on a very peaceful note. So yeah, please, Devan, take it ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I think I'll jump off to the question first.
Yeah.
So the first question is Sahil here?
Not yet.
Sahil.
No, I
Please
think
Okay.
join.
Devin Sahil is probably not here.
Yeah.
Okay. So how can the first question is primarily, since we're talking about the entire LinkedIn ecosystem, so how can creators balance authenticity with the monetization efforts without compromising on the trust? Because as we all know that the entire gamut of social media revolves around communities, right? So how are creators actually doing that? So maybe we can start off with Rashmi, and Sandesh can also add in.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
Rashmi, you want to take it or should I start?
I think we can start off with Rashmi, and then maybe you can, whichever way it works for you.
All right. I think I'm facing some issue in hearing to Rashmi. So I'll start. Now, I think, Devan, this is a fairly decent question to ask about because there's a clear trade off between when it goes about advertising content versus what you are talking about. Um, at a larger, at a macro level, I think it's all about storytelling in a proper sense because let's say if I talk about my own profile, I primarily talk about economics, business, policy, finance, etc. So if I am able to weave a story around what my experiences are along with whatever product or offering I'm able to market at a point, if it blends well, then I think the genuinity also stays and the storytelling part also stays, and it is at that perfect moment that the community will relate very properly to your ideas and they will be receptive. Because I think people are very smart these days to understand whether this is a marketed content or a genuine content. So that balance would be very essential to have when you are storytelling it properly. And also the alignment of the brand with vis-a-vis what you do is very important, because nowadays you can see that uh, uh, you know a lot of brands come up with very cheap rates, and they go on mass content creators, and I think that does not align if it doesn't align properly with your own backgrounds. It's better to not go ahead with it and probably take a call with respect to what you do and how you can resonate with that.
I think that's really well put, Sandesh. So, Rashmi, how is it that you are trying to ensure that uh, the balance between authenticity and monetization is maintained, and the trust is also being catered to of your loyal audience?
I think Devan, we have spent sufficient time building our audience. Giving them the content that they can rely on, they can trust on, and I think we being creators on LinkedIn, rest apart Twitter or Instagram, they have immense faith on us that since we are either working in the corporates or maybe entrepreneurs, we are more educated, and that way we will come up with the right brand endorsements, the right content, and monetize it for a fair amount, and also not promote something that is gonna harm anybody in some other way, or maybe deceive anybody in a wrong manner. So they have that trust inbuilt on us in a way that okay, whatever we are promoting, we are fair to it, and we know that this is right and ethical. I think the word ethical over here will have a very important role and significance, because they are showing trust on us, because we have been creating for a while for them, and we have built a huge audience. They believe that the audience is following us for our authenticity and our honesty on this platform. So I think since we have built the trust, whatever we take up is straightly our I would say directly proportional to whatever we are trying to portray to our audience. And well, when it comes to monetization, uh, I think promoting products or promoting companies that match with our own goals will help the audience to resonate well. So I think that's my take on this one, helping promote organizations which match with our own goals.
Got it. So I think, as you've already rightly touched upon the ethical aspect of this entire equation, so I think there's a follow-up question on this. So what are those ethical considerations which are usually, with respect to, which are implied with respect to the sponsored content? And obviously with the growing ecosystem, how is it that, you're catering to that? because obviously you have a certain hashtag that gets added. What are your takes on that, both of you? Even Shubham, if you feel like you will also add.
So, uh,
Sure.
yeah. So on Instagram, we can clearly see, right, when a creator is promoting with any brand, they can see paid partnerships, right? But well, at the moment, LinkedIn does not have that paid partnership as such. But since we creators are doing, brand collaborations, we prefer adding certain hashtags like hashtag advertisement or hashtag ad or hashtag collab or hashtag paid partnerships or maybe just hashtag partnerships to portray to our audience that this is a sponsored post and not something that we are recommending per se. We are just sponsored for this one, and we are giving our voice to it so that it reaches the mass, not that we are involved in it per se, but we are sponsoring it and we are just helping the brand to reach the mass audience. So I think the hashtags play a very important role. It should be kept in this starting hashtags that we use instead of the end, because the audience tends to lose flow by coming to the towards the end, and they do not read the last part. So I think keeping the hashtag partnership or paid collaboration or anything of that sort in the first of our hashtag portion helps the audience differentiate between a original post written by us or a sponsored post for a brand. So that's my
Got it. Noted. Sandesh?
Yeah. So I think I'll take it a step ahead because awareness in terms of brands have also become a little blurry with respect to a lot of startups coming up. So, I mean, of course, the prerequisite is to at least flag it off that it's a collab post. But I would take it ahead by doing a primary research, at least to do a integrity and diligence, whether the brand, what the brand is doing, what the offerings does it offer, just to be sure that there are no red flags with concern with related to people that or the customers that it has catered to in past. So before advertising a content or sponsoring a content for mass audience, I think it is also the responsibility equally on the shoulders of the creator who's taking that voice and amplifying it more that to do that analysis on the first hand, because you'll find across many scammy brands who would of course pay good amount to reach to a wider audience. But it is the responsibility, because I mean ethics, just ethics is a slightly broader term in my respect, because it's also about the responsibilities of your voice with respect to the weight that it carries, right? So proper analysis, proper background search is a very important thing, and then of course flagging it off by saying that this is a paid collab adds on to my understanding better. Devanthar, you are on mute.
Yeah. So actually, sorry, so sorry to barge in, but I really wanted to ask one question from all of you, especially Shandesh, Devan, and Rashmi. You be coming from the financial aspect of LinkedIn landscape. So, could you please just shed some light on current creator economy, and as well as how we can boost it on particularly on LinkedIn platform, so that the brand collaboration enhances and increases day by day, and the creators can actually get benefited from them. So yeah, please. So anybody would like to answer first, please go ahead.
Sure, I think I'll go first. So, Shubham, I think that's quite a relevant question. If I've understood correctly, how to make LinkedIn as a more lucrative platform for advertisers so that they
Absolutely.
can come forward and collaborate with a lot of content creators, and how does the space actually boom, right? So I think it comes in from a lot of credibility, the type of people that are there on the platform, the type of content that they're creating, and the I would say the different types of formats that they can experiment with, right? So as everybody might be aware that LinkedIn as a platform has one of the highest percentage or proportion of people who have highest disposable incomes as compared to other platforms which are like Instagram and YouTube and all are slightly, I won't say because YouTube has a very specific audience set, but LinkedIn, you have people who are at a certain age demographic, right? They're working, they have disposable incomes of XYZ numbers, right? So with this kind of a platform already there in place, it's critical that brands tend to reach out to such kind of an audience, right? And creators are the medium through which that can be achieved, right? So I think higher quality content, content that promotes a lot of shares, a lot of collaboration between creators, so that the space actually expands. And then there's a lot of opportunities for everybody to proactively partner with each other. And then at the same time, I think LinkedIn is one of the most vibrant communities out there, right? You have people who are hiring, people who want to get a job, right? So that's where maybe a hiring platform can be plugged in, right? Just
Yeah,
one specific example. And similarly, it is applicable for a lot of other industries as well across
yeah.
the B2C and B2B space.
So
Yeah.
absolutely, like recently I was just interviewing Mr. Ankit Agrawal, founder and CEO of Unstop. So he particularly told me that LinkedIn as a platform is very efficient when it comes to ROI, as well as he said the marketing is influences actually at this point of time, because everybody is holding a certain kind of a personal brand in the several aspects in LinkedIn landscape. So I request Sandesh to please highlight on that and just do let me know like how you guys are actually working on that, as well as how emerging creators are coming on board regarding the same as well.
Um, yeah, I think. See, I would take for first of all what Devan was talking about. In terms of expanding the reach with respect to
Sure.
uh, expanding the community, because I think one of the major things that if you see currently also in this panel, although we are from similar backgrounds, there is a good sense of diversity amongst us also. Rashmi comes from Kolkata, Devan is from marketing field, I am from finance or let's say policy backgrounds. Each one of us cater to a specific set of audiences since our growth. And I think the particular aspect of collaboration which Devan was emphasizing on is a very pertinent aspect to talk about, because unless and until you collaborate with other people and tap onto an audience, you will not achieve that point of inflection to grow exponentially. Because at a point, the audience that you have been growing ahead with is particularly a homogeneous audience whom you have been associated with. But unless and until you get in touch with other creators, try to collaborate and try to bring that common aspects. Because if you'll see, one of the big finest thing that I see about LinkedIn creators is that we are much closely knitted than Instagram, for that matter, or for that matter YouTube. Of course they are also quite closely knitted, but I see that better amongst us because we occasionally try to meet over weekends, creator meetups, and that part of our closeness helps us find synergies between us, amongst us, and then we take it ahead at points which are relevant for us. So you'll find Devan also talking a lot, emphasizing about creator meetups and how it's very important, right? And in fact, that was the only medium how I also met Devan, and for that matter, Rashmi, right?
Yeah,
Because we don't know each other, and just a DM or a LinkedIn virtual meets do not work out. So
yeah,
a
absolutely.
offline aspect combined with this idea of networking and synergizing your thoughts properly go a long way.
Yeah. So I think I should be a part of that community as well, so that I can learn a lot and create particularly these kind of platforms, just like LinkedIn Creator Con. So yeah, so now Devan, please take it ahead and ask some interesting question and make it more engaging with the speakers we are having, because I'm literally
Sure,
enjoying this
definitely.
particularly
I think
engagement. Yeah,
given that Sandesh has just spoken about
yeah,
collaboration, so I think this obviously I think will open for both. So, what are some effective ways through which creators can actually collaborate amongst each other, and some tried and tested hacks? I think that's something that would really help the audience, and then obviously people who are just starting out. So, Sandesh, Rashmi.
Sure, Rashmi, would you like to take it?
Yeah, I love to take this one. Since I am the person who has been, from the very starting, I think since when I grew to 20,000 or some followers, I started with this one objective that always go for collaboration over competition, right? So, coming back on discussing the collaboration opportunities, so I started with my own very initiative of the anti-social network, which is more about collaboration with the LinkedIn audience as well as creators. Again, since we are discussing about creators, I think the best opportunity to collaborate is in-person meetups, which I love doing, and Devan has been part of my meetups. So he knows that how much I love, meeting creators in person. I have been traveling to, different states and cities to meet creators, but I understand that's not possible for every other creator. So I think, some virtual meetings and group calls can help you connect with your fellow creators. And talking about the collaboration post, I think when you follow a creator and see what kind of content he is portraying on the platform, you will find something or the other that you relate with that creator. At least one pointer you will find that you relate. For example, if I take Devan as an example, I think the place where I can relate with Devan is mental health, depression, where both of us write a lot of posts about. So I think that's one key pointer where we can, collaborate together and write a post which can, impact the entire ecosystem of LinkedIn. Since both of us have a crazy following of 100K, so that's 200K people reading the post that we write about mental health. And I'm sure both of us have connections who have, a lot of other followers. So coming back on the collaboration part, I think since two of us have collaborated, we can share the post so that, the other creators can also give it a push so that it can reach the mass audience, right? So picking up that one pointer with fellow creators, just like I mentioned, with Sahil I have the color black, with Devan I have mental health and depression as a pointer. With Sandesh we can write about economics. So I have some pointers with each of the creators that I can pick up to collaborate and make a post along with them. So that's what can help boosting collaboration on this platform and building the respect in front of the brands who can offer us collaborations.
Oh, we've got Sahil here. Shubham, do you want to do an intro for Sahil?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much, Sahil, for joining in because I know you have an exam and all, but still you manage the time. So actually, Sahil is also a LinkedIn influencer and making a huge impact as like on Instagram as well as on LinkedIn. So please, Devan, from take it ahead from here. And thank you so much, Sahil, for joining in. Thank you.
Yeah, glad to be part of this panel. And of course, I mean, if Rashmi, Devan, and Sandesh are sharing the panel, I have to like compromise a little on my exams. I'll only fail
I'm not
marginally,
sharing
but
the
that's
panel.
okay.
I'm not sharing the panel. I'm the session lead. The
Oh,
last minute
Yeah,
appointed session lead.
notch above.
it only makes me so proud as an elder brother that the younger one is leading the session, right?
So after the emotional, I would say the plea, I will continue with the session. Okay, so I
All right.
think the next question I think is open for all. I think because each of these creators are actually coming up with more revitalized strategies in order to meet up with the evolving consumer preferences from their audience. So guys, how should creators adapt their monetization strategies uh, to resonate with the changing audience preferences? It could be with respect to format, it could be with respect to the timing, or even with respect to how is it that you're increasing the reach and the virality of a post. So yeah, it's open for all.
Okay, Devan,
After
I this one. Uh,
obviously the photo op is done.
Yes. So, since I have been writing on this platform for almost some 11 months now, what I feel is timing is definitely important because, your audience is expecting your post at a timing. Since they know that, okay, Rashmi posts in the morning, they will expect that, okay, it's 10:30. I think it's time that we can see Rashmi's post somewhere around because she posts somewhere between 10 to 10:30. because it gets used to it, right? When I'm posting 4 times a week, 5 times a week, and I'm maintaining that 10 a.m. thing, people will expect my post at 10 a.m. And in case my post does not go live on 10 a.m. and it goes live at 2 p.m. instead, people might not be waiting at that moment and the engagement will definitely drop. That's what I have seen in my case. Similarly, again, touching upon the timing part, 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. are the best timings because I feel people are either traveling to office or traveling towards home. So that's the time, that's the bandwidth where people use their cell phones a lot more to check on the social media applications. So I feel LinkedIn is something that people prefer checking before going to office, and Instagram is something where people, prefer watching it or looking at it after office hours, just for the relaxation mode. So I think for LinkedIn, the best hours to post is the morning 9 to 10, 10:30 slot, because people are more active on the platform during that those hours. That's about timing. The second thing is about the format of content that we write. I think the content that we feed our audience for a longer period, the audience gets accustomed to it. They get used to the content. They know that okay, Rashmi will write her content in bullet format. She will use the green ticks and they will get used to it. If all of a sudden I start writing paragraphs after paragraphs, people might read it and they will ignore the important pointers that I used to write in a pointer format before. So I think maintaining the same format is better because your audience is already accustomed to it. They know that this particular creator creates in the following format and it's easier to read her pointers in this way. Had I built my audience in a paragraph format from the very initial stage, maybe today they would have read 2,000 words in a paragraph format. But since I fed them with pointers, they are used to the pointers now and they prefer content with pointers. Again, one more point that I want to talk about here is a lot of people say that we are making LinkedIn Instagram and using our personal pictures and promoting our personal pictures. So I think there are two or three aspects to it. First thing, we are not making it Instagram. Second thing, the audience is making it Instagram because they are engaging with the posts which have pictures. I have tried and tested it several times, posting good content without pictures and posting the same content with picture again, and I have seen the results. It's the audience that drives, right, the engagement. They engage more with the content that has picture. But again, here I would like to add that use relevant pictures. Don't just put a picture that you are on maybe some random vacation and having something there, and you're writing about finance with that picture. That does not make sense at all, right? So that's my take on the question, Nivan.
I think well summarized, and I think you've also addressed the elephant in the room about posting photographs. So I think yeah, that's definitely like a plus. So Sahil, any thoughts, anything that you would like to add on?
Okay, cool. So I'll talk about what worked for me in the context of what I could have also done better. I don't mind talking about where I lagged and I still lag. See, every time I saw an increase in the number of my followers or engagement, right, was when I started becoming more and more consistent, right? I think there's something. I think LinkedIn does the algorithm does reward consistency. It's how Devan gets rewarded. It's how Rashmi gets rewarded. Whenever there are periods when I write, say over a 1 month period, I write say 25 times or 20 times. I've seen a massive surge in my engagement. But there are times when I just don't write. Right, okay. So there's this 1 month where I just write twice, and even though there are posts which everybody says that this should go viral, even those posts don't go viral because I was not consistent before right before pushing out that post. So yes, consistency is, I believe, the biggest thing. Second, authenticity. I've observed on LinkedIn, and this is my personal observation since the past 2 or 3 years, that people who stick to what they like, people who are authentic to their field. For example, Devan writes a lot about leading figures in India. He writes about startups. He writes about success stories. Rashmi writes a lot about mental health. She writes about her personal journey, right? So people who stick to their core, people who are authentic to their core, they are rewarded not by the algorithm, but by the bigger algorithm, which is the people. Ultimately, people are the algorithm, right? So I believe authenticity works for me as well. It has worked very well because my brand image stems from I've again I draw inference from a lot of people who came to my top net sessions. They said, you know what, Sahil, when we look at your post, when we look at your profile, we see someone who's confident, someone who does what he wants, someone who's genuine, someone who cares for the society, and yeah, someone who obviously has a terrible sense of humor, right? And this is who I actually am. If because Devan, Rashmi, they all have met me in person. I have a terrible sense of humor. I am a little brash. I'm like that, right? I'm a little sustainability oriented. They've met me as
Are
a
you
tech
looking
talk.
for words? Do you
Uh-huh.
want me to like give some fillers?
No, no, no. My sense of humor is a little difficult to catch for people who heard for the first time. Um, but that wasn't good. But see, I'm a particular person, and that's what I project online, right? That I stick to my core, and that is precisely what works for me. There have been times when I tried moving out of who I am, writing about other stuff. It never worked because my audience does not really expect that from me. They expect sarcasm and things like that, and validation and all of that. But so yeah, find what interests you, stick to that, and don't. I believe don't ever go with, okay, you know what, I'll do this and it will create a lot of engagement. No, obviously it hurts when your posts don't get engagement, but that's absolutely all right. That's absolutely all right. Not every post will work. So you just need to be consistent, I guess. That's it, without worrying about the results. Authenticity, consistency, that's it. That's, I believe, what works.
I think well noted. So I think Shubham, maybe we'll have like one more. I'll just ask one more question,
Sure.
and we can call it. We can wrap it, right?
Yeah.
So I think we've already discussed the ethical considerations, how creators are, coming up with evolved and finer nuances in terms of insights as per their audience, right? What are some of the do's and don'ts, and obviously the evolution of LinkedIn and the monetization piece. I think there's one question which a lot of creators have had, posed. People who are actually doing a lot of brand collaborations. So is it's related to their intellectual property, and how can they actually navigate their IP while they are scaling up, and while they're dealing with brands for collaborations. So I think it's open for all. So yeah.
It's a very good question, by the way.
Sahil, would you like
So,
to take it?
yeah, please, Deva.
Just to ensure I've understood the question well, what is the precise concern about IP while doing brand collaborations?
I think it's primarily related to how should you be factoring in your IP rights, given that I'll just put it in much more simpler words. So if a brand wants to collaborate with you and get you to endorse a certain product, but then for the next 3 months they want to utilize those rights, media rights. So it could be one, right? Maybe you are entering into a course creation with some education player. So obviously your face is there, you're delivering the session, right? So obviously, the utilization of that, because obviously everything comes at a cost. So getting a post made has X amount. Your media and IP rights, have a certain other amount, right? So, and then obviously, what are the do's and don'ts? How do you want to be represented? You shouldn't be misrepresented, right? So, if your face is on an ad and if you are a full-time employee, is it going to pose any problems, right? Or maybe you could have some ethical considerations keeping in mind the type of product. So,
All right. Okay, off the top of my mind, I can think of three things. One, I'll start with the ethics. Yes, please. For brand collaborations, I think ethics is paramount. You should look into the product, about the genuineness of it, about the genuineness of the claims, right? You should actually put the onus on the brand themselves to prove that what they're trying to get endorsed via you is genuine. That is number one, goes without saying, right? Because there are two flip sides to it. If you endorse something that's not genuine, your followers who, I mean, you're an influencer. The followers you influence them the incorrect way, right? It's bad for them. It's bad for you. Um, Second, as for IP rights, yes, I believe, again, based on what I've observed, for again two things: brand collaborations and, say, for example, somebody who enrolls for, or rather enrolls themselves as an educator. Right? For brand collaborations, largely it's a little unstructured from what I've observed, right? There is no end to until when, or rather say, okay, it's like, okay, for this post we'll pay you this much. That's fine, but then when does it end? Do I take the post down after some time because it cannot stay on there for perpetuity, right? And where else can you use that post? We need to have more clear cut terms, or rather clear cut definitions for that. And third, as an educator, say if you join, for example, I don't know, physics one, for example, okay, I think the IP rights are the
I
standard
think
IP
you
rights,
tend to
right?
collaborate with physics wala.
Uh, See, I'm a commerce guy. Why not?
Hmm.
Why not? If I'm up to it, if I'm up for it, if I'm capable, why not? Why not? I
Yeah.
would love to do. But I think the IP there is similar to the industry IP. It means rather where where the royalty agreements, for example. So suppose you leave that organization, whether they can use it or not, and if they use it, are you getting royalty or not? And again, what are the terms of those royalty? Whether it's variable, whether it's fixed, like that. So these are the three things fundamentally that you can think of, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, Rashmi and Deva.
I think obviously it's a very fine line that needs to be treaded with respect to, how do you keep yourself conserved when you're dealing with a lot of brands. Obviously, you could be in consideration by two brands or three brands which are competing in the same space. So you can't be seen, endorsing all three of them at the same time. So it's happened, and obviously, the repercussions are huge, monetarily and also from a reputation point of view. So I think that's like really something that needs to be catered. And at the same time, I think LinkedIn as a platform is slightly more serious platform because people are there with a very specific search intent, maybe for jobs, maybe for knowledge, maybe for something which I would say that it's mostly the space around people who want to get and get involved into careers and the conversations around careers, right, could be an offshoot of that. So one needs to be really mindful how they're represented, and also that their face and their voice and the entire personality is not being taken for a ride, because as we've already discussed, the monetization piece is something that really needs to be taken into account, but at the same time one needs to be responsible. Responsibility lies on all the three parts: the people who are advertising, the brands, basically the advertisers, the creators, and obviously the people who have their audience, because all the three prongs, or all the three arms are required to make this platform or ecosystem survive for the long term. And every social media platform rests on sustainability. I think everyone has their own USP, and that's why once your name is ruined, I think it's ruined for a slightly longer period of time. So yeah, those are my 2 cents on that. Shubham, maybe we can
Yeah.
conclude.
Yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
you're
We
on.
can conclude. Yeah.
Yeah.
As I asked a question earlier as well, because my particularly idea of organizing this conference is actually boosting the creator economy for LinkedIn influencers. Okay, and you guys answered very well about that. But is there anything how can we gain the attraction towards the young influencers? The emerging creators. How can we increase the number? How can we collaborate with the brand? Because if I say a brand like myself, okay, if I want to collaborate with LinkedIn influencer, what on how we can leverage that particular audience as well as get the ROI, because what I feel is ROI on the LinkedIn platform is completely higher than as compared to other social media apps. So just one last opinion from all of you, what do you guys think on it and how we can take it forward actually? Yeah, yeah, Mr. Said, please.
Oh, I
Yeah.
unmuted my mic. Okay. Pay them well. Pay your
Okay.
collaborators well.
Okay.
Um, Jokes apart, identify. Okay, go by quality over quantity for ROI.
Okay.
For ROI.
Yeah.
I see a lot of brands making this mistake. They go for engagement count, they go for follower count, and they end up trying to endorse their product through influencers that have nothing to do
Mm.
with the field they're operating in. So
Mm.
get
Absolutely.
say 100,000 or 200,000 impressions, but those are not the impressions you want. So identify the quality, right? Understand the context of someone's follower count. Suppose somebody is a chartered accountant with, say, 16,000 followers. Now they're obviously less than someone with 60,000 followers, right? But those 16,000 followers are very core, very niche, right? So if you endorse a CA related product or an accounting product or say an accounting software through that person, also understand the age bracket and industry. If that person has a following that is largely practitioner CAs, for example, out of 16,000, 10, 12, 15,000 are practitioner CAs. That is a better audience than someone who has 80,000 followers. And when you endorse an accounting software to that person, the
Yeah.
conversion will be higher, which again, which is basically the ROI that you're talking about.
Absolutely. So yeah.
So quality over quantity, understand the context of the numbers.
Sure. Thank you, Sahil. Now I request Rashmi to please, give a one-liner about this. Okay. So Devan, you can take it ahead from
Yeah,
here.
sure. I think she is not. I will step in on
Yeah.
her behalf. So I think Shubham. So when we're talking about say how brands are reaching out to creators, I think we need to understand even from a layman point of view why. What is the agenda?
Yeah.
So for most brands, I think it's driven by awareness. So basically,
Yeah.
in the marketing language, it's mostly top of the funnel. So what they intend to do is that they want to do like a burst kind of a campaign. They want everybody on LinkedIn to know that okay, there's a certain product launch, or maybe there's a certain campaign that they've rolled out, right? So
Yeah.
because most of the people have certain overlaps, they may be their consumers, they might be their prospects, or they might be upcoming consumers for their brands, right? So LinkedIn, I think, as offers a sweet spot in that case, right? And then for I think a good proxy when they're looking out for creators, I think is the consistency, right? Because obviously, and then obviously the context. So that's very important because if, as Sahil also mentioned, the context setting is very critical when you're talking about a brand message, right? A lot of campaigns are such that I might be shortlisted, but there could be a chance that maybe it could be, dealing with something which mostly around maybe beauty or maybe, fashion, right? So obviously Sahil and Rashmi would be a much better fit for that. But when we're talking about, say, for example, he now is going to crack me up. So when we're talking about something around, say,
Yeah.
marketing or branding, right, or maybe sales enablement, I would be might be a much more better fit, right? So everybody has their own niche, and across that niche, they've been able to build like a more comprehensive content ecosystem for themselves and their audiences, right? And I think what has really worked out for a lot of brands is that when they look at a creator's portfolio, they
Yeah.
can make a lot of judgment in terms of the conversions that a creator has been able to
Mm-hmm.
provide for them, right? Because at the end of the day, it's coming in from a brand's marketing budget. So there is supposed to be an ROI. It needs to make sense, right? If you're talking about an impression, running an ad is always going to give you more impressions, getting a creator to do that, right? But still, creators are still there in high demand because
Yeah.
they are bang for the buck when it comes about the ROMI, the return on marketing investment, right?
Sure.
Second, most important is that signups, downloads, sales, assisted sales, right? Conversions are these are the different terminologies used for conversions. So I think that is where a creator and a brand's fitment needs to be evaluated on, because uh, impressions might get a spillover, but your conversions will never go down as a waste, right? So if the brand knows that, okay, I am able to add X number of followers from your post. So I've received a lot of, I always get feedback from the brands and their POCs. And that's why I'm usually like, a lot of people want to get on a retainer because they're able to, for just one simple example, like two specific examples here. One was with a prominent, I think, firm based out of Bangalore. They were into recycling, and they added four-digit followers from just one single post. Right. The other was, and then they brandly came back and they offered a retainer. The other one was the number of course sales that can happen. It was a reasonably good price product. I think I would say in a couple of thousands. And then they were able to achieve close to 12 to 13 from just one single post. So what was their investment on the post? And what did they yield out of it, right? So that's why it's very critical that brands are able to evaluate the creators and their audiences on the potential of monetization from it, right?
Yeah,
So that's it's good
absolutely.
to broaden the base, because the second and third degree network always gets opened up, right? But
For
your
sure.
first degree is always going to be the one that's going to stick around with you for a longer period of
Yeah,
time, right? I've been on
yeah,
LinkedIn for a
absolutely.
while, and I can definitely, the journeys are such that creators are supposed to meet the expectations of their audiences on a day-to-day
Yeah,
basis. So it's almost, I think
yeah,
हिंदी में एक
absolutely.
word है, I think it's called फितूर. तो वो फितूर
Fitur.
ऑडियंस को भी होता है फितूर. तो वो
Yeah,
फितूर ऑडियंस को है कुछ सीखने का, क्रिएटर को है कुछ सिखाने का, और ब्रांड को है कुछ इससे काम निकालने का. So right, I think
wow,
ये
absolutely
मेरा,
fantastic. Like the kind of
yeah,
you know put it in a line, and the way you have expressed this particular thing, that is really matlab, uh, proud of you. Matlab, this is really great. Thank you so much for joining in,
thank you so much.
Devan and Sahil and Rashmi. And I'm really glad for having the
Thanks, Sandesh.
participation of Ishans as well as Sandesh. So sorry that Ishan wouldn't be able to join at the last moment, but this session was one of the incredible one, and I hope to see you in future and work with you very soon. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Take care.
Take care. Bye.
Hi everyone, welcome back with the industry presentation with the wonderful Palak Khanna, founder and CEO of the Break the Ice community as well as the LinkedIn influencer. So welcome Palak, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Shubham, for the invite as well as for organizing this. I'm
Yeah,
giving a disclaimer to everyone before we get started. You might hear some background noise. I'm sorry for that. I've been traveling,
yeah,
just trying to find as much as a silent, quiet spot as possible.
sure. The stage is yours, Palak, now. Please.
Okay. Okay. So of course I can't see anyone in the audience because this is through StreamYard. But thank you everyone for joining in for my session as well. I'll be talking about, and I'll keep it short. I'll be talking about how I got started as an entrepreneur. What does Break the Ice do? Since this is an industry presentation, and I'll also be talking about how, and linking it to today's conversation, how can you create content as well as build a personal brand as an entrepreneur as well as a student entrepreneur, because I think that's more of what my journey has been. So I'll try to ensure that whoever is listening, if you're a young person who's trying to be an entrepreneur, already an existing one or an aspiring one, I hope this helps you in understanding how you can also build a personal brand out of it. So, firstly, thank you, Organized Chaos, for this wonderful initiative. I think it's very important to talk about personal branding in a world that we live in today, where it is almost a buzzword in the way that we are living today. So, yeah, I'll talk about Break the Ice as well. We're happy to be a community partner for the event as well. What Break the Ice does is we try to literally break the ice about taboos, everything that society is ignoring, which is important. So mental health, menstruation, gender equality, climate change, LGBTQ plus, everything technically which is considered stigmatized, taboo, or which is important but often ignored. So, yeah, we try to break the ice with younger people. Presently working in 10 countries. We have young people across 10 countries. We're talking about a lot of taboos. We've collaborated with bigger organizations and we're just hoping to expand that reach to many more folds. But for people who've joined in and who also don't know me and they're thinking she's just promoting the organization, hi, I am Palak. I'm a 20-year-old social entrepreneur, mentor, teacher, and an environmentalist. I'm currently Business World Wellbeing's 30 Under 30, and I'm also Asia's 100 Women Power Leaders. I'm the founder of Break the Ice. We are working on breaking the ice. And I also create content on the side on LinkedIn primarily, where I have a community of 70,000 followers. So now that the formal introductions are done, and of course, this entire 10-minute conversation is more of a monologue from my side, I'll take you through the entire journey that I've had, and what are things that I often don't tell a lot of people. So something which is not a part of my formal introduction is that I'm a massive introvert. Have always been. Of course, I've transitioned to an ambivert since I became a speaker, became a content creator, became an entrepreneur. But I've been a massive introvert throughout my school life. And I've always felt like Palak in school, the massive introvert that I was, I always feared judgment. And I'll link it to content creation very soon. But I, as an introvert, always feared judgment, and I felt that will my opinions be able to add value, or should I just not, express my opinions? Because again, will they add value? And I always feared that judgment. I always feared my value, and I was also worried whether my opinions will, impact other people. And I know a lot of people who are trying to get started with content creation but are not able to. They also face a similar challenge and a similar, mindset trap where they're thinking, should I create content? Will it be relatable enough? Will I build a community? Will I be able to do it? So, number one, as someone who's been able to overcome that mindset, definitely go ahead, stop the self doubt, and experiment with things that you at least have a passion for, because it's easier to get started that way and to stop that procrastination to a great extent. Of course, you'll have to be patient with the results, and you'll be listening to a lot of content creators today. But yeah, it's very important to know that you have to remove that mindset gap, number one. So if you relate to this, make sure that after this session, you actually start posting content if that is something that you're looking to do, not just on LinkedIn, whichever platform you feel like connects most with you as a person. So yeah, I think that is one barrier that you need to overcome. I think I've overcome that myself, and I've realized that it's very important. The second thing I would say is very closely linked to this: step out of your comfort zone more. Through my organization, I did that. And since this is again a conversation around the industry presentation, I would highlight that I always felt like it's so ironic. I'm an introvert, how am I going to talk about taboos through my organization? And that is when I realized that this is way out of my comfort zone, and that's exactly why I need to experiment with it. So, as content creators, you also need to know something like this. Once you know your niche, you know what you want to talk about, then try to step out of your comfort zone by experimenting a lot. Whether it's entrepreneurship, whether it's content creation, whether it's becoming a content creator as an entrepreneur, all of it requires you to step out of your comfort zone in some way or the other. It might be reaching out to two new people every day. It might be creating a few pieces of content without overthinking it too much. It might be experimenting with it. It might be anything which is extremely out of your comfort zone, simply because you have to focus on the greater goal here. And the only way to do that is actually to get out of your comfort zone very instantly. Since we're also talking about personal branding, I would say personal branding is also very intentional. So you need to have a purpose with it. You can't just be like, okay, I'll step out of my comfort zone the next day and I'll overcome all my fears. It's not going to work like that. You have to have a purpose in mind. Why am I building a personal brand? For the creators you just heard, for a few of them, it's because they're building a brand for themselves, but they're settled in corporates, right? They're building it for their own will. For some, it is because they want to push their entrepreneurial venture forward. So you have to link it to what you want to do. Because for entrepreneurs, when you build a personal brand, you get a community, you get a consumer base, you get mentors, you can also seek investors. And you even get, a team out of it. I've got so many people who've joined my team at Break the Ice through my LinkedIn profile. For people who are not entrepreneurs, they can come to build a personal brand for themselves. So better job opportunities for leveraging their own networks. For students, it can be jobs, internships, opportunities, networking, practically everything, right? So you need to know what is my purpose with even getting started with personal branding. And the second thing is, which I call optimization and the 15-second rule. I think everybody across panels will mention that when you're building a personal brand, you need to optimize your profiles very well, not just restricted to LinkedIn, but every platform. And what I call the 15-second rule is something very personal to me. There are 15 seconds that a person gets to scroll through your account. They can either simply ignore it or they can send a connection request to you, right? Make those first 15 seconds so valuable that the first impression is so good that they end up connecting with you, right? So while you're building your personal brand, make sure that it's optimized and the first 15 seconds of someone's time is consumed in a good way according to them. So make sure that you have your target persona in mind, you have your interests, your expertise, your achievements, and everything sorted, at least in those 15 seconds, the first 15 seconds of someone scrolling your profile. Because that can be your make or break moment for connecting with bigger people. And of course, add your personality to it. It can't be very rigid because you need to also show who you are as a person. And number three would be take action. Your personal branding isn't simply complete by having a profile on LinkedIn or Instagram or optimizing it. You need to take action through it. And if you're also taking the example of Break the Ice, I wouldn't have started the organization if I didn't have a moment during the. So basically, what happened was during the pandemic, I overheard a conversation between my mom and my domestic help, and they were shying away about conversing about periods. And that's when I realized that this is wrong. We can't be pushing forward stigmas about important topics like periods. And that's when I thought that why not create a platform, right? And that's where I took action. So you need to know what are you passionate about, what is something that maybe triggers you, what is something that you want to work towards, whether as an entrepreneur or as a content creator, pick on that and then work backwards. That's how it works. You need to have your purpose and then you have to work towards taking action towards it. And everything in the process needs to be personalized. If you're reaching out to someone, has to be personalized. If you're seeking mentorship from someone, has to be personalized. If you're building a company, when you're reaching out to people talking about your product, has to be personalized. Everything that you do needs to be personalized for people to value you as a personal brand, because a lot of people can build a personal brand. You need to make it so well that they remember you as a personal brand. And I don't know how many people know about personal branding. A personal brand is simply what people say about you when you're not in the room. At least that's my personal idea of a personal brand. What are going to, what are people going to mention when you're not in the room about you and your expertise? That's your personal brand. What does a third person talk about you? Of course, in a very professional manner, but that's what a personal brand is. What do people remember about you in terms of your expertise? And it can be very intentional. So when you're creating that, make sure that you do it well. And of course, the last thing would be know your USP very well, unique selling proposition. For people who watch Shark Tank, they would know USP. Because millions of people are trying to build their personal brand, hundreds of entrepreneurs are selling their products, most of them are doing well. If you're trying to combine both, make sure you do it uniquely. So highlight your USP. It can be unique in terms of your experiences. It can be unique in terms of what you're selling, in terms of your journey, in terms of your expertise, in terms of your skill set, practically anything. But you need to make sure that you have a USP. For me personally, my journey has been my USP, from an introvert to a speaker, right? I've spoken at 30 plus platforms, and I've realized that maybe that is the USP that I have, because someone who is an introvert can directly reach out to me and say, how did you do it? I also want to do it. So that's my target audience. Through Break the Ice, we wanted to reach out to people who are ready to talk about social issues, right? So yes, uh, think about all the things that I just mentioned. Try to implement them in your own ways. And of course, if you're trying to combine entrepreneurship with content creation, then I hope you do it well. Well, yes, that's it from my side. Shubham, over to you.
Thank you so much, Palak, for sharing your wonderful insights about the personal branding as well as the break the ice and how you are how you have transformed yourself, because your personal journey is quite inspiring for all of us. And to the introverts out there, I was an introvert back then as well, but now the way we have worked, the way we have achieved, and the kind of achievements you have, Palak, at this age, that is really wonderful. So thank you so much for joining us, and I hope that this particular conference goes so well as best of luck for your future, and let's collaborate soon. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubham.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the CreatorCon LinkedIn edition. And after a really long break, we are finally here with our exciting marketing panel. So, today we are having the wonderful lineup of speakers and LinkedIn influencers talking on the topic of utilizing this, diving into the content creation and marketing best practices suggested by these wonderful influencers, as well as how they are uh, marketing themselves as a personal brand, as well as leveraging the LinkedIn platform. So now I would request Ria Gadwal, who is the session lead for this session, so take this ahead and please take it forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shubham. Hey everyone, I hope you had a great time in the break. And we're again back with a meaningful conversation again. We have Jasmine, Nilesh, and Dhaira with me. So before we start with the session, let's just have a conversation about who we are so that you have an idea that before we're having a conversation that who you are listening to. So we'll start with Dhaira, followed by Jasmine and Nilesh. A quick introduction about who you guys are presenting today.
Sure. Hi, Ria. Thanks for the lovely introduction and thanks for having me here as well. I am a career coach and a content creator. I majorly create content in the educational niche for students and for job seekers. And I'd like to call myself a LinkedIn creator first because I've moved to different platforms only for diversification, to be very honest, but I have always found myself to be a LinkedIn first creator, and that's what I'd like to stick to. And apart from that, I also do a lot of trainings and programs as a trainer with a lot of colleges, corporates, and edtech startups. So that's a little bit about me. And I'm super excited to be interacting with Jasmine, Nilesh, and you here. Yeah.
Wonderful. We'll take Jasmine next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jasmine Sachdeva. I am majorly a freelance social media marketer, but I also create content on LinkedIn and Instagram on the same areas as Dhara said, student and career and job seekers. So these are the two things that I do majorly. I was doing a job earlier, but now I have left it for seeking further opportunities. So that's it.
Wonderful. We'll take Nilesh next.
Hi everyone, and obviously, first of all, a lovely panel and lovely to see amazing people over there. So talking about me, like the journey of me, like when someone asks me, like Nilesh, what exactly you do? So I feel like what exactly right now I'm doing. Why? Because it's like I'm into my family business that is in automobile sector. I started my journey in US. I started my journey after doing CPA, and I got a chance to work in US. And like after 1.5 years, I thought like, yaar nahi ho payega. I'm not able to do more things over there because I'm not made for the things. I always into branding and marketing the things. I always been to the companies where I do branding and marketing for the startups. So started LinkedIn as a very side hustle because like not started because of like earning something in the starting. But I started as a side hustle now. Like you can say I'm a LinkedIn creator as well and like a businessman as well. Nice to have you.
Lovely. I think we have Ritika joining in next. So, hi Ritika, how are you?
I'm good. How is everyone?
We all are doing great. So, Ritika, we were looking forward for your quick introduction.
Oh, yes. And also, apologies. It is about 5 a.m. here, and I recently moved cities, so I was confused about the time zone. So, but a bit about me would be well, my name's Ratika. I am originally from India, currently based out of Canada. I've been here 6 years. I'm the founder of Redefine, which is an organization catering to empower marginalized communities, specifically international students here in Canada, and also a lot of underprivileged communities outside of Canada in India, Pakistan, Ghana, and Uganda. We have worked with about 30,000 people. In addition to that, I'm also like a creator on LinkedIn, and I'm also working with Deloitte right now in the shoes of a human capital consultant. And yeah, that's a bit about me.
Thanks for the lovely introduction, Ritika. I think one thing is very common in all of us that whenever somebody asks, "Aap karte kya ho?" So we don't have that one particular answer that okay, this is one thing that we are doing. And this is something that I love about people like us. And to be very honest, this is one of my favorite panels till now. I personally follow each one of the people who are there in this panel. And here goes my introduction. I am Ria, just turned 21, and just also graduated from my college in BBA from Symbiosis. Along with that, I this is my fifth year into business as the CMO of my company, and we are into trading and manufacturing of cotton and cotton waste throughout the entire country. And yeah, I also sometimes write on LinkedIn, and I sometimes these students have taught more than 20,000 kids about public speaking and LinkedIn sessions and all. So I think that is pretty much about that. So
I like
yes,
how
without further
humble that introduction were. She was like, I sometimes write on LinkedIn. Yeah, sure.
I think
With
everyone
so many
sometimes write on
random
LinkedIn
hashtags.
now. So yeah, I think we'll start with our first question. We'll start with Dhairya. So so Dhairya, on the first question that even I faced when I started writing LinkedIn. So this was the first question that everybody used to ask me, that we have a lot of content formats. We have like video format, we have photos, and we also used to experiment our content with a lot of formats back then. So, how exactly we or you as an influencer maintain a consistent brand voice across the various content formats, while also we cater to the different target audience that we have on LinkedIn?
Sure, I think that's a really nice question and a great start to the panel discussion. So I think, Ria, personally, based on what I have experienced and kind of analyzed, like you very rightly mentioned, unlike any other platform, LinkedIn firstly has so many formats to offer and so many surfaces that there's no one way that you can get short success or traction or virality, or an audience visibility in any way, whatever you want to call it. Because it's not like Instagram that you make reels and you keep making reels and one day a reel goes viral or does well and boom, you have a certain number of followers. That's not how it works on LinkedIn. For you to get any kind of traction, you have to actually consistently experiment with different formats and surfaces. Like you said, it could be a poll, it could be a carousel, could be a PDF document, an image, video. So what I've learned in the past 3 years is, more than kind of format that you're utilizing, like you said, a consistent brand voice or a consistency in your niche, subject matter expertise, or whatever it is that you want to share has to be there. Because I've seen one thing for sure: if one day, let's say in September 2020, when I started, if I was talking about resumes and interview prep and career guidance, and today if I was suddenly talking about, let's say, marketing ad campaigns and just totally into startups or finance news, I'm not saying that's wrong. You can also evolve as an individual and talk about different things every now and then. But if suddenly I'm trying to talk about business and finance, people are not going to be receptive to it. You have to stick to one thing, because that's how you build a brand recall as an individual and as a company, or whatever use case you want to take. So I feel more than the format, it's about the fact that how clear are you on what you want to be known for, what are your values, what perception do you want to build, and what thought leadership are you here to create on any platform. Because only when it's taken, I think the first 1.5 years was just the foundation for people to even realize, oh, she's somebody who we would want to listen to. Forget even trusting. I feel people don't trust you overnight or listen to you just because they like one video of yours or one post of yours. So I think the crux of any content piece, irrespective of format, there should be three things you should keep in mind. One is, whatever it is that I'm putting out, am I sure and do I have enough knowledge or experience, or have I done enough research on it to share it? Either of them could be true, and then you can share that piece. Second thing is, does it align with my ultimate goal and the ultimate brand image that I want to create, right? Every piece when you're curating. And the third one is that it should have some value addition and something new to add, and should not be repetitive, right? If you feel that you're just creating a content piece for the sake of it because you need to be consistent, and today I have to put a post up, I don't think that's going to add value, and that is going to dilute your consistent brand voice or image. Only when you're adding value every single day will people stick around, or else there are multiple options and nobody is obliged to honestly follow you on social media unless they find value, especially on a platform like LinkedIn. So I think as long as you keep those three things in mind, and are sure of what you're doing and why you're doing, I think everything else will fall in place. I hope that answered your question.
Absolutely. I think I would like to add here one point
Yeah,
that
sure.
the content that we create on regular basis. I think rather than just a second. Yeah, I'm sorry. I live in near army cantonment area, so
No
the
worries.
planes always up in there. So I think
Yeah.
more or less what content that specifically that I generate whenever I'm writing such content, I would want that whenever I'm writing content, I should love what I'm writing. It should not be like, okay, on the previous week, suppose a post of me writing on entrepreneurship went viral. Even though I don't like writing about entrepreneurship, so next week I shouldn't, force myself कि यार पिछली post viral चली थी ये वाली post मेरे को इस topic पे लिखनी है. So I think more or
Right.
less whatever content that you are creating, irrespective if you're making it on a video post, on a carousel, or maybe normal textual post, I think one thing you need to realize that कोई ऐसा topic ढूंढो number one जिसमें आप बहुत ज़्यादा expert हो, जिसमें आप अपनी value दे सकते हो. ऐसा नहीं हो कि you are giving value on something that you don't have experience with. And number two, that is very very important कि आपको वो content खुद भी consume करने में मजा आ रहा हो. And
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I agree.
yeah. And I think there is also one more thing that even the next question that is open to everybody, that हर कोई content बना रहा है. Everybody wants to give value to other people, and we see on every single basis there are like millions of people who are creating content on Instagram, on LinkedIn, and even though we have the same kind of content we are providing, that okay, I am giving out the 10 strategy how to be viral on LinkedIn, and suppose Jasmine also creating the same content. So in this era of content creation, when everybody is creating content more or less corresponding towards the same area, so what innovative strategies that you guys have done, so making sure that the audience is sustained to your profile only, that if they want to read about any topic on LinkedIn every single morning, they're like, okay, what Ritika, the time of Ritika's posting is 9 p.m. or maybe Nilesh posts every single day on 8 a.m. I have to be there, I have to open his profile and to see it. So the question is to open everybody, because I've seen everybody's post goes viral on LinkedIn whenever they post. So question to open to everybody.
Who wants to
I
go?
believe. Yeah, Ritika, go
Go
ahead.
ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. So on the same notes as Daria was talking and Ria was talking, there is a one thing, like we all have something amazing in like our content. One thing, when it comes to Daria always have some video, like when she make a video or when she have something to talk. And like if I really want to go, for example, she is talking about resume, how to make an attractive resume. I feel like in her video, in her energy, there is something which is coming from their heart, and she's not like wearing a mask out of it. Basically she's not like कि Google से उठाया ये चीजें पढ़ी and किसी की वीडियो देखी और डाल दी. It's not about that. She's putting efforts and she is doing the things. And on the same things, like I was watching, like I'm talking about all of you only. Like other thing is Ria, I seen her status few days ago. So she was giving a tips, like if you're going for this, like I not remember, like she going for some conference or going for some competition, you need to take care of these things. Oh god, she's putting efforts and she's taking a time out of it and writing 20 things कि यार आपको इस कैंटीन में नहीं खाना है, you need to go in that canteen. आपके दिमाग में रिकॉल वैल्यू चलती है यार. और रिया ने बताया था यू नीड टू गो इन दैट कैंटीन. एंड व्हेन इट we are talking about Ritika having a thing, like she talk about the students, like I'm a Punjabi, ठीक है, and we Punjabi are like pagal, like we feel like Canada is a life, Canada is like a love for us, and we feel like Canada is everything. So most of the people, like most of the students are going over there. So on the same things, she is adding some of the things for the students. She's helping them over to grow. Obviously she struggled a lot, and like 6 years it's not easy. Like from the first year she's got everything, she got the things, and she's now representing. Talking about Jasmine, I was watching her some of the Insta videos. Obviously, she's putting efforts on the same. It's not about she's talking about how you can get the job in a so my main person on the same notes, I would say one thing more over there. You might have seen some of the LinkedIn creators, they have 300k followers, 400k followers, 200k followers. When you check their profiles, what they are posting is, I really not feel that is like good for posting. If you want to build a personal, they are posting random videos, like videos like कुछ भी यार है ना. There is something which is like कि यार ये चीज अच्छी है, ये करनी चाहिए. वो ये चीज समझ ही नहीं रहे. The videos are getting viral. The public is not getting to know about you. The public is just liking the video. That's why they are coming to your profile and following you. LinkedIn के एल्गोरिथम ऐसे काम करता है. अगर आपकी एक वीडियो अच्छी जा रही है, you will get the some of the followers. So talking about all of you like guys add something which is like I feel कि एक ना जब मैंने आप सभी की बात करी, I feel like you are adding a value in that zone. So that is the speciality about the content. That's why the people will stick to you.
Yeah, and I feel like if I can add something to that is like I don't think there's ever like one innovative strategy or two innovative strategies. I think it's a combination of multiple things coming together, right? And I think it also comes down to, I'm very philosophical this way. I also break it down, what do you define growth as? For me, growth may not be numbers, right? Because if you see a lot of people, they may have a lot of numbers, but the engagement is very low. For me, what's important is, are people commenting and engaging with my content? If they're not, it probably didn't strive them or hit them hard in some way or the other, and I want that to happen, right? So that's when I know my content may have not resonated as well with my audience, right? Yesterday I was speaking to a creator who's on Instagram, and she mentioned, Ritika, the engagement piece is what she uses to have present her value proposition to other people, like brand deals, etc., right? She's like, even though I may not have a lot of followers, what I show to them, that on average engagement on Instagram for these big influencers is 5%, but minus 10 to 12%, right? And I still fall in the mid range. So I was like, oh, that's an interesting way to flip it around, right? On the same thing, that you, how do you define it, first of all? And I think depending on that goal you define it as, your strategies will differ completely. Like, for example, for me, Dharya, to your point where you said stick to one thing, that's something people tell you always, even in life. Stick to one career, right? Like, but I feel like I've never been that person. For me, it's natural to just shift, like, I'm like water. I feel like if I see something, I want to write on it. So sometimes you'll see my content is very different, not at all relating to my niche, but it's still important to me. So I'm willing to maybe compromise the engagement on that post, or I don't know, upset my audience in that particular way, because I feel like being authentic is priority to me than anything else, right? And if I feel amazing in the moment or sad in the moment and just want to talk about, let's say, mental health versus anything student related, I will talk about it, right? Very like unapologetically, knowing that it may come at a certain cost. So I think it's also about knowing that piece, and your niche. You don't need to figure out one niche. I always feel, I think it can be multiple things. Audience will adjust to what you like. Sometimes there are two ways: you either adjust to what they like, or you get them comfortable with what you like, right? So I think choose what kind of creator you want to be. One is a bit more easier, I feel, than the other. So yeah. I can add something here. So on Instagram, we follow a strategy, which is your content should be savable and shareable. So I feel like that strategy also gets on LinkedIn. So your content should be infotainment based. What Nilesh said, that some people share random videos, those are just entertainment, they're not information. But if you're just sharing information, we're not adding any story, we're not adding any compelling elements, people will not like it. So what we all are doing is that we are creating content on our personal stories, on our personal lives also, and we're adding information along with entertainment, which in short makes the content savable and shareable. People would share the content not just because it's entertainment, but because also they're learning something from the content, and they would save it for future, not just because I saw a random video of a cat running somewhere and I would not save that, but I would save something which tells me that I can get a job here, how, or how can I build my resume or something like that. I would save that for future. So we're following that strategy, and I think that is a good strategy to follow. Even big creators are following that, so I think that's a good strategy.
Yeah, I think the one thing that have realized after around like 1 year, almost 1 year of writing content is Don't just put content for the sake of it, that okay, you have to post 3 times in a week or 4 times in a week, so you are putting an unnecessary thing. Number two, just restrict yourself from putting such content out there which cannot be reshared. Like how Jasmine said that on Instagram we follow the strategy of saving something and it should be shareable as well. Similarly, what I've seen the patterns that if I put content like how Nilesh pointed that, I make list for students that it helped me as well and it might help somebody else as well. So they generally tag their friends reshare it. So focus on how many reshares and as how Ritika said that focus on engagement rather than getting your numbers. Here, I would like to say one thing about numbers. I recently crossed 100K, and I never thought that I would be writing on LinkedIn because I wanted to gain numbers. But this is very truth. When you become an influencer, become an influencer, you are focused on that. Okay, once you have gotten 10K, you must be like, यार 50 हो जाए, life set है. देन वंस यू 50K, यार अब तो बस 50 हो गए, अब 50 और हो जाएंगे, अब तो सबसे मैं ही हूँ दुनिया में. वंस यू गेट 100K, then you realize, यार this numbers game now, it will always keep you in a loop rather than focusing on that. Always focus on how authentic your audience is. Are you actually providing them a good value, or you just do it for some sake of likes or comments? And also, Jasmine, you talked about storytelling. I just love what you talked about. I even remember I saw that one video of yours on Instagram where you are making a story kind of something that your friend is going abroad. So you are mentioning क्या ये सारी चीजें रख दी, and then you made a very important list. And it was not something that sometime content में what we focus की बहुत ज्यादा एक्स्ट्रा लेवल पे ना हो, बट बहुत बेसिक्स भी हो जो लोगों के साथ रेजोनेट कर पाए. So I just love that reel. I even shared it with a lot of my friends who were going to abroad. So, and we always talk about how storytelling is important and how at the same time we have to give a very valuable content. So I would ask you one follow-up question to that. That in the era of in the era of content creation, so according to you, what is exactly the role of storytelling, and how, as an influencer, you make sure that you are providing a valuable content at the same time it should align a little bit with storytelling, and it's not also making the audience a little boring or expecting them कि यार next भी ऐसी ही storytelling है.
So when we talk about personal branding, I feel like personal branding involves a sense of personal touch also. Storytelling is like representing characters which the audience would love to see. When we go to watch a movie, we watch the movie because we relate to the characters, we resonate with them, and then we like them for who they are. So until and unless you don't tell the audience that who you are or what your story is, how they can relate to you, I don't think your content is going to deliver the message that it intends to. So when we talk about let's take an example of the reel. So when we talk about the two characters, that one is going abroad for studies and the other one is saying ki yaar aise aise cheeze le ja, just carry these items. How do the people relate to those two characters? Maybe some of the people in the audience are going abroad for their studies, and some of the people in the audience are the other character. So if I just put on information like things you should carry when you're going abroad, I don't think people would engage that much when we add a story as compared to when we add the story to it. And I think adding a story also captivates and engages all the readers, all the audience, and also converts leads. When we talk about why do we create content on LinkedIn, sometimes we want to gain a number of following, sometimes we want to convert those following into leads. Leads तभी convert होंगे when you are when you're able to deliver a message in a particular manner, which means that you're able to engage your readers in a particular manner. And I keep telling this to all my clients कि आप अपनी personal story जब तक share नहीं करोगे, your content wouldn't grow as much as you want it to be. बहुत सारे लोग होते हैं who want to create a personal brand on LinkedIn, but they don't want to share the backside of their story, that how did I reach at this stage, or what is my backstory, ऐसे मेरे को ये recognition मिली कैसे, how did I start my business, or how did I do this. Until unless you don't share that, people will be like, okay, this is a random person sharing random stuff on LinkedIn, but who is he or who is she, or what does he or she do? You need to tell the audience that I am this person, I create this type of content, and this is my story. So I think storytelling, agar aap if you're a teacher and you're teaching your students, if you straight up tell them that this is the history of this XYZ, they won't listen to you. But if you create a story with elements and characters and build up something like a play or something, they would listen to you very carefully. I've also seen this in my school. I've also learned this from my teachers, from my tuition teachers. So I think this is a very good way of captivating the audience.
True.
And I feel like if I have to build on Jasmine's point, which I think was an incredible point, I think one thing I would say is like the baseline of storytelling is relatability, right? It's incredibly and immensely important, especially because I feel, at least in my own personal, what I've seen is LinkedIn really, really took off during the time of COVID. That's when people were isolated at their homes, right? They were craving to meet people in person, right? People wanted to have those human interactions. That's when people started posting a lot of pictures with their LinkedIn content, right? And those pictures started getting bumped up a lot because people wanted to see someone, right? Either they wanted to see themselves through someone, that hey, I am a South Asian woman of color currently working in Canada. I want to see someone else who falls under the same demographic and is doing great with their lives, so that I feel I can do the same. So I think it relates to that relatability piece, that piece of role model in many ways that you can become for people that come from the same community, right? And I think the essence of it, that's why for us, like, as creators, when you do storytelling, it's important to be so authentic and transparent sometimes, I feel, because I feel like I've seen people go through a lot of those mental health implications also. So, to Jasmine's point, when you said present both sides of the picture, right? And I feel like still today, I don't think with LinkedIn we're there yet, whereby I still see a majority of creators creating content more so just on the good side, right? I'll just always see, hey, invited to this event, got this award, got so many grades, this and that, right? And even I myself, being a human, I also reflect is like, okay, whenever I read so many multiple posts, there is a degree or a time where it switches from motivation to dissatisfaction, right, depending upon the number, etc., you see. And then I reflect and be like, okay, even when I'm telling my story, how do I it's also about focusing on how do you want people to feel when they read your post or see your post, right? Do you want to leave them feeling empowered and being like, you know what, I'm invincible, I got this, right? And that's something I aspire to do, is when everyone reads it, I just want them to feel, cakewalk for me, right? Like even I can definitely do it, right? Just feels that sense of empowerment. So I'll try to position it that way. Like even when I talk about an achievement, I will share what went behind coming where I am today, right? So I think it's also about that balance in storytelling. Like let's make sure we're being very true and not choosing one side of us to present, because so many people, when they start seeing us, they may think that's the reality for us, and they may start comparing it to their lives and not feel as satisfied. So I think, yeah, just being true in that storytelling piece, I think as creators is very, very important, because I think it just magnifies your relatability piece. And I need like one last thing to that is, a lot of students, especially because I work with them, they'll always mention to, like, I'm not really sure what do I post. I don't have experience. I'm not great at this. I said, you don't have to. Just share your story. Who are you as a person behind those corporate experiences, or behind that external picture, brave front that you present? Who are you? I want to get to know you, and speak to a post that says that, whether it be talking about an experience you have recently, right? A place you interned at, or whether talking about how passionate you're about kittens. Whatever that thing is, share it. I'm sure that there's two things. One is relatability. Second is it creates a space for other people who are going through the same to feel comfortable vocalizing their ideas and their opinions relevant to that space. All in all, to say, I feel like when we talk about any of us who are creating content, I think it's so important that we take it on ourselves like accountability piece to make sure that storytelling is honest, transparent, and authentic time and again. Yeah.
I would
Absolutely.
say that there's a reason that vlogs are working on YouTube so much, because people love to talk and hear about other people. For example, if I see that, okay, he's going to Dubai, so I also want to go to Dubai, or she's buying that outfit, so I also want to buy that outfit. So people love to see that relatability element, as Ritika said. If I can relate to you, I'll do the same thing. I'll make an example of you and then I'll do the same thing.
Absolutely. I think here I would like to give an example that I give in all the workshops. Suppose, guys, you would have your answer yourself. So suppose you read one post or you see one reel where, and if you are a person who has been there on LinkedIn from the past maybe a month or something, you would have realized by now that whenever you see any post, you are only able to see the first three lines or first two lines, and you have to tap on the post and read the entire paragraph. So suppose you the first post you see, and the post goes ahead with something like dear connections, comma, and then the next line, and then you say, I am very happy, very excited, very obliged, with my heart is full of gratitude that I want to share with you all. Unless until you're just completing the entire the thanking, etc., part, your three lines are done. So nobody would like some hardly there will be a number of people who would click there. But there is a B person who's writing that went from 50K to 100K in just 15 days. Need to know how. So even the strategies are same in the A post or B post. There are few things that you need to take care of while writing your post or while creating a reel, because via storytelling you connect with your audience, and if you're connecting with your audience, that is the best way to gain engagements or impressions or followers. Because I feel like if you are really loyal to your audience and audience is loyal to you, your following will automatically come. Just focus on creating good quality content. Also, here, Jasmine talked about that, whenever she handles tons of clients, and whenever, if any of us are handling, the first thing when we always talk about that, give us personal stories, give us personal stories, you post about personal stories. But at the same time, we also need to take care of that this platform is very professional. So we can't, just come up and talk about, hi guys, I got married today. That's it. We can't, actually post that. So as and this question is open to everybody, that as somebody who's handling client or as somebody who wishes to share personal stories, like how Ritika said that she posts stories about how she's feeling, or maybe if you want to talk about the experience of you and your lovely kittens on a trip or something like that. So how do we create a balance between our personal experience and our professional experience? But in the end, LinkedIn is a professional platform, and we are connected with tons of professional people around the globe. So how do we make sure that there is a balance between both? So this question is open to everybody.
Can I go in first, if
Yeah,
that
yeah.
works? Yeah, because I'm facing a lot of internet issues as well, so I might as well speak while I can. So I think I really like the question as well, and like you rightly pointed out, Ria, we look at LinkedIn from a definition standpoint as a professional networking platform and a space for professionals for sure, and I think that's what it will remain by and large. Having said that, I feel that it's a very personal choice for every individual to decide a ratio per se, or have an understanding of how much do they want to let out and how much do they want to share on a platform like LinkedIn, especially when it comes to the personal aspect of things. So even for me, when I'm especially handling accounts of, let's say, Forbes 30 under 30 founders or people who are on the Harvard board, for them, the moment you tell them that, okay, you need to talk a little bit about, let's say, even your challenges as an entrepreneur, for some reason, it's very difficult for them to get onto a platform like LinkedIn and share it, because in their head, uh, obviously they've achieved everything with their own, I would say, strategies and whatever they have gone through. But for them to somehow put it on a public platform, it's very difficult. Whereas, as opposed to that, for some other people doing almost similar things, it comes very naturally to them to share things. Because one thing I've seen, at least with founders, is they somehow feel that if I talk a lot about my challenges and what I've achieved and my journey, it may come across as boastfulness, or people might think I am showing off. I've seen this and heard this quite a lot. So I have always understood this one thing: you cannot really create that, or I cannot give you a exact number that okay, 70% share personal stories, 30% share technical or core content or something professional. The mix has to be and will be very different for different genres and different profiles, and it's your personal choice even more than anything. But I also feel you can't keep bombarding the audience only with a lot of personal stories, nor can you keep bombarding the audience just with, oh, this is what I do professionally, this is what happened today at work. Because, like you said, there has to be some sort of a balance, but you define that equation and balance for yourself. At the end of the day, I personally, I would say, follow a rule wherein I try and post every single day. Sometimes it gets skipped, but I try to post at least 5 times in a week, right? So, and I've been doing that for 3 years now. And I think very consciously by default also, I probably share personal stories 2 or 3 times, and the other 2 or 3 times, like if we take like 6 on an average in a week, are related to, tips and etc. that I want to give on careers. So 2 to 3 are my personal stories. I've maintained like a 50-50 balance, but I think it's everybody's personal call. Yeah, that's how I'd like to put it.
And I think, like, I don't know, my piece too, I feel like I'm just very different when it I don't know if it's a good thing, but I feel like I'm just very different in this way because I don't honestly care about that balance between the thing. Again, I feel like I try to see it with the flow. I think
Yeah, I mean, it's a
I
personal
don't
choice.
yeah, and I feel
You
like
do you.
more than even a personal choice, I feel like sometimes people think it's very rigid. Oh,
I agree.
LinkedIn is just I said,
Yeah,
since
yeah,
when did your personal life not be professional? Your
correct.
personal life comes with you being who you are today, right? Even if a company is not comfortable talking about your personal life, well, leave that company first of all, because that company definitely does not appreciate you completely, right? And I feel like, so I think it's very important to recognize. I think it's also very cultural, to be honest. What I've realized is when I speak to people who are like, I'm also from India. But when like when I speak to people who are from my same home country, what I realize is that boastful piece, we feel it a lot more than anyone else, right? Than North American cultures. We may feel when we talk about ourselves, we are not being humble, right? Because that's like a humility is a thing they teach us in our culture. But I think there's a difference between boasting about yourself and advocating for yourself. Similarly, advocacy doesn't just happen for your professional experience, it happens for your personal experience. Even if it is about relationships, I think drawing the line where you make the content relatable is important. My parents actually many times worry because they're like, Ratka, you're working at a global firm as well. You are talking to these VCs constantly. And sometimes I post controversial content relevant to even the corporate space, right? Dissing them sometimes or whatever it is. But the reason I'm comfortable doing that is because I chose a company that is fine with that. I chose a company that accepts that part of me. And in fact, if anything, the reason I've got opportunities till today without even applying to jobs has been because of me being that bold and comfortable with just being open about everything, right? So even when I talk content on LinkedIn, what I've realized is even when I may put content which may be considered questionable by others, even around compensation, recession, how immigrants are treated within a lot of these corporate firms, etc. I've had vice chairs, the CEO of Deloitte Canada, come to me and actually like engage in conversations because you know what? I love you being bold and transparent because sometimes people are just being so sweet. No one tells you the reality of things, right? And I think with our fast-paced lives, people want to cut to the chase of things, right? They want to know what's the honest and bare truth and move from there. So I feel like I would always say is do you, right? Define what personal is for you, define what professional is for you. The definition again varies amongst people, and draw the balance based on what feels comfortable to you. Never let anyone else influence your journey. Obviously, if you have goals like becoming that creator or that influencer, you may sometimes have to adapt, maybe to a larger extent than others. But I feel like if you're just having fun on the platform and just using it as a platform for journaling, which is what I see it as. That's why some of my posts are so lengthy, because I'm someone who writes in the moment. Yesterday, I was going to an event in the Uber and I had 8 minutes. I literally wrote a post in those 8 minutes and just posted it online, right? And I never even spell check, which is why you see so many spelling errors, right? So I feel like it's just like what's individual to you. And I have had people message me saying, Ritika, this post did not have a spelling error. Are you sure you didn't use Chat GPT for this? I was like, no, I just paid attention to my grammar for this one. So I think like things like those, I just mean is like draw that balance, and it comes back to that idea of stay authentic, stay true to who you are, and the people around you will adapt and learn to appreciate that person. Yeah.
Rightly said. Jasmine, Nilesh, would you like to add something to that?
But I believe, like as Dere was talking and Ritika was talking, so everyone's choice really matters over there. Like as Ritika said, she written a post in 8 minutes, right? With the same notes when I see the Ria post, है ना? जब मैं सुबह and when I see like in the morning 9 a.m. or 8:30 or 9 she post, I believe. Whenever I see like, oh God, she done so much research. She like a few days ago, like I believe a month ago, she was posting about the courses, like what the students can do or the freshers can opt. So I believe she must have given around 1 to 2 hours for a specific post, and the way she posed every hashtag and like the first line or the way she posed and carry out the picture. So it depends upon a person to person. Like when it comes to someone, someone might can post in just 5 7 minutes, and other person can see like I just need to post a way. I just want to post like. Uh, a post which is like going to take a time, as well as I just want a perfect things always. So it depends upon the same. And talking about personal or professional things, there are many creators who are posting like, still it depends like how much person you want to share your personal life. There are some creators who don't even share, and they are like grown up, like they have their huge following as well. It's not about, you don't even know about their personal life. When it comes to like, I was like getting example of Sandeep Maheshwari. He made a two vlogs as well, I believe 1 or 2 years ago. So he said like, I don't want to share my personal life. I am a motivational speaker. When it comes to like the things, people love to talk to me, people love to network with me, but I don't want to share my personal life. People know some of the things what he do in his personal life, but not really. But when it comes to Flying Beast, on the other hand, he's the creator. He will going to tell you about the bodybuilding as well. He going to talk about his personal life as well. He going to talk about the things he done in his journey. So it's all depends upon person to person how comfortable you are, or how much you want your audience to know you personally as well, or you want to share a specific knowledge. Like if there is sharing a specific knowledge how you can grow, and she if she don't want to talk more about the personal life, what she is doing in the personal life. So it depends upon person to person.
Absolutely. Although I talked there is this one question specially asked in my DM to Nilesh. So we all talked about, even in the session, we talked about the numbers. We talked about engagement, we talked about impressions, we talked about storytelling. So according to you, Nilesh, so what are the few key matrices that you keep in mind that, what, this means if this metrics is marked, that means my LinkedIn post is going viral. And can you also talk about few of the how you have adapted towards the strategies? So we as a LinkedIn creator, we always get an idea in the first 1 or 2 hours of whenever we post that, okay, now this post is gonna go viral, or now this post is not gonna go viral. So what are the few matrices according to you comes down the bar, and what are the strategies you have adopted by far? Because I am seeing all of us have adapted in a way that, okay, this content is working, so I'll make the next content not exactly the same, but according to what I have done in the last post. So Nilesh, over to you.
Yeah. First thing is, I believe it comes with a time to time. And why I said time to time, I was talking to one of my friend few days ago. So he was saying like the person who not even put a DP on a WhatsApp now becoming a LinkedIn influencer. है ना? So so one thing, like I started LinkedIn on in the month of February in 2022. So in starting, it took me around 3 months to reach my first 1K followers. 3 months to reach 1K followers, which people do in a day only, right? Nowadays. And another like for another 1000, it took me around 2.5 months. So you can say that around 6 months of a time for just 2000 of followers. It was a month of September, I believe, like August or a September, I just have a 2000 follower, 2022. From 2022 August to 2023, like September, October, I reached around 50K followers. So some of the things I believe in the starting you need to try. I find my thing, like for example, what thing kicked me out is like I started posting about the stories. I started posting up first. I was posted about Ranbir Alabadia. nahi chali story. It was like 40 likes, है ना. Then I realized कि then I posted about Sonu Sood, है ना. देन आई थॉट यार इन लोगों को लोग ऑलरेडी जानते हैं, ये लोग वो हैं उनके बारे में ऑलरेडी लोग पढ़ सकते हैं, एंड आई एम नॉट अ वेरी गुड कंटेंट राइटर कि यार मैं कुछ मसाला डालने वाला हूँ या कुछ ऐसा करने वाला हूँ विद द पीपल आर गोइंग टू कम एंड गोइंग टू सी यार ये बढ़िया लिखता है सोनू सूद के बारे में. So then I posted about some of the persons who are present on the LinkedIn. है ना? I just want to highlight their story. So I posted some of the stories and which gone like anything viral. मेरे को लगा शायद यही मेरा कॉन्टेक्ट, शायद यही चीज है, ये कोई नहीं कर रहा है, ये मैं करूंगा. So I started posting around 4 to 5 pictures of someone, and I posted, I believe, Daria's story, Ritika's story, Ria as well. I will cover Jasmine as well now. Yeah. So that started working for me. And talking about impressions or likes. So you know how I played after sometimes. I played with it. I will not say कि यार मैंने ऐसे कुछ भी डाला या कुछ भी post किया. I started seeing their profile. For example, I was make sure कि यार दानिया की जो पोस्ट है ना वो इनिशियली लाइक करती है 500-600 के बीच में. अगर मैंने इसकी स्टोरी हिट करी और मेरी पोस्ट वायरल जाएगी. दैट वाज द माय ट्रिक. मैंने कहा लाइक दिस वाज द थिंकिंग लाइक नो वन नोज मी, है ना. सो आई सेड लाइक अगर उस स्टोरी में 500 लाइक्स भी आते हैं ना तो 50 लोग तो मेरी प्रोफाइल विजिट करेंगे. अगर उस 50 लोगों में से अगर 10 लोगों ने भी मेरे काम के बारे में पढ़ा ना कहीं तो उसकी ऑडियंस चुरा रहा हूँ ना. So that is the trick I used it, है ना. So it's like you need to try with your things. Then I started posting in between about my things, what exactly I do as well, है ना. I started posting like what exactly I am into it. I shared my story as well, which gone a really viral. Ki working in New York and coming back to India and starting the journey from the zero again. So the thing is, like, I believe talking about impressions and talking about likes, it's depend upon a person to person over here. Like, for example, someone like Abhi, like if you talk about Riya or if you talk about some other creators, रिया का शायद होगा कि यार उसको लगता होगा 1 घंटे में अगर 200-250 लाइक आते हैं देन द पोस्ट अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगा. ठीक है. अभी उसके क्योंकि उसके दिमाग में ये फिट हो गया कि यार मेरी मिनिमम पोस्ट हिट करनी चाहिए 1K likes. Otherwise, I'm not seeing like that post has gone that viral. Or otherwise, the other person is जिसको लगता है यार पहले घंटे में मेरे 30-40 लाइक आएंगे ना तो भी चलेगा. सो ये टाइम के साथ चेंज होता रहेगा. माइट बी टाइम ऐसा आएगा व्हेन द रिया विल स्टार्ट फीलिंग कि यार 1 घंटे में अगर 2 आएंगे देन ओनली द पोस्ट इज गेटिंग गुड. The post is not performing that things. So you main point over here is you just need to add value. You just need to add whatever you can do. Like as Jasmine started saying, like adding a story. बंदा abroad आ रहा है अपने फ्रेंड की स्टोरी नहीं बताऊंगी. इफ आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट माय फ्रेंड द पीपल नॉट गोइंग टू कम एंड दे जस्ट गोइंग टू फील लाइक जैस्मिन इज टॉकिंग लाइक द थिंग्स व्हिच अ पेरेंट्स टेल मी लाइक यू नीड टू कैरी. So she added a story over there. So it's like you just need to give a value to your audience and in return बाकी छोड़ दो, है ना. कर्म करो और फल की चिंता मत करो. It's like the same thing.
True. I think this question is a question which is asked by tons and tons of people that how to go viral. What are the few things that we need to keep in mind when writing post or whenever a new LinkedIn creator is writing post. Even how Nilesh said that starting के 3 महीने तो figure out करने में ही लग गए यार कि रात के 3 बजे post डालनी है कि नहीं डालनी. So I remember when I started writing content, what I used to do is I used to do just 1 hour of research or 30 minutes of research. Back then, I was a second year student, and randomly, I used to post like 4 times in a day at maybe 10 a.m. and then 12 a.m., 12 p.m. and then 3 a.m. in the night. And then I used to cry about why I'm not getting good like, not getting even one like. So there are few things that everybody who's ever listening to this thing, if you really want to go viral on LinkedIn, number one, don't think कि एक कोई पोस्ट परफेक्ट पोस्ट हो सकती है. Don't create this thing in your mind. Never focus on creating a post more perfectly made because there is no perfect post on LinkedIn. It should well connect with your audience. It should not have too many of the terminologies. It should be very simple written, because this is how you're going to connect with your audience. Number two, you should definitely take care about the timings. What I initially made mistakes. Everybody learns from mistake. Don't post on timings at 3 a.m. in the morning. You should take care of when your target audience would be active. So suppose I am a person, and this is usually what most of the LinkedIn creators that I have talked to has followed. Either post between 8 a.m. or 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m., which works well for them, or from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Why? Because at these time, your college students or working professionals must be moving from their homes to their work, and at this time they would for sure open LinkedIn. And this is one thing I'm gonna speak here. Once you start reading content on LinkedIn, you end up opening LinkedIn than Instagram first thing in the morning. The next, you definitely is experimenting on your content, like how Nilesh said that Nilesh took the first mover advantage on writing stories about people, and he experimented with that. कोई और नहीं करा तो मैं करता हूँ. So similarly, you can also figure it out. ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि आप फर्स्ट दिन पोस्ट डालोगे दैट गोना गो वायरल. There's no one overnight success. You also learn day by day. You need to figure it out, what is working right for you, what is working right for your audience, and just keep experimenting with new content, be it new pieces, how we previously talked about, and how Dhairya said, keep experimenting about, rather than focusing on either you are going with castles or maybe you're going with video. Just make sure that you're giving good quality content. And the fourth, which is actually neglected by a lot of people, which has helped me as a creator, is rather than focusing on creating more content, focus on consuming more content. आपको पता चलेगा कि एक्चुअली मार्केट में चल क्या रहा है. लाइक आई गिव यू एन एग्जांपल दैट वी ऑल विल laugh on, that we saw that on LinkedIn there are a lot of people holding whiteboards were working. Nilesh posted such photos which went viral. I saw that one of the posts went really viral, like I think 25,000 likes or something like that. So how did the another person got to know that, okay, this thing is going viral? Because they consume lot of content on the same time. How reels go viral, how reels audio go viral. They see that, okay, this all is trending. Similarly, see what content is working. And this is something, the last thing that I always work, that after 1 week, analyze your content, that okay, which content worked well for you, which content had more impressions, which content had more engagement, which content had more likes, and what, if one post didn't work well, what went wrong in that. So I think these are the few strategies that I wanted to cover from my end. So also, Ritika, you talked about controversies that you sometimes post about, a lot of things that might be very different and might form some agendas, can be controversial to n number of people. So the next question that came from audience to you specifically, that can you reflect on few of the instances that as a LinkedIn influencer that you might have faced, and you might have successfully navigated your controversies that you must have come across via post, or any challenges you must have come across on LinkedIn, and how did you balance it off with your thinking? So if you tips and strategies to all the audience, that if they want to put their voices up that might go against their companies, or be it the people of what they are writing for.
Yeah, I think it goes a lot beyond just the content creation piece, actually. I think there's more you need to do behind the scenes when it comes to these things, because again, controversy is of different types. When I say controversy, I mean referring to standing up for what is right. Irrespective of whether I'm working for that same company or not. I truly believe in that. If I get cancelled for that, completely okay with that, right? But I need to make sure I put my point out there, because I strongly believe in those opinions, and I feel the responsibility that I'm advocating for a larger audience or a demographic that falls under that same bracket as me. So if I don't do it, it just feels like no one else is going to. Especially here in Canada, you have very, very few content creators. I'm one of the only few content creators in this space of speaking up for international students and immigrants, because it's often an audience that is neglected and forgotten about sometimes, even though it makes up about almost close to 80% of the population here today, right? We have about 800,000 immigrants coming into Canada almost every single year, and we did hit a million just this year. But still, for some reason, I just feel super annoyed that just the lack of acknowledgement that comes, whether it be with programs, grants, initiatives, etc., that access and that equity piece is not being provided. So I think when it comes down to pieces around equity, having your voice at the table, don't care about what others think about it, because that's your space to play in, right? And I think building relationships both on the social media platform and off the social media platform play a huge role in making sure your content is seen in the right way and does not create conflict of interest issues, or does not belittle a company, right? I've never said, hey, this company is bad to work or anything, but I think positioning it more so in a manner, hey, this is my perspective because of so and so experiences I have seen, and always balancing it with objective statistics. I'm a very stats person, especially when I talk about things relating to immigrants and international students from a very legal standpoint or a job standpoint. Sometimes when promotion, compensation, I will pull up stats that are clearly showcasing the inequity that exists today, right? Why is it that immigrants are paying less, are getting paid less than other North American counterparts here in Canada, right? The numbers probably are saying something, right? So it's not me, it's the numbers that are saying things. So I think like just positioning it from a educating perspective, that hey, I'm just here to educate and create awareness on this content, and urge your thinking in that direction. And what I try and do because I know most people at my company are reading my content, because I am one of the only few employees, actually, maybe, yeah, actually, one of the few, maybe the only employee within my such big company actually leveraging LinkedIn as a platform to grow my personal brand, in addition to the work that I do within the firm, right? And they all do come across my content, even when it may not be in favor of the company. But that's what I meant, is it helps you actually further relationships when you position it from an educational perspective. Never try and bring anyone down. I've also seen posts where, not necessarily controversies, but when people would be like, oh, this person copied my post, and I've literally seen a post where people will create that, hey, you picked up content from me and that, right? Like, I feel like we all have such less time. I always, again, sorry for going in the philosophical space, but I always say this is like, it's all about supporting one another today, right? If you don't appreciate someone's opinion on something, reach out personally to them. Try and sort it out there instead of publicly humiliating someone or belittling someone, right? So I think making sure you come from a space of having a good intent with the content you're sharing, or whatever that controversy is firstly important. And second is communicating that intent through the way you position your post, by not targeting a particular individual or a particular company, but maybe just presenting it, that you are presenting your perspective. And freedom of speech, we know, is something which is provided to hopefully everyone in every country, right? And I think it's you just leveraging that. Yeah, so I would say it's just that balance, and it starts with you first. You need to know what's your reason for presenting. Are you doing it just for the sake of dissing other people, or are you doing it because you genuinely feel strongly about it?
Hashtag be diplomatic, and you should know what you're writing. So I think we are done with the session. Thank you so much, Dhairya, Jasmine, Nilesh, Ritika, for being here. I think even I got to learn a lot from this conversation. And I hope all the audience that are watching us and who were hearing us learned a lot. Over to Shubham. Shubham, you're on mute.
So thank you so much for having this wonderful panel discussion, and I really enjoyed the conversation with and the insight from all of you. And Ria, the way you have moderated and the way all the panelists have contributed, that is phenomenal. So thank you so much, and hopefully soon we'll work out, and let's collaborate in future as well. There are many things which we are planning. So stay tuned and let's keep in touch. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for
Ria and
having me.
Shubham, also for organizing
Yeah,
this and moderating it.
Yes.
yes. And thanks, Ria, for the lovely questions and for putting this all together. And it was lovely sharing the stage with all of you.
Thank you so much,
Same
everyone.
here. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. And now we're going to have an industry presentation by Sakshi Sasane, who is the founder and CEO of ASTT India. And they are also our PR and marketing partner. So, welcome, Sakshi. Welcome on board. And we are very excited to hear what you are about your company as well as your journey and what do you think about the LinkedIn particularly as a platform. So, yeah, please over to you.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you so much for having me, Shubham. So basically, LinkedIn for me is like a very broad platform. I'm basically an Instagram girl. So I think like Shubham, why don't you present what I have already sent to you? Yeah. So I won't take much of your time, though. Like Shubham has given me like pretty good enough time for me to present. But Shubham, go back. Yeah. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me and like helping me join today. I am like thrilled to have this extended opportunity and to take you to an in-depth journey through captivating the world, which is my brand, our brand ASTT India. So I am extremely happy to be presenting here as a part of Organized Chaos. And so basically, our approach to marketing and our passion for luxury brand is extended, and it is amongst the people. So all the team members who are present here watching this, they know like how much do we actually love working with brands that we already work with. So there's a brief introduction to ASTT, and what does my company do and what does it do. So basically, I so basically ASTT is not your typical marketing firm. We are the architects of the brand stories. We specialize in experiential marketing and public relations. So our primary mission is to guide brands of their unique storytelling journeys. So basically, there are many brands who have their own story, who have their certain stories, who have like a captivating firm audience, but they are not in the right positioning, they're not in the right matrices. We at ASTT, we guide them to get back on track and to help themselves to engage with the right audience and to get the right conversions. We help them overcome the challenges and most importantly position them precisely where they belong in the complex metrics of the today's marketing world. So basically, that's what ASTT is about. So, like, next slide. So basically, imagine us as the magicians of the marketing, like the storytellers who views narratives that turn ordinary brands into extraordinary phenomena. We understand that in today's competitive market, every brand has a story to tell, right? And that story needs to stand out. So we are here to ensure that they do. ASTT means a story to tell. So next. Basically, I mean, in the realm of marketing, is a sea filled with plethora of agencies, like each promising to deliver results. But how do we set ourselves apart in this vast ocean of competition? As well, it all comes down to our unwavering commitment to delivering results. So, in marketing, basically, it's not just about getting engagement, or it's not about social insights, right? It's all about creating unique strategies that actually work. So we understand that the frustration of brands that are stuck with agencies that consistently deliver underwhelming results, leaving them on a perpetual quest to be on the right path. So it's as if every brand's advertisements blend into a monotonous sea of sameness, right? And here's where we step in. So ASCT India offers more than services. We provide a package of opportunities. So we are not just another marketing agency. We are the game changers. We are something that you have all witnessed it, right? We advertisements that make you yawn, No. So ASTD doesn't settle for ordinary. We specialize in making brands extraordinary. A unique approach, it guarantees that every brand we work with stands out from the crowd. Then, so you guys must be questioning, like, how do we achieve this extraordinary, feat? Like, our secret lies in the smart deliveries we make in the realms of public relations and marketing. We are deeply engaged with various commitments and communities, like they are understanding that each brand is like a unique canvas waiting for its story to be told. ASTT India believes in the power of storytelling. We see every brand as a blank canvas, like with endless possibilities. We are that initial random line that begins the masterpiece. And we are the ones who skillfully fill in the details, ensuring that the final outcome is nothing and extraordinary. We are more than marketers, we are the custodians of your brand's narratives. Our process begins with that random line, and we meticulously craft and scribble until we create a masterpiece your brand deserves. We pride ourselves on being the architects of the stories that resonate with your audience and transform your brand into a symbol of excellence. So we are visionary, versatile, value driven, and vibrant, the four V's, which are basically very much needed in the marketing field. So we are more than just the marketers, because every individual has their own story. Same goes with brand. That's what we believe in, that every brand has their own journey, own story, and we put on their missions to captivate their audiences in such a way that they relate to the brands, they relate to the journey. So that's what ASTT is about. And like I once said, that everything starts with a random line, and we are the random line. You see, we are not just marketers, we are the storytellers, like I have said so much as of now, so you guys might have known. We are the artists who begin with a seemingly random line and then turn it into the work of art. Our commitment is to do the scribbling, all the work, to ensure that the final outcome is the best possible one. So just imagine us as the ones who breathe life into a blank canvas. We are the artists who take that initial step, that random line, and turn it into a masterpiece that not only reflects your brand's essence, but also captivates your audience. We don't just provide marketing services, we provide an experience and a journey and a transformation. So that's why we are here to hear you and protect the voice to help you share your brand story to the world. So, in my journey of 6 years in the industry, I have had this privilege of working with remarkable brands, some of which have curated collections for none other than Queen Elizabeth II herself. However, in my experience, I have noticed a significant oversight in some how companies treat their employees. So I mean, I'm sure like everybody here would have undergone that treatment. So at ASCT, we recognize that employees are more than just assets. They are indirect ambassadors. If they are treated well, they can work wonders for your brand. So after all, they are the backbone of our team. And I ensure that they are not just a part of the team, they are the A team. So employees play a very important role when you build a brand. So, success to me, it is not just about waiting for the right moment to happen. It's about creating your moments. It's about seizing opportunities and embracing curiosity and intelligence. It's about starting with a seemingly random thought and building upon it. Success is about writing down key pointers and creating a roadmap to achieve your goals. So success is not just one stop along the way. Success is the entire destination. So ASTT India is not just a company, it's a belief in individuality. We don't just encourage our employees to seize opportunities, We push them to create opportunities. We believe that each person has the power to shape their journey and their destiny. It's about how you see yourself and not how others see you, right? We stand for individuality and the drive to create opportunities, not just wait for them. So yeah, I mean, success, like if you can see it on the screen also, there are like many results that we have showcased. So success to us, it is not just about waiting for the right moment to happen. It's more about creating your moments. It's more about creating your opportunities. If you don't create your opportunities, you end up nowhere. You are just stuck at one place, at one monotony, and which is quite boring. So working at ASTT is like an experience like no other. It's not just a job, it's a journey. We don't just offer employment, we provide a unique adventure. Our team enjoys shopping experiences, they enjoy team building activities, team dinners, cafe hopping, brainstorming sessions, and an abundance of internal and external leads for coordination. So, as an emerging company, our employees find themselves surrounded by a plethora of opportunities. We don't just provide jobs, we offer a chance to be a part of something extraordinary, to contribute to the growth of our company, and to embrace a treasure trove of so many possibilities. So now the most exciting part about this journey uh, awaits. Like if you are eager to dive deep into the ever-changing world of luxury and discover the art of monetizing resources while mastering personal branding, Shubham, next, marketing and PR opportunities, then the industry managers camp is your ticket to success. So I'm going to play a small video where, I'm just going to give a small introduction to the industry manager camp that I am introducing for the young achievers, for the young people who actually want to do something in this industry, who want to grow in this industry, who want to establish themselves and learn more about marketing and luxury, considering the experience that I personally have. I think I probably know the smartest way to establish yourself in the industry. ASTT is just 6 months old as of now, but we have achieved a lot abundantly, and we're grateful for it. So this small camp is a 90-day camp where we're gonna teach about different aspects of how smartly you can advertise yourself, market yourself, do the personal branding, learn about luxury marketing, how to indulge yourself into the luxury market, how to engage with the brands in the marketing niche which you want to cater to. We'll also be telling you about monetization skills for social media. So I think it's going to be a big camp, and there are many backups. Many people have already started to apply for it. So I'm just going to play a small introduction to the camp. So Shubham. So yeah, so the schedule for this camp, it begins at on Jan 15, 2024, and it's extending over to 90 days. So this exclusive camp is open to only 200 slots, and it is designed to transform your understanding of the marketing industry. We believe that the perfection is exclusive, but continuous improvement is not, right. So during this camp you will explore various topics, including experiential marketing and social media monetization, luxury marketing, influencer events, networking opportunities, and many more. So, the camp isn't just a passive learning experience that you're gonna have, it's an immersive journey into the world of marketing. It includes one on one sessions with me and my team, along with the area of surprises that will take your understanding of marketing to new heights. So, this exclusive opportunity is not just to be missed, and the slots are filling up very rapidly. So yeah, so I am not going to take much of your time. I think my time's quite up. So I'll leave you to this thought, like experience matters more than just a service or a product. So at ASTT India, we are committed to creating experiences that transcend the ordinary. We invite you to be a part of this remarkable journey, to join us in crafting stories that captivate, inspire, and transform. So, if you're ready to take the next step in your career, I invite you to be the part of this industry managers camp. I mean, I don't want you guys to miss this out and this unique opportunity to enhance your skills and excel in the world of marketing and luxury. So the world is changing and opportunities abound to those who seize them, right? So thank you so much for your time and for joining us today on this captivating journey for organized chaos and ASCT India. So as we continue to evolve and grow, we look forward to having you as a part of our family. So together we can create marketing magic and we can elevate your brand to new heights. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sakshi, for presenting ASTT and presenting about your camp. And we
Mhm.
really look forward to for a successful camp. And thank you so much for being one of our partners. Thank you so much. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome everyone into yet another personal branding session for CreatorCon LinkedIn edition. I'm really excited to have such a great lineup of speaker on board regarding the same. So today these esteemed panelists are going to talk about and highlight and highlight and shed some light on the particular topic. This is utilizing the platform to enhance personal branding and boost the business presence. And I would request Mr. Yogesh Agrawal, who is the founder and CEO of Revamp Tribe, and the session lead for this particular session, to please lead and take it ahead. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. Thank you.
Hey, hi Shubham. Thank you so much for the warm introduction. And hey everyone, how's the evening going? As of now, it's already 3. We are into the evening and everybody looks very kind of charged up as of now. Hi Mahima, hi Priya, hi Yash, hi Anya.
Hi.
Hey, hi everyone.
Hi everyone.
So probably one of the reason we all are here is because of our personal brands, and that's what we are going to talk about. I think so. When we started LinkedIn, nobody knew us and we did not know each other. And because now exactly we have made our brands, it's very easy to identify each other. It is always said, and we give the example of, when we think about boat, we think Aman Gupta. When we, like the same way, when we think about personal branding, sorted brand, we think of Mahima. Again, when we think about the career side of the career part as well as the personal branding side, we think of Priya. When we talk about women empowerment and her hug, we think Anya. And again, when we talk about Mercedes as a brand with whom Yash is attached, as well as someone who's a LinkedIn influencer, we also think Yash. So that's the impact that personal brand makes. So I'll give the audience an overview exactly what's going to happen here. So we all started from scratch and we made the brands here. And probably you guys are one of the very prominent personal brands out there on LinkedIn. But the people out there want to know that exactly how did you make it, and there are a lot of confusions they have. So probably the questions I'm going to ask you is what these people are asking you. But before that, we'll go for a brief introduction, starting with Yash, like a 1 minute introduction of what you do and why did you start LinkedIn in the first place. Go ahead, Yash.
Yeah, thank you, Yogesh, for that brief introduction. Yeah, I think my name is Yash. I'll just quickly give my introduction. I work with Mercedes at the moment. I am also a career coach, public speaker, stand-up comedians once upon a time. And yeah, I think these are the things which I do. And why I started LinkedIn is, to be very frank, as a student, when I was trying for a career switch from a service-based company to a product-based company, that's where I thought to use LinkedIn as a platform to get a job opportunity. That was the whole intention behind it. But when I got my dream opportunity and when I started, exploring this platform and trying the students to also, get this opportunity and trying them about their career goals. In that case, I think my LinkedIn kind of started growing, and yeah, I think that's the sole reason of keeping up with LinkedIn, to grow as many individuals as possible.
So you have approximately 1.5 lakh followers on LinkedIn right now, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
when did you start LinkedIn? How much time did it take for you to grow to that kind of audience?
I think, to be very frank, there was one post, a viral post. I still remember it got around 30K likes, something like that. And within a week, I grow from 0 to 40K, something like that, followers. And for that particular post only helped me to grow to this audience. But if you accumulate all years, it would be around 2 years. So in this 2 years, I'll be touching around 1.5 lakh. Yeah.
Perfect. That's great, yaar. A huge round of applause for you, yaar. You have done a commendable job. As well as, guys, everybody who's watching, because Yash is attached with Mercedes, you never know. Whatever you learn from Yash today, you write it on LinkedIn, tag him, and you get a Mercedes from him. You never knew he kind of can request the company to give the same to you. Anyway, going ahead, let's go with Anya. So, Anya, we have met before in SRCC. We were the part of the same panel and it was fun and interesting. So I'm really inspired by the work you're doing in the industry, the women empowerment, and kind of I always keep on seeing your posts. Recently, you went to New York as well, if I remember, for certain things. So tell me what's going on, a little bit about you, and when did you start LinkedIn?
So I'll quickly introduce myself a little bit as well. I'm Anya, 23 years old, graduated from LSR, did history honors. Clearly, I'm doing nothing related to that. I run my own non-profit. It's called Her Haq, and I work with women on ground on menstrual hygiene, financial literacy, and legal literacy. I'm also working at a venture capital firm in India right now. It's called Beyond Capital Ventures. We have a global team and invest in India and Africa with a social impact lens, and it's a women-led fund. Everything else is boring, so I will skip it. I also create content on LinkedIn, like you very rightly said. I think I started towards the last year of my college, not because I wanted to be a content creator, but everybody told me that, oh, to have a good future, for this possibility of getting a job, maybe you should talk a little about what your journey is or what you're doing, what are your achievements, etc. And that's how I started. And then I realized that the space then until now is so full of people talking about very few things, right? You see fintech, you see advice on growing, you see marketing, you see a lot of these streams, but you rarely see people talking about uncomfortable topics, be it social impact, be it gender equality, be it representation of women at the workplace. And I realized, since those were things I was extremely passionate about and still am, I decided I'm going to be somebody who talks about uncomfortable things on the platform. And yeah, that's how I started. And what's been happening is I've just entered this VC world, so I'm learning. Everything is very new. I'm running my nonprofit, doing a lot of things side by side as well. And yes, I had. Recently visited New York. I was a part of the Goalkeepers Conference, a part of the India delegation. And before that, I'd actually gone there to give a talk with a VC firm to female VCs about the work that I'm doing in India. And of course, when I went there, I felt like this is it. I just have to move there. So now another thing is added to my life goals that I want to move to New York. But yes, that's a little about me, what's happening, and why I started creating content.
So, like, this is an interesting journey, and this is an interesting take to take, like studying from LSR and now people taking placements from LSR, going into big companies, you starting something like your own that is also a not profit. We would like to know the business model really soon, but again, that's not a part as of now. But yes, one hint Anya has given that she wants to, kind of shift to New York. So, anyone here who's watching from New York, and Anya is just 23, she is not married, so probably this is the platform where you can probably put out a proposal in DM, and if you're in New York, you never know like what happens. Anyway, going ahead, we'll keep the fun going in. We'll move next to my fellow competitor Mahima Jalan, who's the founder of Sorted Brand, and it's kind of very tipsy, but I really do that. I go and check the post she's kind of doing, how she's getting traction, gain some insights, apply it in my account, and make sure that I get leads out of it. Anyway, going ahead, I've been like I invited iske pehle bhi on my show, and it was a great experience. Go ahead, Mahima, tell like how did you find the sorted brands? How did you get sorted with LinkedIn, and what's your journey like?
Great. Firstly, thank you so much for the lovely introduction. We have been, I think, collaborating more than competing with each other, which is amazing. And the stalking is happening from my end as well. So, keeping an eye on all your content and loving it. Now, just a little introduction about me. Firstly, I heard everyone else's introduction except Riya's, and I am blown by what you guys are doing. I feel like I've done nothing till now, but my journey was very, like, it started very candidly. Content creation happened very organically because I was figuring out what to do next in life. I was pursuing my masters in journalism, and during that time pandemic hit, and I knew it's going to be tough, and I'm probably not going to get any job, so I wanted some internship. And I that's how landed on LinkedIn. Then I started, noticing how people are creating content and posting. I remember back then there were creators like Pranjal Podar and Web of Sinti, and I used to see, oh my god, they're doing something, let me try. And my post used to get see 4 likes, 5 likes, but I still used to feel okay about it, and I never really, you know uh, got bored of the platform. So aise karte karte I, got into it. I got viral one day, and just like Yash, I got some 10, 12,000 followers by one post. So that what actually pushed me to take it seriously. Then I started getting some freelance gigs, but I was working as a freelancer all alone and just making 50,000, some 70,000 a month, and was happy with it. But then, as I started getting more leads, the business got bigger, and now I have a team of 12 people, and that's how Sorted Agency came into place. The name is actually taken from my private Instagram profile. When I was in college, I created an Instagram account, and the username was Miss Sorted. And back then, I used to enjoy it, although now I feel it's very cringe. But I used to get a lot of attention because of my username. So when I decided to start an agency and name it, I wanted to keep it a mix of personal and professional. The name, actually, the vision is to sort life of founders and CXOs with their brand building, but also it has a personal story. So that's about it. Also, apart from running an agency, I am a content creator, creating content on LinkedIn, Twitter, and now trying my hands on Instagram as well. So yeah, that's pretty much a very boring introduction about me, but would love to share more fun things I've done, in the session.
anything anything that has a money element in it is not boring again. When, like how easily she said 50,000-70,000 rupees kama rahe the. I was like, okay. And then now I'm a team of 12 people. Like for the people who are watching, some of like 50,000, 70,000 retainer is like a kind of dream. And so easily you said that. That's what bring me to the idea that the conversations we're gonna have is gonna be very insightful here. Thanks, Mahima, for the introduction, and definitely looking forward to talk more to you. Coming to last but not the least, Priya, whom I have been stalking as well, but not on LinkedIn, but on TopMate because like she has so many bookings done that I'm like सारे लोग सिर्फ TopMate में प्रिया के साथ ही booking कर रहे हैं क्या? So that's what I saw like I think so a month ago while wo New York and it was going on. And probably I don't know much about you, but I've seen a lot of things on your profile in terms of you doing keynotes and career, personal branding, everything. So I really am very curious to know about you, how you are managing so many things, and when did you start? You have also got a huge number of followers. So tell me something about that, Priya. Over to you.
Cool. So I think first of all, Yogesh, Mahima, Yash has been a very, very old friend. We have really collaborated and brainstormed a lot when we were starting with our content creation journey. Anya, love her
Very
work. I
happy,
started.
Priya. Just to interrupt you, at least यश हंसा तो सही इतने देर से यश हंस नहीं रहा है. I'm like, bro, ये stand-up comedy ना मैं इसको कैसे हंसाऊं मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा है. I'm so happy you took the name of Yash and he laughed at me, smiled. Go
No, I
ahead, go
think
ahead.
as the conversation will unfold, no, we have a lot to maybe speak of. And Anya, I mean, just a fun fact, I followed Anya probably 2 weeks back from now, because I got to find her through some of the I think Instagram reel and loved her work absolutely. And yeah, when she was speaking about her background, how did this journey start, I was legitimately thinking in my mind, why do I don't have to really go ahead and give my introduction. I can swap a few words out and in, and that would be my introduction, like quite legitimately. Just to let you all know, I've started like any other Indian household girl would do, be a doctor, be an engineer kind of confusion. I went ahead, took my admissions, I wanted to become a doctor. Within 1 week I realized, no, that's not going to happen. Hence I had to switch back to engineering, did my engineering for 4 years, got pretty decent grades, which again got me into a delusion that this is something I want to do for the rest of my life. Got into Morgan Stanley, got into Adobe, was doing fairly good there. Again, the delusion continued until something really, how do I put it, something really shaky happened to me in my life. COVID period was very, very different for me as compared to others. When I speak about, for them it's like it's the period of self discovery. They have gotten enough time, they sat back at homes, they realized what their fortes were. For me it was the time of absolute distrust. I mean, that was the time when I realized the actual crux of being alive. I lost a lot during that time. So that's when I realized, probably if I continue doing my 9 to 5, I'll earn good, I'll live the way. But more than living, I would die just how anyone else would do, right? Without doing absolutely anything in all of my life, and it'll go waste. That's when I realized, probably I don't have a lot. I'm not a thought leader. I wasn't a thought leader back then. I'm still not. I'm on my journey to learn a few more new things. But then that's when I realized there are people standing on the pedestal where I was standing a few years back.
and I have gotten a little something that I can share with them, right? I have gotten a little bit of experience, I've gotten a bit of my networking progress, and I can probably go ahead, let people know on that. So that's how LinkedIn started for me. It started because my dad pushed me to just go ahead and share whatever little I have learned thus far with the people around. They might need it. And you will be shocked to know, but my LinkedIn, when did it really picked up? It really picked up. So I don't believe in virality, to be very honest. For me, it was never about posting daily. I still don't post daily. If you go and check my LinkedIn, I probably have not posted for last 2 weeks. It's not something that is a mandate for me, that come get up daily, just post something even if it's trashy. No, I don't do that. What I would rather do is I'll observe the things around, whatever is happening in my life, whatever is happening in the world around, and if I can contribute back to that in whichever way, maybe try to solve it or at least break it down simply for the people finding it quite difficult to navigate through it. And that's when I write about it. So, I mean, Yogesh, I mean, that would take a bit of a toll on the comic side of the conversation that we have had right now. But I want people to know about my journey so that they can also uplift themselves and can start. I still remember I lost my dad to COVID. I was in the hospital there for about 4 months. When I came down one day, my dad was on fourth floor. I came down on the ground floor, and that's where I realized I am going through a lot, but there were children who lost both their parents. Not even their mother, not even their father, no one from the family. They were probably in second year, third year, here and there, and now they were struggling to get even this thought in their mind that I would get back to my college someday, or I will be able to continue with my studies or not. And I, for a fact, knew I was in a lot better space. I was already in Adobe, and I knew for a fact that all these big FANG companies, they don't really need you to have a degree anymore. As far as you have skills, and getting a skills, you do not require money in your pockets. You just need the right kind of mentorship and guidance. And that's when I started doing it completely offline. It wasn't social at all. I started connecting with a few people using my email, using my phone number. And when you ask me, Priya, you have so many calls on TopMate, that is a tale for another day. But I have so many calls because for the longest time, probably for an entire year, I kept it absolutely for free. I used to sit on calls day long, right? Ever since I think Ankit, who's the founder of TopMate, we have had really intimate calls back in time when he was actually brainstorming the idea of TopMate, how it would start. He would get on a call with me and fight legitimately. Priya, what the hell are you doing? You're sitting on calls for like 7 hours a day straight without even, charging a single rupee. And I used to tell him that probably, Ankit, this is how I want to do it. And this is the entire purpose I wanted to use this platform. I want to connect with people. So that's something which kind of garnered me a lot of love from my audience. Right now, it's about 210K. But that vanity metrics is something I'm not concerned with. I'm concerned with as far as I'm getting all those DMs that, Priya, because of you, this is something which has happened in my life. And trust me, I take screenshot. I still take screenshot. I used to take it back when I had probably 500 followers. I still do it, and I'll keep doing it. To me, impact is what matters, right? So that's a little bit about my story, and everything else continues. Being a part of panels, being a part of different, keynote sessions, getting awards here and there. That's just something which follows. To me, I think impact is what matters in the end of the day.
Totally makes sense. Like that was a roller coaster ride of me starting in a comic tone and going all together into the zone where we are talking about such stories. And
Yeah.
audience, there's a takeaway from here. Like there are two, three creators who talk getting viral and getting their first set of followers. There's Priya talking about not thinking about the virality metrics. So you have to understand viral is not the only means to build a personal brand. And even like virality also helps, and not getting viral and having some kind of creating that impact that mostly Anya and Priya are doing. Like again, that's the kind of message that I want to pass for personal branding. Secondly, I noticed something that people should know, that when it comes to personal branding, your face is your logo. Like today when you walk in, like maybe you're in Bangalore or maybe Delhi or anywhere, if somebody is identifying you, hey, you're Mahima, you are Priya, you are Yash, you are Anya, that's because of your face. So your face is your logo when it comes to personal branding, which most of the people don't know, right? And because there will be no one to ask my introduction, I'll have to give it myself probably. That's the only thing that I am. So, okay. So I am basically right now the host for the event, but I've just founded 1 week ago a company called Revamp Tribe, where we kind of we are a rebranding agency. We revamp the brands for entrepreneurs and coaches and make sure that brand positioning is better, they earn better, the business grows. But apart from that, I have also done talks. I've trained in, like, I'm a corporate trainer in, like, I've trained across a lot of corporates like Times of India, Amar Ujala, and I've spoken at a lot of colleges like IIM Calcutta, IIT Kharagpur. So probably I'm getting into the training industry more right now. And if you talk about a previous segment of my life, just to give you guys a hint, that 1 year ago, like November 2022, I quit my job. I had zero followers on LinkedIn. So the journey you see about establishing a business, having a team right now of 10 plus people, that is just in 1 year. And everybody out here, Anya, Yash, Mahima, and Priya, probably अगर आप एक साल पीछे जाएंगे या 1.5 साल पीछे जाएंगे, nobody knew them. So the idea for the audience is that if you start now, like, I know you have not started 1 year ago, but if you start now, when LinkedIn is already creating the buzz, you can create the same brand that these people have created, and they will give you insight today. Now, going ahead, these people have given me some kind of questions, but sorry, Organized, I'm not gonna be organized. I'm gonna be the chaos, and I'm gonna ask my own questions. So these questions are primarily not something I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask my own questions. Going forward with Yash first. So Yash, you're working full time with Mercedes, right? Like,
Right, yeah. Just before this call, I was in a meeting. Office
okay,
meeting.
so you are work office call full time with Mercedes. Okay, now I'll tell you something that everybody wants to know. A lot of my clients are full time employees. When it comes to making a personal brand, they ask me one simple question: that मेरा boss क्या बोलेगा? And मेरा boss को ये नहीं लगेगा ना that I'm trying to sell something. So there's a very big glitch out there in the industry where the companies do not want us to grow personally. To be very frank, this has happened with me also. So how do you tackle how everybody who's a working professional today who's watching this, how they can build their personal brand, keeping the company's idea and goals and interest as well? Like, this is something that is asked by a lot of people, and I guess Priya, Mahima, and Anya will agree to this as well. This is like kind of important. Yash, go ahead.
Correct. Yeah, I think this question often arises when you work for MNCs or fan companies or even some companies from automobile sector. So there has to be transparency when you are, building a personal brand or when you are trying to grow something on your own, right? So there will be always company policies. There will be always some regulation which are in place as soon as you join an organization. So you have to adhere to all those regulations, right? And whatever the content you're making, or whenever I go to a seminar, or whenever I go apart from a company, so I have to inform the management or the the structure which is already in place. So I have to inform them, and I have to be in cognizant with all of them, right? So the only thing which often comes as it should not be conflicting with the interest of the company, right? For example, I work with Mercedes, and other day if I promote Tesla or any other automobile company, then it will be a area of conflict, right? So if you're not making a conflict with your current company's interest, in that case you will be already safe. But still, if you are trying to grow something on your own, or if you're trying to build something on your own, or if you're trying to do a lot of things which are not in common with your full-time job, in that case you should have to be transparent with the company, and always make sure that you communicate well with the company what you're trying to do. So yeah, that helps. I always try to do
Great
these
stuff.
things, and it doesn't bother till now.
Oh, that's nice. Like, I'm happy that like this perspective is great. You cannot promote Tesla because you're working in Mercedes. Didn't think it that way, but yes, this is very important. But again, a follow-up question to this. Now you have gained followers. When you walk into the doors into the company inside Mercedes, and people know, okay, Yash has got 1.5 lakh followers. So what's the difference that has made in your life, in your professional life, when you enter the office now? So what is that personal brand ka impact on your professional life? The question to you again, like, this is a follow-up question.
Correct. I don't think it makes or kind of builds that kind of image, like a celebrity image, I would say. But somehow you become an asset to the company, right? So the company is also acknowledge that this particular employee has this number of following, or whatever the brand he has. So it kind of builds kind of a very smooth relationship, and you actually being acknowledged, and being seen as asset to the company. So whenever go to any public spaces, or whenever you are doing for some interdepartment meetings, so people kind of recognizes you, and it is kind of a asset to you, your manager, and the hierarchy on the top level, right? So that's the only thing which kind of makes an impression. But apart from that, I don't feel that kind of a celebrity feeling when I walk to the office on a daily basis.
Okay, great. So, see, you are celebrating for a lot of people out there, and everybody who wants to join Mercedes, you can flood the DMs of Pia. She's always ready to refer you. Okay, ऐसा इसने बोला नहीं, by the way. But still, I am very happy that, bro, you are really doing great in life, and we'll chat more now that we have met. I'll come to the second panelist, Anya, one of my favorites. Okay, so Anya, there's a beautiful question for you. Okay, you are a kind of role model for all the DU college students, first of all, before like anything else. When I go and talk to, okay, Anya, everybody knows Anya. Now, seeing you, a lot of students started building their brand out of DU. Now, I know those set of colleges, they are a part of my team as well, who are from DU colleges. The point is, like, there are a lot of students who are attending this session as well. Now, Jesse Yash ne bataya as a working professional how you can make your brand and again make sure that the balance remains. As a student also, I think so. A lot of people don't know how to make that brand for the kya bolte yourself. So, what are your 3 to 5 points that you want to say for someone who's starting out as a student and they want to make a brand plus impact at the same time, the way you are doing? Over to you.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much, Priya. You said such nice words, and your journey is extremely inspiring. I know I couldn't unmute before, but I would have. So grateful to be on a panel with all of you here. And the next thing I would say is there's too much pressure that you've just put on me, saying कि I'm some sort of inspiration. मुझे ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं लगता, and I hope कि ऐसा है भी नहीं, because like everybody said, right, we're all just work in progress. And some when people call me an influencer, I find it really odd, right? That means that anything that I do is going to influence people, which is anyway way too much responsibility than I want. Like, it's so much more than how I want to deal with life. Itni responsibilities वैसे ही है as adults. uh, Coming to how you said, right, impact and personal branding, how can they go together, especially if you're a student? What I would say and what I truly believe in, right, is I deeply feel for some causes, right? I am extremely passionate about gender equality, and of course, because of many reasons. Personal story है, या life में क्या क्या देखा है, क्या क्या नहीं पा पाई, बहुत कुछ है. So all of that really motivates me to do the work that I'm doing, and I feel like the work that I'm doing automatically plays a big role in my personal brand, because anything that I do is mostly revolved around things that I've experienced, things that I've started, things, initiatives that I've taken. And it's not just me giving advice on LinkedIn कि अच्छा आपको ऐसे करना चाहिए, here are 3 ways to earn more money, here are 5 ways to write a good resume, right? Because that then truly believes and depends on the knowledge of the person. But for me, a lot of it depends on my experience. So same for college students, right? You can't just get into social impact because you feel like it'll add that cherry on top to your resume while applying for jobs, because after a point of time you will get bored. It's not that entertaining, it's not as glorious as it sounds, and obviously it's not just charity work, right? You have to put so much of yourself in it, and unless you're deeply passionate about it, there are no two ways about succeeding or being able to create impact in the social sector. So I would say do things that truly move you or you truly feel personally about. And the second thing is, आप जो भी काम करो उसके बारे में बात करो. That is more than enough. There is no, at least I don't have a lookbook or any secret handbook to say, okay, this is how you should write your content, or this is how you should post on LinkedIn, or this is, like Priya said, right, I don't post every day. I post, sometimes I post 5 times a week, sometimes I don't post in 2 3 weeks also, because I don't have anything valuable to add. And this is the biggest advice I'll give to students. Just because you think creating content on LinkedIn is going to get you a job opportunity, get you a master's degree, it actually doesn't work like that. Unless you have something of value to add, it's okay if you don't speak. And if somebody has said it better than you, it's okay to repost. There's so many people who I follow talk about things and share lessons from their lives that are so much well articulated than I could ever do. And I'm okay with them doing that and not constantly thinking there's a small space and we all have to compete with each other. I feel like the content creation industry is so huge that no matter how many creators come, there will always be space, because every day you're seeing more and more people logging into LinkedIn to read content. So, to summarize it, I would say A, be as authentic as you can and let your work do the talking more than you just giving advice. And second, just post when you have some value add. Don't go for clickbaits, don't go for videos, don't go for things that you feel must likes milenge and I'm going to go viral, because after a point of time people will not follow you. They may engage with your posts, but they're not going to know you for you. They're just going to know you for some random pieces of information and nuggets that you share.
That totally makes sense to me. So I have seen people who have made accounts and they have been just taking reels probably from somewhere and posting it on the platform. This will not make their brand. This will get them followership, but that will not create a brand positioning for them. Right? That's very important. So probably Anya, this is true because when I see your profile, if I think of three things, probably I can like three things will be women empowerment, women empowerment, women empowerment. Like, see, that's the kind of brand you want to build, right? So whenever you see someone's profile, you'll be able to know that what this person is all about. Like, that's the kind of position everybody. So this is the kind of again, after everyone talks, I'll try to give some nuggets, and the nuggets from Anya's speech here or the insight here is very simple. That you have to be authentic, but it has to be an authentic story from your end because it will connect to the people. Number one. Second, just don't post for the sake of it. As Priya also mentioned, that it is not important everyday posting, but you have to make sure when you post that is valuable. That's the second thing, very important. And third, when you are starting up as a student as well, you know, it's not just that you want to add it to your resume, that's why I make a brand. No, it should be like you love to write or you love to express. That can be one of the reason why you're starting, otherwise you will leave it. That is why probably, Anya, there are handful of people out of college who have made the brands. Like I have the names on my mouth exactly. I can take 10, 15 names. So that's the kind of brand they have made, and the other students are still sitting apart. Cool. Makes sense. Thank you so much, Anya, for that insight. We'll come back to you. Going forward, we have Mahima Jalan in the house. So let's talk a little bit business now, okay? Personal brand and business kaise work karta hai. So you have started a whole and soul business out of LinkedIn, though you write on Twitter as well and make it on Instagram as well, but we'll talk about LinkedIn. Now, your personality is different than your business personality. It's very obvious. Like it's not important that it's both same. The values can be different. How do you create a balance between your personal brand and business brand? Because again, whenever somebody comes to your account, the first thing they see, founder sorted brand. Now, how do you create that balance? That's number one. Second, probably 50-70 हजार उस टाइम कमा रहे थे, तो अभी कितना कमा रहे हैं आप वो बताइए. I hope income tax officials are not here, but anyway, we'll go for it. Chalo, go ahead.
No, I mean, even if they're here, it's okay. I pay my taxes, so that's not a problem. But to answer your first question, how I maintain a balance is firstly, I might not share something which might be irrelevant for LinkedIn, for example, whether it is parting with friends or anything which is not suitable for my personal brand on LinkedIn. I might avoid sharing it, but I will not fake it. I will not sit in formal clothes and put a picture because that might get better traction or people might find me more professional. I work in my t-shirts, even this meeting, this session I'm attending in my t-shirt, and that's how I am and that's how my pictures look like. So that's one thing, I don't fake it. And second, I in general, also in real life also, although I'm very different in like when I'm with my friends or family, but as soon as I start working with my team, with my clients, I am very professional and I try to be very like to the point, and like that's not how I am in real. I'm very fun and chill in real, but when I'm with my team, I try to be a little more serious and professional. So honestly, it's not that difficult. I mean, I'm just sharing my journey on LinkedIn. I'm just, whatever I share, it's actually real. It's just that I hide certain things which I don't find relevant for the platform. Now, coming to your second question, how much money I make, I mean, of course, you doing the exact similar thing, you will understand that it's not the same every month. It's different. So it's misleading to quote, you know particular number, because the next month it might just double or it might just reduce to half. But yeah, I mean, of course, it's in six figures, so you can just keep guessing. अभी वो starting में भी हो सकता है, end में भी हो सकता है. But yeah,
सटल वे में मैं बोल रही हूँ, मैं नहीं बताने वाली.
I mean,
This
of
is like
course,
a
of
certain way.
course.
I have seen Raj Shamani doing podcast, and Raj Shamani is always like, go and ask, okay, Amit Badana. Amit Badana, kitna? Amit Badana se recently asked that, okay, Amit Badana, how much are you earning? Amit Badana is like, bro, I have a lot of responsibilities to handle, okay? So I don't keep track of my accounts. He asked the same question to Gaurav Taneja or everybody. Everybody has their own way of handling it. And now I know why. And we talk about six figures and all. Again, see, it is totally fun question, to be very frank. We don't want to put numbers. To be very frank, you have to enjoy that business. That's very important. And from Mahima, we get a nugget that there's a difference between personal and private. Okay, let's get to it. So when we are making a personal brand, there are a lot of people who talk about private stuffs, which you should not do exactly. And nobody tries to make a difference between your personal or private mein difference kya hai. So probably this is something where there should be a little you can say differentiation that you should make. Secondly, this is very interesting insight that Mahima is very fun normally, but when it comes to sorted brand or the talking to the team, she is not the same because she has to. So it is just like कि वो जो English teacher या हिंदी टीचर जो क्लास में जब आप जाते हो, सो बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट है, आप उनसे बात नहीं कर सकते, बट वही घर में बाहर में अपने दोस्तों के साथ पूरा चिल कर रहे हैं. that is kind of the
No, not really. I mean, of course, I do fun with my team as well, but when it comes to work, I mean, we have to be serious because like there's so much of pressure, multiple client management, and then kabhi client is irritated for some reason. You have to handle the crisis, or there's so much happening at one time that you can't, like, the attitude should be right. It's not about we don't crack jokes or we are very serious at work. It's about the attitude should be serious. I mean, you do whatever you want, but at the end of the day the work should be taken seriously. So during those
perfect.
peak productive hours I try to be serious and focused. But yeah, and also another thing that I would like to highlight is that at the end of the day it's all about your comfort zone. I mean, if someone is comfortable sharing about their private life, it's absolutely all right, because every day when I scroll LinkedIn, I see at least one to two posts which are very personal, which I feel कि यार ये मैं कभी ना डालूं LinkedIn पे. But people are very comfortable
Okay.
and their audience is enjoying it and maybe learning something from it. But it should actually resonate with your real personality. That's the whole thing. It should make you comfortable, your family comfortable.
Makes sense. No, that's a great insight. Thank you so much for such lovely insights, to be very precise. And again, people should take away these insights, note it down, and make sure they work on it. Thank you so much, Mahima. Coming to Priya. So I have a very interesting question. And this interesting question is because Priya, I guess you were also the part of the favicon list, if I'm not wrong. Were you there in the favicon? अभी देखो, अभी ना personal attack की बारी आ गई है. So basically, I'll tell you what I noticed. Now, these favicon people, they have this marketing strategy, as simple as that. Let's talk very simple. The marketing strategy is सबको rank करेंगे, they will post about it, and this will happen. Now, what I want to know, the list is good, but I have one thing that I want to ask you guys personally. एक तो निकला world, like top world 100, like 200, top 200. Then there were top 200 women. First question is why there was not top 200 men. Okay, that's my first question. Why? What do you think about it? Okay. Second, India ka the top 200 list is out. So I was checking that who are my competitors who are out there. Okay. And there are many, male candidates also there who are into personal branding industry, including me. Okay. And I've been not very active on LinkedIn. At least abhi the business build कर रहा था 2-3 महीने से post नहीं कर रहा. ठीक है. I'm okay. I'm out. But I saw out of 20 people, 19 are girls. Okay. So Priya, how much do you think, this is a question of the hour, is the image that we put out there with the content really makes the content go viral? That's a real question, okay, that I am asking on the behalf of Janta. That's first question. And second question is, okay, it's about you, that you are managing Topmate and everything. You started and then you got into your service. So what exactly is your technique to get leads when it comes to personal brand? That is also want to people want to know that personal branding. Say, how can you generate exactly the leads as well? So let's go forward and start with the first question first.
Okay, so to answer the first question, I think Yogesh, I wouldn't be the right person in the first place. I mean, if it's about women empowerment, Anya should take it. But yes, let me tell you, based on the rankings and everything, I very brutally, very honestly, very candidly think that there is no influence of adding a picture or being a woman. It's as simple as how good your content is. Because those rankings, if you see, are based on the scraping of data. And what that data is, what the impressions are, how many people reacted to it, right? How many people commented or resonated with it. And comments, by the way, also, Yogesh, there's a recent update in the algorithm too, that comments like, good share or great post or stuff like that are not being counted anymore. Only when there is like a really meaningful connect which a person is establishing in their comment is when it gets counted. So I don't think there is an influence. Now, speaking around the lines of how much does attaching a picture, that to being a girl, makes a difference on LinkedIn. So yesterday, like quite literally yesterday, I was going through a post by one of the top voices on LinkedIn, like the LinkedIn top voices, Anshuman Tiwari. He's the global head of operational excellence at DXT Technologies. And I loved the post, being a male himself, all that he posted was about don't be a crybaby. Okay, we as consumers, if we react more to the post wherein there is a pretty girl, she is posting her picture, then it's not the girl's problem. She's just leveraging the leverage that you have given to her. If you also start reacting the same way you do to a girl's picture, to maybe a guy's picture, normally casually hanging out with friends, then the guys also, can take up the leverage of that thing. They can also start to post many pictures around. There is a very comic picture associated, and again, quoting what I mean, I don't know, Anya, why am I quoting you so much, but you just repeat back my words. That's something which is happening. So just when she said no, I would never try to speak on the lines when I know there's somebody else who can put it the best way out there. So everybody, I'm repeating his name, Anshuman Tiwari, just open his LinkedIn account and read that one post. I think, Yogesh, I won't be able to justify the way he has done it. Being a male himself, he has legitimately brutally gone loud about it, that hey everyone, it's you who react to girls' pictures, so it's not their fault. It's probably yours. Right? So that's the other part. Now, coming on the next question, which was about lead generation. So I, in particular, I am not someone who want to generate leads from LinkedIn. That's not what my intent is. My intent has been on the other side, right?
Hmm.
What about the intent that I post based on is once I start to post about people, I usually get approached by not just the students, by a few working professionals, as up to the ladder to some CXOs of all these startups and all these companies too sometimes. And they want to get back to me and understand the entire psychology behind having a personal brand. Because I really resonate with a few questions you put up here, Yogesh. People have misunderstood the concept completely. First of all, there is a mandate they have started to put on themselves that if you don't have a personal brand today, you're dead. No, you're not dead. Don't build a personal brand just for the sake of building it or just because everybody else is going blindly towards it. First of all, identify, do you have something within your personality which you feel is not acquired, which comes naturally to you, and that is something others can benefit from. So you should start sharing it. That's number one. Second, I also take up counseling, right? So sometimes you in your career, might be in your life, might be in your personal branding journey, you're absolutely lost. Then that's when you need someone to handhold you and to make you understand what the right path would be. For an example, if you see my profile, I'm not just into career management, neither am I just into personal branding. I'm also a bit into tech. I'm also a bit into traveling. So, very limited or very few people know it about me, but I'm a herophile by nature. I'm 24 right now. I've been to around 44 countries. So, that's also the side that I have. And what I let people know is it's okay not to have one niche. It's okay not to force yourself onto something, Google it out, find a few blogs, rewrite them at posts, and then post about them. It's okay that you have to cascade, that I'm all over the place. I have 4 to 5 specialties, and that's who I am. That's what my personality is. And if you resonate with my personality, let's connect. There's maybe something we can exchange on a positive light, right? So that's the other part. Next, how it turns into business for me, because I'm a founder now. I have Keurig, that's my brainchild. Just like you, Yogesh, I left my full time job on my birthday, November 30th, 2022. Right. So that's how it began for me. And everybody who's watching this, yes, you'll have to take a few very difficult decisions. You'll have to step up, take a few risks, and that will all actually make sense after a few years, maybe after a few months for you. So, on those lines, how that turns into business for me is whenever, as a career manager, I find someone who's struggling with their career on different facets or note. It could be they don't know what to pursue next in terms of studies. Like, again, a lot of us, no matter whatever we have done in terms of our, undergrad or postgrad, maybe we are doing something absolutely different right now. So that is where I kind of induce the kind of psychology we don't have in Indian education system yet. People who are not at all STEM oriented in terms of their psychology, they are still going for STEM subjects. People who might do really good in political science, probably they are far off from the subject, they have not even gotten exposed to it. So that's what I'm bringing in into India, and that's a bigger mission, not aiming to get it done probably in this year, but yeah, something that I'm working on. So lead generation is not something, again, which I target at all.
Perfect. Makes sense. Thank you so much for insights, Priya. And I'd really like to bring up some conversation on these insights. Number one, starting from the question that I asked, the reason for asking that question was as giving a reference to Anshuman as well. Most of the people don't know. Anshuman is my mentor. We talk every single day, and we keep on having a lot of conversations around these things, and probably we are working on bigger projects together as well. Anshuman is that one personality with whom I had my first video call ever on LinkedIn when I was starting off LinkedIn, and that was through LinkedIn video call. I didn't even know LinkedIn ka video call hota hai, khud se message mein. So that was the first video call I had, and he guided me. I was like, "What should I do?" He told me, "Ye karo." That time was no one. That person did not only paid me with time, he paid me with a confidence. है ना कि Yogesh is no one, still that guy is talking to me. So from there our journey started. So that's the person I look forward to. So his thoughts resonate with me. He also, I love what he does. Like, he cannot comment on every post, but he goes and like every post that is there. Like, he shows his support to people who are writing. So that's a very beautiful discussion. If you would have been there, I've been really happy as well. Second thing, when it talks about the girl, this pictures and all. Like recently, when you talk about Raj Shamani, बोला कि Raj Shamani ने एक बात बोली कि जैसे LinkedIn को हम Instagram जैसे बना रहे हैं. We are just loving those pictures to come. It creates like a hook. Let's understand that.
Yeah.
The idea is not about girl or boy. First of all, the picture. When you talk about Instagram, also the same sort of things happen. Till you're a brand, like again, you are MS Dhoni, your pictures will have a lot of likes and all. So the idea is to make it out there and people to know as well. Favicon list is just a kind of those numbers and rankings that will come and go. And I'm very happy for the people who are there. It is just that when we talk about LinkedIn as a platform, I started 1 year back, there were no pictures coming in. It has changed a lot. Now people have started. Exactly. So that's
I
the
couldn't
difference that has made.
So if you ask me on my personal opinion, I mean, I would love LinkedIn team to hear this out. In I mean, not just me, a lot of creators, like, like when we started probably 1.5 year back, we in particular do not really like this as an increment. Why so? Because trust me, just to make sure that my content is going out and the algorithm does support it the way it is supposed to support the content as per the updated rules right now, we have to dig into our galleries and find a relevant picture. Just like Mahima said,
Correct.
we are not someone, we don't go out and keep kicking pictures here and there. We probably are sitting back there in t-shirts, and all of us right here, none of us, really looked as if we pepped up for the session or something. We just candidly, all of us, we have came down to our studies and
Probably
started.
at least girls have pretty pictures. They know how to click. We boys are like just keeping your hands in the pocket, and that's the
I
pose we know.
know. I know.
And
I
that's
mean,
kind of picture we have, 2-3 pictures.
people have started
You can
telling me
you can
around the
ask
corner.
Yash. You agree to this? We probably have 2-3 poses. That's it, and we are
Correct.
done.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's the idea I wanted to make. And also I'll add here that when you talked about there are people like Justin Welch who don't post pictures and still is the biggest name on LinkedIn. So again, those example does come in front of me as well. He has never been fond of posting pictures. Still, algorithm came, algorithm gone. Nobody is able to remove him from that spot. Then
True.
came Jasmine again, who came into the zone and he started doing stuff where Jasmine was also not posting. Recently, वो थोड़ा सा डालना चालू किया. So we are seeing that trend shifting as well. Second, we talked about lead, Priya. The thing that we talked about, the idea was very simple. I'm not talking about lead. Now you have a button called book an appointment. Probably Mahima has that button, and the people who have services have that button. It's about how much like that button everybody can have. But probably वो button click होगा कि नहीं वो आपके personal brand के ऊपर depend करता है.
True.
There can be a lot of career coaches, but whom are you booking appointment with? That's the idea. Maybe I could not frame the question properly, gave it a name of lead. It could have been a, you make a fun, how personal branding helps in the funnel or conversions and a lot of those things, because a lot of people make the brand. The reason is, अब जैसे JBL को nobody could have removed. When Aman Gupta came and he introduced this as a lifestyle product, and Aman Gupta as someone himself is cool, people started taking the boat product even more seriously. So that's the kind of brand narration I was actually talking about and bringing the light onto. Exactly.
For that,
And
for that,
yeah,
Yogesh, I've kept it really simple. To that, my answer would be relatability. What I have tried to focus on is I try to make my brand as relatable as possible to all the versions of myself over the past few years. I was a job seeker also. I was from tier three. I don't really like the distinction, but yeah, if that's there, I was there. I also tried to get my hands onto bigger brands. I wanted to enter Fang. That was also a time. I worked with Fang. And then every single pedestal, you like again, all of us, I'm sure, we talk a lot about our life experiences, and that's what I try to do a lot. And I just let them know that, see, this is who I am, this is what I did, and this is what happened. And then people, obviously, Yogesh, I think a few of your questions are so on point because they are answering a lot of questions people have in their mind. They're not generic or per se, they're not out of just the same age old book. Some of them are really relatable on the lines that when I'm posting something, people might have that, hey Priya, it might work for you, you got lucky, it might just not work for us. Why the hell should we come over a 1 hour call at all? So on those lines, what I let them know is also the work that I do for my clients. If let's say you go back to my profile, if I've connected with somebody and that's some story which has touched me inside out. So there was this professional I connected with in February, 17 years experience into all tech. It was purely tech. Now he wanted to get into managerial. After managerial also, he does not want to be in a pure people management role. He wants to get into techno managerial. He's like, I can't leave my roots. I know I have to, leave this bar of being an IC. So that's how I let people know you're not unique. This is not just
next.
happening to you, happens to everybody.
Cool. That's a great session altogether. I would just like to wrap it up with first of all thanking all of you, but bringing lessons from everybody. Starting from Yash, the lesson is you can work in a full-time job and still manage to make your personal brand, which stands out, and have that balance of working in an organization like Mercedes and still like being an employee. You can go out there and post which most of the people think is a taboo that you should not if you're a part of an organization. So great thing there. Yes, to be very frank, people can learn that from you. Coming to second is Anya. What we can learn from her is like very simple. You can start out very early, even when you're in college. Like when she was leaving the college, she started. And LinkedIn or branding is not only about selling everything or anything. It is about making an impact. What she has been creating with this LinkedIn. So when I think Anya, I think women empowerment, I think impact, I think her hug. So that's the kind of impact she has created. So people can learn that personal branding is not only about getting the money or leads. It's about creating impact. When it comes to Mahima, what we can learn is you can establish a full-fledged business out of this particular platform, which is LinkedIn, and you can just make sure that your entire life you can do a business from here. That's the kind of powerful this platform is. You just have to strategize it very properly. Okay, so that's a beautiful thing that Mahima teaches. And what we learn from Priya is that you can have different niches. Like she's into career, she is into personal branding, she is into a lot of stuff, which exactly we are very, when it comes to any career coach, they say one thing: niche down, niche down, niche down. अरे बाबा, and where Priya stands out, अभी सबसे ज्यादा followers उसी के हैं यहाँ पे, and like she is having multiple niches, and that is where I think so. This is an impact. So everybody has a different lesson to provide, and this is what the session is all about, to learn different personal branding lessons from each one of you. Thank you so much, Mahima, Yash, Anya, and Priya. And probably
But
if I want you
But
to,
before
go
we
ahead.
wrap up, Yogesh, before you continue, I have a quick question for you. You have been, such an entertainer all this session. You really wrap it up really well. What's that one takeaway that we can take from you and you would want your audience to know on personal branding? I would come just take the charter bait in here and I would want you to answer that question for us.
Uh, I have one quote that I resonate a lot with, that you cannot go back and change the beginning, but you can start now and change the ending. And that's what stick by me. When I met an accident, I lost my ring finger in November. Before that, I'm a person who had like been a like who has tried to commit suicide, and like because of mental health in 2021. I had a very bad history. I have always hustled, but the point is, the takeaway that I always feel that it is not just about LinkedIn. It's about that बहुत प्यारी बात संदीप महेश्वरी ने की थी कि ना दौड़ना है ना रुकना है, बस चलते रहना है. सो आई नेवर स्टॉप्ड. आई ऑलवेज, अगर मेरे पास आइडियाज नहीं भी रहता है, सो आई कीप ऑन डूइंग समथिंग और द अदर, and that's how I became sorted in this one year journey of mine. And today I'm very happy to say that my full family is running just because of this one platform pura. I was working with Baiju's, and it was having a good handsome salary I was bringing in home. I I am able to replicate that whole salary today here from LinkedIn. So that's a takeaway. I should say that, like, आप हो सकता है आप हर रोज उतना क्वालिटी पोस्ट ना कर पाओ, हो सकता है आप रोज शो अप ना कर पाओ, but don't stop it. Like, just keep on doing that little effort, and from there I've reached where I am. So that's a takeaway that I would like
Sure.
people to give, that start today and change the ending if you could not have changed the beginning. At least that's all.
Commendable, Yogesh.
यार
I
बहुत
mean,
इमोशनल हो गया यार माहौल.
after
हंसी नहीं
this
बच रहा मुझे.
session from you and everybody, I think Mahima, Yash, Anya, I mean, can we believe the kind of backstory Yogesh had? And that's the beauty I think we bring along in such sessions. Thank you so much. I personally would want to thank you here, Yogesh, because I know I've not been onto that verge, but yes, I know how difficult it gets. But anyways, thank you for
Correct.
making this session super fun for all of us.
Let's click at least just Shubham, come on, and let's click a victory selfie. At least I can take a
For sure,
screenshot.
for sure.
Everybody, Anya, I cannot see you. Your hand. Yep. Okay,
Yeah.
Shubham.
So
1,
it's
2,
done.
3.
Yeah, it's already
Done.
done. Thank you so much. Everybody's expression was really good. So thank you so much, Yogesh, and you moderated it so well. Like I literally enjoyed that particular session. एक घंटा, थोड़ा थोड़ा कभी बोर हो जाता है, but you literally didn't let us feel that. So and thank you so much, Priya, Anya, Mahima, Yash, and for joining this particular platform. And I hope the vision I had for creating this particular conference, just aligned with the LinkedIn, and LinkedIn particularly, start doing something for creators, and brands can leverage this particular platform. So let's surely collaborate in future, and I hope I'll come up with this very soon, and just see you then. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Shubham, for bringing this on, and putting us together on one platform. Cheers. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
so much,
you.
everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Welcome back, everybody, with the yet another fireside chat session with Mr. Priyank Kahuja, who is the product leader, LinkedIn influencer, and personal branding expert. And I'm so honored to have him, as I have personally seen his posts, and LinkedIn loves you, sir. Welcome on board. So you're on
Thank you
mute,
so
actually.
much, Shubham. I hope you are doing well.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And I hope the same for you as well. And
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we just literally had personal branding session, and we had the lovely creators on board regarding the same as well. But now you being an expert and diving into this particular aspect of personal branding on LinkedIn platform, being a professional centric platform. So I would really love to give you a minute to please share about your journey.
Okay. So my journey is really amazing. It's close to 30 months now when I have started writing content on the LinkedIn,
Oh wow.
and I know my exact date when I started wrote the first content. It was on 10th April 2021 when the first
Okay.
post I have written on that platform, and it was giving just you can say hardly 2 likes and zero comment. I know that particular first journey. Thereafter, I keep on writing again and again, but luckily my fourth post become viral, and it brings around 6 lakhs views and 5,000 likes, as well as 1,000 plus comment. And then thereafter, I got intrinsic motivation to write again and again. And then thereafter, I started writing twice a day, then thrice a day, and sometimes I used to write 4 times in a day. So if you talk about my 30 months content creation part, so I wrote around 2,000 posts, and
Wow.
right now I am getting around 165 million plus impressions in a particular financial year.
Oh, that's great, sir. That's great. And particularly the number of followings you are having, I think that's the that's the largest number of numbers I'm seeing with all the influencers combined. So, sir, I'll just start with you by asking the first question is that LinkedIn, sir, is a very powerful tool for personal branding. So, how do you recommend to the individual building a strong personal brand on this particular platform and outstanding in the crowded market?
I will strongly recommend that one should definitely leverage the LinkedIn as a personal branding tool. The reason is that it will help you to connect with so many individuals,
Yeah.
leaders, even professionals, students, as well as your professional communities. If you
Yeah.
know anything, and if you are willing to share anything with your juniors, your seniors, as well as your community, then in my opinion, LinkedIn is the best platform because it will allow you to share the content in multiple formats. Just like you can share the textual content, you can share the visual content like images or videos, or even you can share your own reel as well. And most important, you can also share the PDF document in the form of a carousel. So any format is possible if you try to share your views and opinion on the LinkedIn platform. And when you share the content on the LinkedIn, it gives you massive reach in terms of multiple individuals, and this is the best platform where you can grow quickly. If you try to grow on Instagram, it's very difficult. If you try to grow on Twitter, it is almost 2x times more difficult because they
Yes, sir.
support different type of algorithm. But if you want to grow on LinkedIn, then you have to first start from there itself. And whatever you know, if you want to share your personal stories, then also they will promote you. And if suppose you are an expert in your own domain, this will actually help you to build your own side hustle. This will also help you to grow your professional image, and you will also get tons of opportunity with the help of the LinkedIn platform.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So, many people are thinking about, starting their personal brand and watching influencers like you and, getting motivated and getting inspired. So,
Hmm.
could you please, provide some practical tips on how can individual can effectively, navigate their ever-changing career paths, particularly in the field of consulting as well as the product management? Because you being a product leader, okay, you have and working with a very renowned brand in India. So, what do you think, like initially, how people, can actually leverage their talent onto the
Hmm.
LinkedIn platform and create their own personal brand?
Okay,
Yeah.
so there are multiple ways where individuals can effectively navigate their career paths, which is completely changing on a day-to-day
Yeah.
basis. Suppose if you want to become a product manager, then you can leverage the LinkedIn platform by connecting them on the platform, especially those people who are sharing their knowledge. So many, I know so many product leaders and management consultants who used to regularly conduct their LinkedIn audio shows as well as video podcasts, and also they are keep on sharing their articles. By following those particular articles and listening to their podcast, this will actually help you to understand different type of landscape, especially in terms of their career building phase. And most important, you will also understand the tools, technologies, and the skill set and competency which is required to crack those particular roles. And when you attend those point of a podcast or even participate in their content, then definitely your potential would be visualized by adding value to their content. And if you ask the question in the live session, this will also help you to connect in a better way. Just like suppose you are attending my show, and suppose you raise the hand and asking the question, definitely I will remember your face, I will remember your profile. Whenever you send me any DM, I will be the first person to answer you because I connected with you in the past.
I'm so sorry.
How you will be able to remember by other person. Similarly, for management consulting, there are so many, you can say, webinars people are being conducting, especially on how to crack case solving, how to crack guesstimates, and how to prepare for the CV. So these tips are definitely helpful for you to get into this particular role. And also, some people are also selling their e-learning content as well as they are conducting their boot camps, you can say courses also. So with the help of the LinkedIn platform, you get leverage that who is selling the best content, what is their average rating, and how many people are actually got impacted by a course, and what is their testimonial. Each and everything is now crystal clear on the LinkedIn, and definitely you can take that advantage.
Yes, absolutely. And so, when we have seen your journey, and particularly LinkedIn people actually loves you and see the kind of content, the kind of network you are holding, and the number this is massive. So, what inspired you to become a public speaker and a personal branding expert, and particularly start on the LinkedIn platform?
Okay,
Yeah,
so I actually worked as a corporate trainer 3 years back for a
yeah,
couple of months. And
yeah.
from that particular profile, I got intrinsic motivation to face the audience. Okay. And
Okay.
initially in the corporate, typical to corporate training session, you have to face maximum 25 participants, especially from your
Yeah,
organization also. But I want to leverage my potential to handle audience of around 500 plus people, and also
yeah,
how you can handle diverse audience, especially in unforeseen circumstances, just like your projector is not working, your audio is not working, and even there is a huge noise, then how you would be able to hold the people for at least 1 hour session. That's
yeah,
motivate me to become a public speaker. And public speaking is just you can say not a you can say one time show. It's a skill basically required in your corporate journey. The more you grow as a leader, ultimately you have to talk to so many individuals on day-to-day basis. And if you are
yeah,
not able to hold in for at least a couple of hours in the session, then how you sell the product, how you able to convince them, and how you actually promote measures that this is the product which actually I want, and this is the user which they are looking for. So ultimately, this public speaking skill is actually helping everyone in their career. Now, talking about my journey, so through LinkedIn, I actually got opportunity to conduct the sessions in the colleges. I
yeah.
remember the first college, that is at Delhi Technology University. They have
Oh wow.
approached me for just 20-minute session how to crack the estimates. If
Mhm.
I conducted the session and they like it, this give me motivation to conduct one session for NSIT, that is again in Delhi. They also enjoyed the same, and then thereafter I started getting the you can say sessions requirements from multiple colleges. First I got from the SRCC, thereafter so many colleges have come up. Until date I conducted sessions as a public speaker in 135 colleges, and
Yeah,
these are all tier 1 and tier 2 because I don't target the tier 3 and tier 4 because I don't want to dilute the quality. But these sessions are actually I have taken only in 2.5 years. Only in two and a
oh,
half years, 135 schools and total around 670 plus keynote session I have taken. Why? Because it all happens with your word of mouth. The moment you deliver one session, students are well connected with each other. They immediately take the feedback online that you
yes,
bring this particular speaker. What was the feedback? Do you able to learn anything or not? The moment you gave any good session, definitely the rest of the colleges will start chasing you, and that's how the opportunity will come up. Like I am telling you honestly, on this open platform, I never market myself as a public speaker. I just
Wow.
conducted 1 or 2 sessions, and thereafter, ultimately, the chain has come up, and I am taking session almost every day. Right now, I am connecting with you. It is just like a public speaking session because me and you can see and each other, but there are so many people are in the backstage and they are listening to us. This is also the best example of your public speaking.
Yes, sir. No, absolutely, sir. The number of school and corporate you have covered, that is quite commendable, because it is not really easy for somebody to speak at this much of number of places and actually bring value and but, outcome on the LinkedIn particularly. So,
Let me
sir,
tell
as
you
a
the secret.
yeah,
Let me tell you the secret how I achieved this massive number. The
yeah,
only secret is your consistency and
yeah,
willingness to help other. Your
yes,
consistency
absolutely.
and willingness to help other. If you are not willing to help other, but you maintain the consistency, still you are not able to achieve that particular number.
For sure, sir, for sure. And so, be as you being a influential LinkedIn creator, what are your pro tips on crafting and engaging the content for like which resonates with audience, okay, and that drive and then derives the meaningful engagement. As you said that wherever you did the session, you connected with the audience, students का word of mouth काफी अच्छा होता है, and then accordingly you just get the opportunities. So ऐसा क्या आप ingredient use karte hain so that that you get that much of a opportunity as well as the kind of a image you're having in the particular LinkedIn platform, that is really matlab, this is really appreciable, because I literally every one of us, we have listened that the kind of numbers, the kind of content, the kind of authenticity you are having. I don't think this is anybody has achieved that up to like up till now. Yeah.
Okay, so very simple. First, you need to understand who is your audience. Okay,
Yes, sir.
and then put the content which they resonated. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yes, sir.
second point is, once you write the content, take the feedback from the audience, or if the feedback is coming directly from the audience on their own, don't ignore it and try to improve it further. Third,
Yeah.
you have to keep experiment a lot. Try in different format, especially if suppose your textual is not working, then try with the visual. If visual is not working, then try with the PDF. If PDF is not working, then you try with the video clips. Every format you have to experiment, and also
Yes, sir.
experiment with the timing of the post. Just like you
Yeah.
try in the early morning, you try in the afternoon, you try in the evening, you try in the
Yeah.
night. Let me give my own example. I used to post at 8 o'clock in the morning, or you can say just before the lunch break around 12:30, or in the evening around 5 o'clock, or in the night 10 o'clock. These are the time when my audience are
Yeah.
completely idle, and chances are very high they will read the content. So you have to experiment a lot and understand when your audience is idle, so that they will read your content. And the last and most important part is, always use three keywords as much as you can in your content. These three keywords are I, me, myself. I, me,
Yeah.
myself. Why? Because it will break the algorithm. Because this will give you the personal touch, and LinkedIn actually promote the personal touch. The more these kind of keywords available, and you add one example from your own real life, this will give you massive hit for your post, and definitely it will reach to the wider audience.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the next question is coming from the industry perspective. As you being
Hmm.
a product leader, you have created and worked with many MNCs from
Hmm.
the like in the past. So, what advice would you like to give to those aspiring product managers as well as the individuals who are looking to build their career in the tech industry, based
Hmm.
your own journey and experiences? Because initially when because time has like certainly changed, we have
Hmm.
more tools now as we used to have earlier. So what advice would you like to give to those aspiring product leaders, especially who are going to build massive companies? Yeah,
Hmm.
and people like
Okay.
me. Yeah.
Okay. So thing is that don't become comfortable in any situation. Suppose
Wow. Yeah.
let's take example. Suppose you are expert in coding, you are expert in AI, ML, or blockchain. Don't get restrict yourself to your own technology space. You have to move
Yeah.
out from your technology space and understand the non-business jargons also, just like profit,
Hmm.
loss, EBITDA,
Yeah.
you can say cash flow, and also the business jargons like profitability. These kind of
Hmm.
information is really critical, because when you deal with the stakeholders, then you need to understand how it will help the business to grow to the next level. So you have to develop the business mindset, how your product will bring business. This is the first advice I would like to share with them. Second thing
Yeah.
is, try to learn as much as possible different technologies, different tool, and do certifications, because the more you can say indulge in certifications and courses, this will increase your learning. And third, the most important is build your own network. If you know
Yeah.
everything, and if you are expert in your own domain, but you don't know
Yeah.
how to showcase your skills to other, then your
Yeah.
knowledge will be no use. And the more
Mm.
you network, the more you participate in the meetups, the more you interact with the individuals on the LinkedIn, this will actually give you a chance to offer your skill set in the open forum. And definitely one day will come up that these people will definitely approach you and ask you, hey, this opportunity is available in my team. Are you you can say open for the relocation? Are you open for the change? Then definitely you are the best person to get hired. They will not take interview, they will directly give you the chance. So that's how you will get opportunity to change your industry, change your role, or grow well in your career.
Yes, sir. And so, as you said that, talking about LinkedIn and the career growth. So, sir,
Hmm.
what do you think, how, LinkedIn plays a role in everybody's life, like in an influencer's life, like yours? So, what kind of role LinkedIn plays, and, in the current scenario at the moment, and how
Hmm.
somebody new can, get on this platform and create a opportunity, like, as you said, is for their particularly career growth? Because, as you said, networking is really important. Connecting with the like-minded people, connecting with the different mindset of people with the
Hmm.
same industry is really important. So, what do you think, how LinkedIn can help anyone to grow their career?
In fact, it helps everyone. In fact, it also
Yeah.
helps you as well. Okay, so
Yeah.
everyone is getting benefit from the LinkedIn. The reason is
Yeah.
that it will give you one page. It will give you
Yeah.
one page space for you to showcase your skill set.
Yeah.
So LinkedIn will create one page, and you have to showcase your skills, your education, each and everything. In fact, your you can say the best part which you have, or the awards which you win, you can highlight in the featured section. So you can
Yeah.
utilize that. Second thing is it will help you to offer space to write the content on daily basis, to host the
Yeah.
live event on daily basis. And third, it will allow the tremendous opportunities to network with other. And these are
Sure, sir.
acting as a gold mine. This will actually not only help you in your full-time career, but also it will create your own personal image. People will not remember your designation, people will not remember your organization, people will always remember your attitude and behavior, and the kind of image you build up in the open forum. And most important, the more you share, then definitely
Yeah.
you ultimately earn in exponential way. So if suppose someone wants to grow anywhere in their career, the first thing is that they should leverage these particular things. And on top of that, they are also providing premium membership as well. In the premium membership, LinkedIn is offering you tons of e-learning content, and these are the relevant content and up to date in the market. And if you go through this particular content, you will definitely grow in any spheres of your life, whether it is a soft skill, whether it's a hard skill, or personality development, or leadership growth. Everything is available and under one roof only.
Sure, sir. So, sir, this was like literally one of the very insightful session I had, because the kind of insights you have shared very smoothly. Like, I didn't get recognized that ki time pass ho raha hai, Like, that was that attentive, because the way you are explaining it was like pretty, is like grasping. So, thank you so much for all of your insight, and we are so honored to host you on our platform. And I hope we will collaborate very soon for the same. And sir, thank you so much again. And we are so grateful to have you on our platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shubham. Wishing you good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So finally, we are at the end of this particular conference, which we have worked from past 2 months. Me and my team is worked really hard for this particular thing. So firstly, I would like to thank our keynote speaker and our special guest, Dr. Swati Lodha, Director of Mumbai Institute of Management. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. And then our incredible fireside guest, Mr. Ankit Agrawal, founder and CEO of Unstop, and Mr. Priyanka Ahuja, who is the product leader, personal branding expert, and marketing leader. So, and all our amazing influencers who has joined and particularly formed this conference on such a level that it has been very beneficial to the audience as well as for everyone. And I would like to thank our partners, ASTT, I sorry to tell, who was our PR and marketing partner, Break the Ice and Redefine, our community partner, and ICANN as a supporting partner. And the most important thing I would like to give my team members, firstly, Surbhi. Thank you so much. Surbhi is our community manager. She handles all the coordination as well as forming up the community. Radhika is our content lead. She actually handles out all the wonderful content you've been seeing on all our platforms. And our CMO, Chief Marketing Officer, Ms. Sakshi Sasane, and she's also a founder of ASTD India. So we've been doing and collaborating, and we've been building on from past 3 months on this particular idea. So thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much for believing in me and making this conference such a wonderful platform and a huge success. So thank you so much. I hope we see you next time very soon with something interesting, something groundbreaking, something game changing, and something really innovative, because we are here not to change the world but to rule it.